go.
What's going on? That PPP, you've done a lot of talking, not a lot to see.
The debut.
2.3, but Jeff got it all, getting off scot-free. Try to talk this like we talking pasta. What you talking about, men, bring it on, cost. When you open your mouth, I take it with a grain of salt. 'Cause the market's down and you're a clown, it's all your fault. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. Think you did, Jeff? I think you did, Jeff. What you talking about? I don't think you did yet. Well, he's doing shady shit like a GOP's, like his whole failed thing with the NFTs, taking money from the people to pay. Most of them are broke, but that's okay. He's getting money even better tax-free, loving all the stimulus from PPP. 'Cause the market's down and you're a clown, it's all your fault. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson.
I have $400 in Rakuten. There we go. And I have like 3 vacations that are pending too, including the New York one. I think I'm gonna get like $1,000 check from Rakuten. Time to buy a break. I might have to get a Wendy's. Let's do a country.
Going on with that PPP? You done a lot of talking, not a lot to see. Up in the millions like
Or not.
2.3, but you off got it all, getting off scot free.
Absolute failure.
I heard it.
That is very disappointing, but I know what you guys are not disappointed in is we've got a full bottle of motherfucking goose right here, and we've got time for the Sports Card Radio program. Folks, what is going on? Hopefully you guys are doing well out there. Forget the music. We've got a lot of things to talk about. We've got influencers hitting the biggest cards again and again and again. And instead of wearing a Make America Great Again hat every week, Ryan, maybe I should start breaking out the tinfoil. But at some point, when does the tinfoil go from tinfoil to fact? As we've seen some allegations, certainly over the past 24 hours, that maybe CT scanning is a lot more widespread than what is already believed and known inside of the hobby, and potentially that these breakers continuing to get funneled the biggest and baddest hits inside of the product. We know you can scan the boxes and see what's inside. We know you can look at the little code on the front and know what's inside. We know that Fanatics doesn't use a third party anymore to print the cards. They actually own the printer where these cards come out. We also know that they had a, quote, audit, but that audit didn't say anything about these breakers having the ability to get loaded cases. We've had Dana White on a top stream be convinced and accuse Michael Rubin to his face that these products are potentially loaded. And now, as I sit here today with over $200 in credit, unused credit over at Fanatics Live, I'm wondering if should we be sitting here, Ryan, tonight, listening to Sports Card Radio, as it is now 5:34 Pacific time, 8:34 Pacific, not Pacific, East Coast time. Should we just shut down the stream and log into Mama Breaks, Pac-Man, Filth Bomb Breaks, Card Collector 2, Cards HQ, if they ever do any breaks? Should we just log in and start pulling Wembies and whoever else anybody is chasing at the current time? Because that is what we are seeing. It's a 5-alarm fire as it relates to these influencers continuing to hit the biggest cards. And the denials just continue to come from the higher ups at Fanatics. It's like when the government says there's no corruption. It's like when the government says we're spending your tax dollars wisely. you don't believe it. And I don't believe what is happening over the past week as it relates to these influencers getting cards. It's got me fired up. We've got other things to talk about on today's show as well. Very somber news, in fact. Very somber news. Ryan, maybe a moment of silence, in fact. Moment in silence. A little bit of a drink for Mr. Will Grier. The next stop, Ryan, ironically, doesn't appear to be the Hall of Fame, but it appears to maybe the free agent wire as he was released by the Eagles, which has got to be at least his third or fourth team that he's been on. But never fear. His cards still seem to be having huge interest in the hobby, and maybe one day he'll get picked up by somebody and continue to be that 4 times better investment than Kyler Murray. We'll show you some stats as it relates to NFL quarterbacks and NFL players. As Ryan, we are on the eve. In fact, when we are doing our show next week, we are going to be running up against Thursday night football. I think we've got college football this weekend. We've got NFL football starting next week, the Ravens and the Chiefs. I am fully invested in that game. About 25 red parking passes that I'm trying to peel off for about $55 each. But we've got a full slate of games next week. You got the Bengals and the Patriots. And I think the 49ers and the Jets. Those are the only games I'm aware of, but I'm sure there's other big games on the schedule. That Cowboys-Browns game is probably going to be really good. Everybody's favorite influencers will be tuning into that Falcons game, I'm sure, as Bijan Robinson, for some reason, has been pumped like he's fucking Emmitt Smith and Ricky Williams combined. He'll probably end up with like 8 carries, but we'll see what happens. Maybe he's red hot after week 1. So as we sit here next week, we will be merging into the NFL season. We're coming to the tail end of the MLB season. We're rolling into when people start to care about NBA basketball. I believe Steph Curry was re-signed today. We've got a ton of card shows. It used to be, Ryan, the National would happen in August, and that was kind of it. But my God, we are going on a freaking Northern California tour over the next several weeks as we've got multiple card shows happening across the Northern California landscape. We've got a lot to talk about. Looks like you've got some cards from the old Golden Auctions as well. Up, that's a beautiful Mickey Mantle that looks like it was ran through the washing machine.
This just needs a little Kurt's card care.
That's all it needs. Maybe it was over card cared.
Possibly, maybe this is an experiment gone wrong. But I think it just needs a little soaking. It, just needs a little love, a little spray, and we can turn this authentic altered into a PSA 4 in no time. So maybe that's who's bidding on it. 13 racks for that.
Wow.
But yeah, I figure it's a good day on the cusp of the NFL season to talk a little bit about sports card pricing, a little bit about sports card investing, if that's not still a bad word in the hobby.
Ryan, breaking news from the chat. Will Grier has re-signed with the Eagles practice squad. So there's still a chance. Still a chance at a Super Bowl ring this year. Eagles are going to be good, I'm sure.
Okay.
I think they had a little bit of a down year last year, but my guess is that team will bounce right back. They're well coached, and they're in a division. I think they can win some games. In a conference, they can win some games. So Will Grier still on track to get his first Super Bowl and potentially make his way to the Hall of Fame very, very soon. We are joined in the background by super producer Tim Kim. He has put down all the apps where he's finding these lovely young ladies in Southern California. Put that all aside so he can join you here on the Sports Card Radio program. As always, you can use the 10% promo code cbhobby.com. How much is that? Holy cow. $500? $550 for a box of Topps Chrome, but you can save 10%. So what is that? $55? Oh my God. Imagine when this is like licensed, how much they're going to charge. Like they're actually printing money on this because it's not licensed. They don't have to actually pay the NBA. Oh my God, this is going to be like $5,000. How are people affording this, Ryan? Like, do people must have much better jobs than we do. This is unbelievable. Just the pizza's fine. Unbelievable. So we've got a big show for everybody tonight. Ryan, how we doing?
Everything is amazing. Yeah, just kind of searching the couch for some extra quarters, but with the promo code Will Grier, you can save 10%. Get this down to $4.95. That'd be one of the best prices on the internet right now. But I tell you what, if you got one of these influencer boxes, and we will play a highlight clip of one of your favorite influencers pulling what he says is one of the biggest cards of all time for him. So we're very excited to talk about all these influencers, but also get into some of the comments and some of the reaction to these Wembies and these big cards being pulled by these breakers. And again, sorry to start the show on such a somber note, but it does appear, according to the chat, that our boy Will Grier has re-signed to the practice squad. I believe the same fate might be for Desmond. Don't call him Desmond. Ritter. And if you visit us at the Cow Palace show this weekend, guys, dry your eyes. We will be giving away free Will Grier and Desmond Ritter cards at the Cow Palace show. That's right. Sports Card Radio is here for the hobby. Whenever something bad happens, whenever there are traumatic events in the hobby, we like to lift you up, offer a helping hand. So with Will Grier,
yeah, we cannot hear him. That is very unfortunate.
I'm on mute.
No, you're back.
I'm back.
Complete fail. Very early. Couldn't get the song to play. Your mic is going mute. This is a complete dumpster fire.
The deep state is trying to silence me.
Damn right they are.
We're trying to give away Will Grier cards and Desmond Ritter cards at the Cow Palace show.
What's the significance amount Desmond Ritter? Like, what's... Oh, no.
Well, there's some significance to your hobby hero, Jeff Wilson, who purchased 2 very expensive Desmond Ritter cards for $30,000. He definitely got finessed by Roth Cards on one of those deals. But what do you think the value of these Desmond Ritter cards these days, now that he was just cut by the second team?
Well, I do know they are expanding practice squads in the NFL. That's something I just found out over the past week or so. I think you've gone from, I think back in the day, you had like 4 or 5 practice squatters, and I think it went to 8. Now I think it's up to 16. So a lot of these guys that are getting released are, getting signed back to a practice squad. And we did see last year. Last year was like the year of the backup quarterback. I think you had, just off the top of my head, I think you had like so many backups come in and play a significant role when it comes to actually playing last year. Like almost, it felt like every backup quarterback in the league got in the game. And so, but I mean, look, being a backup and being on the practice squad are 2 completely different things. And Jeff Wilson clearly buying again, just has proven himself time and time again. He might be one of the worst sports card investors that we've ever seen. Now, if he didn't call himself sports card investor, if he was sports card fondler, if he was sports card enthusiast, sports card fanboy, this is what people do time and time again, right? As everybody's piling in, paying $550 a box before the promo code at CB Hobby for things like Topps Chrome, people are going to be dusting off a ton of money on this stuff, and they're going to be, quote, losing money when it relates to any of these quarterbacks. And you can just go look at all the NFL drafts that have happened over the past 10 years, from Marcus Mariota to Jameis Winston to, I mean, there's just been a line of quarterbacks that have been picked at the top. And you go back even further than that, Joey Arrington and all these other, Akili Smith. Like, there's just been a lot of failed quarterbacks at the top. In fact, very few end up being any good. But Jeff really has a knack for spending tens of thousands of dollars and recommending some of these very speculative NFL quarterbacks as investments. And I think what we're seeing, Ryan, too, is the NFL game has changed. Used to be that you could draft a quarterback and they could sit on the bench maybe a little bit, like Aaron Rodgers, and currently the quarterback that's playing for Green Bay right now, Jordan Love, did sit on the bench for a while. But that's rare. These guys are getting a year, and in some cases, not even a full season, to prove themselves in the NFL. And if they don't cut it, there's usually 4 or 5 other guys, Heisman-like candidates, guys that broke records in college, that are polished and ready to go coming into the next draft. I mean, what do we got? Eli Manning's son or Peyton Manning's son coming in probably a year or two. There's other quarterbacks in college football, which we'll probably get to know over the next several weeks, that are going to be the top hype guys next year. So these quarterbacks that maybe 5, 10, 15 years ago could have gotten a little bit more run, could have stuck at the backup role, maybe gotten a starting job in year 3, year 4. By year 2, they're on the practice squad and they're on their way out. It's just become a much, much more competitive. It has always been a competitive position, but now it's just gotten more and more so. And Jeff Wilson, to me, it's like buying penny stocks. It's one thing to buy the number 1 picks. It's one thing to buy the number 1 picks that are going to get all the guaranteed money and really probably at least 2 or 3 seasons to prove that they can be something in the NFL. But Jeff goes down the ladder and buys these very, very speculative quarterbacks, oftentimes maybe on teams that he has, an emotional attachment to. And he buys their most expensive cards and then brags about it. And to his credit, he does get on when he has egg on his face, which is quite often, and he talks about that as well. But it's a sad thing, because we know for a fact, we've had people here on the program, Ryan. We've also talked to people in person. We've spent the last 2 weeks traveling coast to coast, meeting with fans of Sports Card Radio. And how many times, Ryan, did we hear like, hey, I watched Jeff Wilson. I listened to Jeff Wilson. I took some of Jeff Wilson's advice. And now I see the light. Thanks to you, I see the light. So it's actually a thing that I know people are out there that it's like a joke at this point, but it's a thing to watch Jeff Wilson's videos and think that he knows what he's talking about. But time and time again, he's proven that he hasn't, and he can't. And it's a shame. It really is a shame, because there are some cards probably worth buying. There are some trading cards that are worth putting maybe a little bit of money into, but he constantly puts the mid 5 figures into second tier quarterbacks that are more or less out of the league faster than Tim Kim is making his way in and out of these dating apps, finding women to date. I mean, it's like speed dating. True. Ryan, what else we got?
Well, I do want you and the chat to be thinking about which quarterback you would like to invest in, and we'll show some pricing of said quarterbacks and compare the pricing and their pop report on some of those cards. Will Grier and Kyler Murray are options you can choose. And as you can see, Kyler Murray, according to Card Ladder, his PSA 10 Prism base card is only about 2x the value of our boy Will Grier's. Can we give a quick shout out to some? First of all, quick shout out to everybody in the chat who's here on a Thursday night, a week before the NFL season starts. You're going to want to tune in to Sports Card Radio on every Thursday, as we can't legally show the NFL game, but we'll certainly be talking about it and be talking about some of your favorite influencers as well. But I see Dave Snyder is in. He wants to know who's Tim's favorite quarterback. Maybe Tim had his hands underneath something last night.
If it's active, Lamar Jackson.
There we go, Lamar Jackson. Philly Joe with the $20. He says Flipping Steve was being propositioned last night on a live 10x the hobby. I think that's 10x good sports card content if you get some women propositioning you on live TV. Rick Smith says he met us at the Burbank Sports Card Show. He says we're always on in Alaska. We're worldwide over here, guys. And Jake Peters says he would not break Topps Chrome with somebody else's money. Well, you might do it with Jeff Wilson's money. That's for damn sure. And Joe has a $1,000 bounty on the Joe Alt Black Shimmer 1 of 1, it sounds like. Speaking of 1 of 1s, we had some young kids come up to the booth at the Burbank Sports Card Show. So for the first 30 minutes, we'll keep it G-rated, and then we'll keep it a little more RX-rated. I didn't realize there were so many youngsters who watched the show, including Chase, Blake, and Colin. One of these is their cards.
Bam.
They bought some Topps Now cards, and randomly you get sent the parallels. Well, they got the 1 of 1 of Paul Skeens. They took it over to PSA. They got a 10.
Rigged.
And they took it over to Cards HQ, and Cards HQ offered $1,000, which those youngsters thought was a little light. So we'll let the chat decide if that was a good offer or not. But I did want to give a shout out to Chase, Blake, and Colin for watching the show. Colin number 2. And so we love those guys. And thank you for tuning in. But we'll see if that's a little offer. Oh my God. We had a celebrity stop by the booth, and we had many celebrities. First of all, everybody who came up to us at Burbank was a celebrity. But the red carpet practically got rolled out for this one. You had Mike Petty show up, and it does appear there is a picture with him and Tim. Tim, you met Mike Petty. What was it like meeting the man who confronted you live on air on Sports Card Radio? Did you guys squash the beef? Are you guys boys now?
He came up instantly friendly, so I forgave him a little bit.
There we go. And does he have nice hair?
He does have professionally nice hair.
He does have professionally nice hair, as we found out. So that's pretty exciting. So it was a lot of fun, and it was loads of fun out there in Burbank. Lots of celebrities, lots of influencers, lots of people coming up and talking to us. And so that was a lot of fun. So it doesn't appear there will be a boxing match or a UFC match between Mike Petty and Tim Kim, as this appears to be a pretty friendly showdown. Both of you guys have nice hair, actually. We need maybe a hair product review at some point from both of you. Colin, I'll give you the decision. Do we want to talk about these influencers, or do we want to talk about sports card investing?
We have a guest, Ryan.
Oh, we have a guest.
And we have
CB Hobby Hotline is already blowing up.
CB Hobby Hotline, 10% promo code Will Grier. And last week we talked about, was it erotic bingo? Or I can't remember what it was called. So we'll see what we have in store.
Bingo.
Dirty bingo. Sorry, dirty. Dirty bingo. You got to wrap it up for dirty bingo. Everybody's favorite caller. Christine, how are you doing tonight?
Good, gentlemen. How are you?
We're doing great. We're doing great.
Amazing.
It's dirty
Cool.
bingo. You could call it
Dirty.
naughty bingo, whatever you want.
Okay. Dirty has like an STD connotation.
Then no. Then no.
And no. Yeah.
No.
Naughty is slightly less contagious, I feel like.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. How are the flip-flops?
Clearly I have slacked on the flip-flops for the 9th week in a row.
That's okay.
But I will one day lose that slacker mindset and get to work over here.
Yeah, no worries, man. Everybody keeps asking me. I just laugh about it. I think it's hysterical.
You can blame me.
Jeff Wilson bought, I think, like a $9,000 Bijan Robinson at the National, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
So
And then
he's got a lot riding on that game against the Steelers. I guess that would be Sunday. So you're gonna be sweating that.
Yeah, he yelled at his son for not wanting a Bijan Robinson or a Caitlin Clark. The son
He yelled at his son?
Yeah, he was like, "What are you, crazy? How can you not want these? Why would you pick that one?" You know, I didn't buy any Will Grier. They just came in the boxes that I bought, but I saved them because when I go to a show, it's going to be the sports card radio discount, and you get Will Grier, Ryan Finley, and whoever else I decide.
Sure.
You know, whatever you buy, you know, you get those for free.
That's right.
Called the sports card radio discount.
That's right. I think everybody wants to know, have you gone to any more dirty bingo? Have you gone to any erotic parties? You know, like how has the last week treated you from that perspective?
It's been a good week, but nothing that tops that. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, nothing like that. Just
Nothing like that.
It was a slow weekend, you know.
It's one of those types of weekends. It is a long weekend. I believe we do have Monday is a holiday or a national holiday here in the United States. I don't know if it's one of these holidays that only parts of the country celebrate or not. I have no idea. But we've got an exciting week ahead. Christine, do you watch football? Are you excited about football season starting?
I'm a diehard Bills fan. Oh my God, Western New York is out of control right now. Are you kidding me?
So you guys are pumped up about the Bills again, who have really done jack shit for the past couple of years. I mean, I think they've made it to an AFC championship game, maybe. But other than that, they really haven't crossed the finish line. Are they going to cross the finish line this year, get over the hump of either the Chiefs or another team in the AFC, and actually get to the Super Bowl, which I think is in Louisiana?
If they do, it'll be because they have a new defensive coordinator and Joe Brady for a full season, but not because of Sean McDermott. I believe Western New York falls in love with mediocrity, so they keep mediocrity. I think McDermott's a terrible coach, and I just don't see us winning with him, but still have Josh Allen.
Still have Josh Allen. Okay. Well, that's that's more than maybe what Jeff Wilson can say about some of the quarterbacks that are in his collection. At least Josh Allen has a job and certainly will be a contender to be, for sure, like an all-pro, but maybe potentially an MVP type candidate, depending on how the Bills perform this year in their large game. Who does the Bills play week 1? Do we know?
Arizona.
Oh, okay. So wow, we have
at home.
Battle of
it's going to be out of hand.
Well, I mean, Kyler Murray is 4 times worse of an investment than
that's right.
Will Grier.
Well,
so if Will Grier was starting that game, it'd be bad for the Bills. But I think
it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. We don't care who's starting. They're the Cardinals. That's how we're looking at it. We don't care about Kyler Murray.
Excellent.
You know, we're the Bills. You should be worried about playing us, not the other way around. That's for sure.
Do you think Ryan and Tim should get long-term girlfriends at this stage? I mean, they're kind of playing the field, bouncing around a little bit. Do you think they should get locked down?
Absolutely none of my business. I do
None
not
of your business.
comment on private lives.
What if it was
Teach
your
their
business?
own. Teach their
What if it
own.
was your son? What if it was your son? What would you advise them?
Live your life. Have as
Live your
much
life.
fun you can while you're still here.
Okay.
I've had
All right.
friends die young. My little cousin, he died at 23. Enjoy every moment. You never know when it's going to be over. So
Sure.
enjoy yourself. If you like what you're doing, then who am I to say what you should and shouldn't do?
Okay.
I mean, I just look at it to each their own.
But someone should do dirty or not. We're not using the word dirty.
Naughty bingo.
Naughty. There we go. Someone should do naughty bingo if given the opportunity.
I thought we were doing it at the National.
We're doing it at the National. So this is in Chicago or Rosemont or whatever it is. This will be next August. Now, when you do erotic bingo, do we need? Can this be done? Can this be done in a hotel room? Do we need a suite? Do we need connecting rooms? Does there need to be a room that has some black sheets and some strobe lights? Like, how do we divide the space for this?
It's up to you.
Okay.
Who should we invite? Who else should we invite to
equal
this,
number
to
of
this
guys,
event?
equal number of girls, that's for sure. Equal number would be good, maybe.
Okay.
People who like just to have fun and talk shit, and enjoy themselves. We're adults. You know what I mean? I know Jason Moran could go fuck his mother. I know that for a fact. I can't stand this guy. Why he like always makes a comment is beyond me.
He's
But
saying
I
you
know-
got
know-
scared when it was time to confront Jeff. Is
I've
there
never
any
seen
truth
him
to
in
that?
my life. I never confronted him in my life. I'm not afraid to confront him or you, Jason Moran, you little bitch. Talk is shit. Wow, you should be proud of yourself. When you go LARPing this weekend, you'll be the talk of the town, won't you? Ooh, I talked to a girl almost on video without showing my picture. I got her good. What a zinger.
Should Jason call in? Should Jason call in to the
Call
hobby
in,
hotline?
Jason. Let's see what you look like, Leonardo DiCaprio. Come on, Leonardo, call in.
What if he did look like Leonardo DiCaprio?
I'd be the happiest person ever because he must be obsessed with me because he's always talking about me.
I see.
People I don't like, I don't talk about. Come on, Jason, call in.
As we await Jason,
It's past his curfew. Come on, who are we kidding?
it's past his bedtime. That's perhaps true. But I think so far we have confirmed that it's going to be me, you, and Rhonda at least walking the halls of the National
Alex and
next year.
Tim.
And Alex and Tim. So that's what ratio is that? That's about a 3-to-2 ratio right now.
Yeah.
I'm feeling 3-to-2 female to male. So I'm actually liking that ratio. I think if we can actually keep a little more on the female side, I'd be all for that. And I think we should make these plans. We should get like a mega suite across the street from the National.
Okay.
It could be like the Fanatics Fest 4040 Club, exclusive entry. Maybe we'll charge $10,000 at the door. Maybe we'll make a little extra money.
I like it. I don't know who would pay $10,000 to play dirty bingo, but
I think you have to wear flip flops. The attire, the attire, like you have to wear flip flops as well.
yes, I love it. I love it.
So I think that's pretty.
It would
exciting.
be great. I've just been listening to what you guys are saying, and I knew that was going to happen. Those guys pulling those cards because when you saw at what was it called, Fanatics Fest you went to in New York, everybody who really kissed up to him and who really talks about him, puts him on a pedestal, got the cards. You know what I mean? If you look at it that way,
it's certainly interesting.
What's that?
it's certainly very interesting. We're going to go over all the influencers that are hitting these big Wemby cards. And yeah, it is kind of the who's who of the hobby, the who's who of the breaking world, the who's who of the influencer
It's
world.
not. It's not the who's who. It's who puts themselves out there. Okay, who takes pictures when people are walking into a card convention, high-fiving people who don't know who he is. It's people like Jeff who doesn't know what he's talking about. Desmond Ritter, Bashan Robert, I don't even know his name. What is it? Bashan Robinson?
He sucks. It doesn't matter. Yeah,
It doesn't matter. Just John Robinson. There, that's what I'm calling him. They play for the Falcons, really. I mean, come on. William Andrews was better than Bijan Robinson. Yeah, I'm going back too there. But you know, I'm not surprised who pulls these cards. That's why I stopped buying modern. I've just been doing vintage. You don't have a chance anymore. You know, and like I said, I made mistakes, but I learned from them. And I've been listening to you guys. I've been buying cheap cards and just selling them for like $1 more, or I have some expensive cards. But whatever I did, I just saved, and you know, my collection looks good right now, actually.
There you go. Yeah, we're certainly equal opportunity over here, whether it's expensive cards, whether it's a car full of cheap cards, 25-cent card, 50-cent cards. We're equal opportunity over here. I think I'm going to bring 10 boxes of 50-cent cards to the Cow Palace show this weekend.
That's what I'm doing mine in. Quarter, 50-cent, dollar, and up. You know, and I have some that are fantastic that I might wait till the player retires, like Verlander. I got his true rookie chrome refractor for $40. Like, I found that deal, so I took it. And then another true Clayton Kershaw rookie, the blue. So I got that too. So I'm just saving them. That's all. I took some to save. Got some for now, and I have a Sal Magley coming that's really nice for $55, I believe. He's from Niagara Falls. Then everybody knew him, and they have murals painted for him, and the stadium's named after him. So I thought it'd be great to get a really nice Sal Magley card.
I've always found that with more expensive cards, everybody's idea of more expensive is different. But I like to just drop those on a table of somebody who's willing to pay whatever it is, 85, 90%, or somebody you've dealt with in the past, or somebody you trusted. And you don't have to sit there at a card show and get nickeled down by some 16-year-old who's got card ladder up or alt up or wants to fucking, whittle you down every $5.
Anybody who pulls an app out, they have to walk away from me.
I'm willing to deal with the people with the apps, but it's at some point it gets a little ridiculous.
Certain apps, certain cards, certain prices. Okay, if something's a quarter, you're paying a quarter. If you think I'm going to waste time and haggle down to 20 cents, it's a quarter. It's 50 cents. It's $1. You want to buy the whole box, then we'll talk. You know, but if you're going to pull out Sports Card Investor like Jeff did at the National, you have to be, what people don't realize, you have to be signed up to be on that. So it's only certain cards of people who have sold from that website. It's not an all-inclusive picture. So say if a card was 10,000, maybe on his it went for 4,000 and he goes by that price. That's not right. And that's what people aren't picking up. Like the guy at the National pulled a Wembayama rookie. I believe it was a 1 of 1. And it said rookie card on it, the RC. And listen, the guy, I believe, was vulnerable. I don't think he knew a lot about, I felt bad for the guy. Let me put it to you that way. I felt really bad for this man. And he took it off him for nothing because he told him RC doesn't matter unless it was last year. And he went on and on and
I know what you're talking about. I think
it wasn't right. I'm sorry. That's not right to do. It's not right. It's not right.
I think what happens is people pull these cards at the National, whether in these silver packs or whatever. they pull a card that they don't know much about, and they run to their first person that they recognize from a YouTube video and try to trade it to them or try to sell it to them. I don't really blame Jeff for trying to get a good deal on that card. I think the guy who pulled it should have became more knowledgeable and don't just run to your favorite influencer, or don't just run to where the cameras are when you pull something big. But you know, that happens.
I felt bad for him. That's all I'm saying. I'm not
Yeah,
making fun of him. I just felt bad for him. That's all. I felt really bad for the guy. I don't believe in taking advantage of people, you know, and I don't know. I thought it was a terrible thing to do to someone, and I'm a big believer in karma, and it comes back tenfold. That's how I look at things.
well, it's come back to Jeff in the form of his investments, because
Clayton
his Desmond Ritter investment is down $30,000.
Clayton Tune. They cut him for Clayton Tune. It's Clayton Tune.
So that is not good.
Good thing his wife is rich. Oh my God, isn't she tired of the losses? I mean, does he have anything in the black, or is everything just in the red?
We're going to have to get Kim Wilson on the CB Hobby hotline and talk to her about these disastrous sports card investments that her husband made.
Bijan Robinson.
Could you imagine if they get a divorce, like how juicy the documents would be?
Yes.
Smash the like button. Smash the like button if you want Sports Card Radio to go cover the divorce between Kim Wilson and Jeff Wilson.
I'll read the whole thing on your website. I'll make a video of the reading, because I would love nothing more than to read that document, because, I mean, how much money can you lose someone? She must really love him.
Clearly.
That's true love right there.
I've never seen anybody who's a so-called expert the worst investor in cards I've ever seen.
Absolute true love.
I mean, aren't people onto these people yet? Like Backyard Breaks, these people, the guy who was taking pictures at the National, aren't they onto them? That it's fixed, it's rigged. You're not getting those cards. You're never going to get those cards. You're never going to get them unless you kiss the ring. You will never get those cards. I mean, $500 for a box of 23, 24 chrome? Okay. For what? If you don't pull the best of the best, you're not going to make a quarter of that back. You're not making 25% back. I'm sorry, you're not. That's just me, though. I don't know if you agree, but it's just... How do you feel, Colin? How do you feel about that?
About spending $500 on Topps Chrome boxes?
When it's fixed, when it's rigged, and it's
rigged. When it's rigged. No, I mean, even if it's not rigged, I mean, $500 for a product. And I think, Ryan, you have a Wemby autograph that's up on Golden tonight, right? Okay, so this Wemby autograph is out of 10.
Okay.
Now, we got 40 minutes to go. It's at whatever, close to 5,000 after premium.
Is that yours, Ryan?
No. It is not, I wish.
Okay, sorry.
But that's out of 10. And that's a Bowman's Best University. I don't know how these will trade in comparison to the Topps Chrome. Certainly once we get to licensed Topps Chrome and we can have players in their uniforms.
Why is it unlicensed?
Because they don't have Panini still holds the exclusive license to the NBA, I believe, for another season or two. I'm not exactly sure when that ends.
Oh boy.
But at least for the upcoming season.
Well, when you pull a logo, man, I guess it doesn't matter, does it?
I guess it certainly doesn't matter. And it looks like Wemby's are peeling off, although I don't necessarily trust these early sales. I don't know exactly. There's obviously a lot of parallels as well as it relates to Wemby. Now, I did see him play in the Olympics, and I thought he looked, I wasn't super high on him early on, but this is a guy.
He looked poised for the Olympics. Yeah, he didn't look bad.
This is a guy that certainly could become the face of the NBA at some point. I feel far more confident about that than Luka Doncic, who looks like he's going to be an offensive lineman before he's going to win an MVP award.
Maybe he'll play for the Bills.
He might.
I'm a diehard Celtics fan, so I believe Tatum should be the face of the NBA soon. That's just me.
Tatum is quite good, but I think the other kid on that team is
Jaylen Brown.
yeah, I think Jaylen Brown, from what I saw in terms of his I think it's dribble, gather, pull up. Now I know a lot of people don't care about that kind of stuff. They just care about the three and this, that, and the other. His ability to put a move and then gather himself and shoot the
just
ball
put it
on
up.
balance
Yep.
is on par with the elite players that I've seen in the NBA. And the elite players I'm talking about is Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan. Now, I'm not comparing him to Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant. He's never, I think it's, easy to say that Jaylen Brown is never going to be in that category or that caliber of player, but his ability to dribble and gather his feet underneath him and shoot on balance, which a lot of NBA players can't do. And some NBA players don't have to do. You look at like Steph Curry, he can shoot a little, like with his hips turned and stuff, and he's an effective shooter like that. Most players actually can't do that. Jaylen Brown, in my opinion, has clearly has practiced and worked tremendously hard. Jason Tatum, I think, relies a lot on his ability, God-given ability. But what I do respect about Jason Tatum is every time I see this guy on TV, his young son is down there on the court. He appears to be
respectful. He doesn't
very
swear.
active father.
Yeah.
And I think that's a great great look for the NBA. Great look for anything. You don't have to play in the NBA. But I really like that.
Banging.
I'm gonna age myself right now, okay? But there was no basketball like the 80s when the Celtics and Lakers went at it, or
Certainly
Detroit and Philly. Houston. But when the Lakers and Celtics went at it, to me, there was no basketball better.
I mean, that's certainly the golden age of the NBA, and certainly the ratings and the popularity of the NBA, while it's continued to expand and increase, not at the rate that we've seen a sport like the NFL has expanded over the past maybe 10, 12 years or so. So the NBA's got some things that they need to continue to sort out. The skill level of the players, in my opinion, is not quite as high, and it's not as appealing to watch. That is why people are watching the WNBA or they watch college basketball, because the skill level
try than women play basketball.
More than likely, but when they enter the stadium in scantily clad outfits, it does help a little bit.
Well, yeah, if you're a guy, not if you're a woman who loves men, that does nothing for me.
Sure,
but,
sure.
There's a big college basketball following in Western New York with the big three: Niagara University, Canisius, and St. Bonaventure, going back to the 70s when Bill Lanier played for St. Bonnie. Calvin Murphy played for NU. I mean, it was wonderful. And they've continued that culture. And there's nothing like college basketball when you're there. Nothing.
There's going to be nothing like when me, you, Rhonda, Alex, and Tim are strolling the halls of the Donald E. Stevens Center in Rosemont, don't call it Chicago, Illinois, for next year's national.
Okay.
I want you to start picking out your flip-flops for that. I want you to start thinking about the what do we call it? Dirty or scantily clad bingo that we're going to have in the after hours.
We'll work on the name. It'll be catchy.
We'll work on the name. We got 10 months. So we're working on the name. We'll work on the flip-flops. We'll work on the outfits. We'll work on the guest list. We'll keep it at least 50-50 ratio. Christine, anything else you want to tell the faithful here at Sports Card Radio?
Nice seeing everyone. Thank you for the chat. It's nice talking every week. Except you, Jason Moran. You're a piece of shit, just so you know that. Your friends know it. Your family knows it.
Wow.
They just didn't want to tell you. You're a piece of shit. You're one of those people that gets their ass whooped at 3:00 in a bar. That kind of guy who's talking shit and just gets knocked out every week. So,
wow.
So on top of that, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
It's been great seeing you guys. Thank you. Tim, thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys. Have a great night. I'll watch the rest of the show.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
have Christine on the show.
Wow.
Yes, I mean we are fired up, certainly for Dirty Bingo, but certainly for I mean the sports are going to come hot and heavy. Ryan, we got NFL, we got playoff baseball, we got the early innings of the NBA, which clearly people get excited about. First couple of weeks of the NFL season. I mean, this is, in my opinion, one of the best seasons, or this is one of the best times of the year as a sports fan, because while you don't have all of the major sports going at the same time, you have the early hopes of the NFL season. You've got the hopes of a World Series, which if you just get in the playoffs, you certainly can win the thing. And obviously you've got, the hopes that maybe Wemby will carry the NBA to new places that, quite frankly, Luka Doncic has not been able to accomplish. And so it's very, very, very exciting. What else do we got to talk about on today's show? Because it doesn't look like Jason is going to, Jason's not going to call in.
And that's okay. That's okay. He's contributed a lot in the super chat realm. So he's certainly wearing out the super chat button. We got $49.99 from the Queens of Cards tonight on Fanatics Live. Queens 20 with a promo code. I think we need to get one of the Queens. I think we need to get one of the Queens girls to call into Sports Card Radio and break some cards at some point. But
who's this?
These are the scantily clad breakers, if I'm not mistaken. So we
why don't we have that up? Can you get that up? Are they?
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can load Whatnot. I don't want to try to load Whatnot. Okay. It's a pain in the ass. Okay. But certainly probably worth watching. We will be at the Cow Palace Card Show this weekend, Saturday only. Come on out. I will have probably 10 to 20, 50-cent boxes you could go to. And they're actually not that bad. Tons of Josh Allen, tons of Joe Burrow, tons of Giannis. Don't call him Giannis Antetokounmpo. Bunch of modern, a lot of vintage. Come on out to the Cow Palace Card Show. We will be there. But I don't know. Do you want to get into some sports card investing talk? Do you want to talk about these influencers pulling these big cards? And is the tide starting to turn in the community? Are they getting fed up with these guys pulling these big cards and showing their shock face? We'll watch one of our favorite hobby heroes.
Well, I tell you what, let's continue to work on the bottle of goose before we get to the influencers. I think the goose was up to the neck, the tippy neck of the goose. Now the goose is floating now on the liquid water. So the first thing I'll talk about is at these card shows, you talked about you're going to bring these boxes of cards that you piled up at the last week's Burbank show. I think you filled up the Tesla and weighed that thing down. You probably had to charge it like 8 more times, making your way up to Northern California just to get home. I think the value boxes, Ryan, work for you because my guess, and I don't want to blow up our spot or your spot, is you're probably not paying full price or maybe sometimes nothing at all to set up at these tables. But look, the Fanatics Fest table was $3,200. I am not going to buy a $3,200 card show table and set up with 50-cent boxes. I'm not going to set up at, what was the Burbank card show full price if you had to pay?
$600, I think.
$600 for 3 days. Probably not economical unless you are living down the street, because it was $25 to park each day at Burbank. Okay. So every single day you were there, even as a dealer.
Vendors, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that is one perk they could, and I don't know, this is probably a convention center thing. One perk maybe they could try to give vendors. It was literally 25. Now I got a charge. I have a Tesla, so I got a charge. And that was worth, when I was on near zero, to get to 100% charge on the Tesla was close to $20. So I almost got my value in terms of charging the car. But if there was no car charging in the parking lots, free charging at the parking lots at the Burbank Card Show, $25 a day just to park. So that's $75. Hotel, depending on what hotel you were going to is going to be in that neighborhood of Los Angeles, $150 a night, probably minimum. That's probably on the low end. High end, you're probably $250, $300 a night. And then Ryan, we didn't talk about this. We didn't post anything on social media, I don't think, but we had a dinner on the first night of the show with none other than Brian Gray. We went to dinner at quite a lovely steakhouse. As I was driving into the Burbank Card Show, I saw Fleming's. And I remember there was a watch dealer who's currently sitting in a Los Angeles County Penitentiary at the current time for stealing over $3 million in luxury, $5 million, I think, in luxury watches. But he would always go to Fleming's. And so I saw Fleming's and I was like, oh, I've seen that. It's like, maybe we'll go to Fleming's tonight. And sure enough, we run into Mr. Brian Gray at the Burbank Card Show. We were going to have dinner in New York, but I think he was busy. So we were, clearly. And so it was perfect. He said, let's go to dinner. And I said, okay, Fleming's is right up the street. Let's go. And let me tell you what, Ryan, been to many, many, many of steakhouses, including all of the top ones in Las Vegas. We went to a lovely steakhouse called Gallagher's while we were in New York City. Been to, pretty much the highest priced steakhouses you could possibly go to in whatever city I've ever traveled to. In fact, when I'm on Yelp, I don't search by rating or anything like that. I search by price. And I want to go to the highest, most expensive one. Fleming's, I don't know if it was the most expensive. Certainly the Japanese Wagyu appetizer that we had that you cooked for yourself tableside. I'm telling you right now, Fleming's, I believe is a chain, one of these chain fine steakhouses. World class in my opinion, in terms of menu options, from appetizer to sides to main course. I would say was an A. I would not give it an A plus. I ordered medium plus on my ribeye, and it was slightly more seared on one side. So the sear was not even. You go to a Michelin star steakhouse, you expect the sear to be almost perfect on either side. So it wasn't quite to that level, but absolutely sensational. And when Brian Gray's Amex comes out at the end of the night and you don't have to pay for it, maybe that's what made it taste even better.
The Wagyu was $140 for 8 bites, and you cooked it on a hot stone in front of you.
So it was $140 for 8 bites. That's actually not that bad. I thought that appetizer would be more. That was some of the best Wagyu that I've had. And I've had a lot of Wagyu. In fact, I've got Wagyu in my fridge right now. And I think I'm going to do it in beef jerky since it's been sitting in my fridge for about 4 or 5 days now. So, yeah, absolutely fantastic. We've got a lot of stories that we can tell from Brian Gray, including, Ryan, we have been called to testify in the court of law from the Upper Deck Company, which has also threatened to sue us in the past. The irony, Ryan, that Upper Deck has threatened to sue us, but when they were locked into a legal battle with Brian Gray and Leaf, they called for us to testify on their behalf. So we talked about that, laughed and joked about that. We got the rumor mill on many, many, many stories with Brian Gray. We got the lowdown on these repackers. We got the gossip on a lot of different topics. And it was quite eventful. And certainly Mr. Gray's got some content coming that we certainly will not only be looking forward to, but maybe actively promote, not for any fee or any money, but because I think the content will be absolutely juicy and very saucy to look into.
Juicy like that Wagyu steak that Brian Gray bought us?
Very juicy, maybe even more juicy.
Interesting.
maybe even more juicy. We've got a lot of juice. Certainly we'll be talking about it later on today's show. You got these influencers, all this other stuff. But boy, there's a lot of drama behind the scenes happening in the hobby. And Brian Gray is a great resource for that drama. And, I'm glad we've kind of, in the past, we've had beef, if you will, with Brian Gray. And it was nice to sit down and eat some beef and maybe squash the beef, although the beef has long been squashed between us. And I think that's an underrated aspect of Sports Card Radio, Ryan, is that we are willing, and even today, if Brian Gray messes up, we'll come on, we'll do a video and we'll roast him. We'll roast him, even though he bought us $140 Japanese Wagyu, and then the steaks were, I didn't think the prices were on the menu. That's when you know it's good, when the prices aren't on the menu. But we'll still roast them. And there's been other people came up to us at Burbank that we've roasted in the past. And I think we had a good conversation, a good chat. And so we are one of the few people that can be in your life. You think about, Ryan, the two greatest basketball players of all time. In my opinion, in our lifetime, two greatest basketball players that I've ever seen play. Mr. Michael Jordan, by far. And a second place to that, I believe, Mr. Kobe Bryant. Ask any of their teammates. Prime Shaq was good, but it lasted, about as long as that Wagyu beef appetizer did. Didn't last long. Didn't last long. Kind of like Ryan in that little 20-something-year-old that came over in Anaheim. You probably didn't last long.
Probably not.
Probably not. Affirmative. Ask any teammate of Michael Jordan, Ryan, and Kobe Bryant, and you'll get mixed feelings. You'll actually get mixed feelings about Mr. MJ. You'll get mixed feelings about Mr. Kobe Bryant, depending on who you ask and who you talk to. That is because both of these men are exceptional. Both of these men are rare, and both of these men you don't see more than a few times in your lifetime if you're lucky.
Are you comparing us to Michael and Kobe? Is that where you're going?
Absolutely. We are the Michael Jordan of this business. We are the Kobe Bryant of the sports card media business. Everybody else will be talking about on today's show fucking will lick the ass of Mike fucking Rubin. Will lick the ass of fucking any breaker. Lick the ass of any streamer. Lick the ass of Jeff Wilson. Lick the ass of anybody that has more than 18 followers. But Sports Card Radio stands out because even if you buy us Wagyu steak, even if you're a sponsor of the show, like if CB Hobby, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but if CB Hobby has a break next week and he dips, then we're going to talk about it. And we're going to be like, bro, you could do a little bit better than that. If people that we're friendly with do something wrong, we are going to push them to do better. That's actually hard to find. It's hard to find people in your life that actually do that. Most people are just going to lick your ass. Most people are just going to blow smoke up your ass, particularly as it relates to these influencers.
Damn. Okay. So we, Kobe and Michael, we're an hour in. I got to start getting serious here about this show here. Right? We got to start getting serious here.
It's not that we just became Kobe and Michael. Ryan, we are now, what year is it? 2024? We started in 2008. I'm studying for my Series 65 exam. One of my weakest aspects is the math portion. I was actually going over like tax-free return formulas before today's show. I know how to calculate these things in large part, but when you need to actually memorize the formula, it actually takes me a little bit longer than the average person. Ryan, we have been going at this for, what is that, 16 years, 17 years?
At least.
16
Here's a review for the 2012 Las Vegas Industry Summit. How fucking long ago was that? God damn. That's
Not
like,
only have we been covering the hobby, Ryan, but we've been covering the industry of trading cards. And when Michael Rubin, several years ago, took over Topps, the very first thing I said was RIP breakers, not RIP breakers, RIP distributors, RIP the Good Old Boy Network, RIP Panini, and RIP basically the industry, because he was going to come in there and change things. And all the pushback that we got. Oh no, he's not going to do this. He's not going to do that. None of these guys knew who Michael Rubin was. None of them knew what any businesses that he had before them. But here we are. Is the Good Old Boy stronger than ever? The Good Old Boy Network has changed. The Good Old Boy Network has changed, in my opinion.
mm-hmm.
Good Old Boy Network that existed in 2012 was Beckett and some hobby
GTS.
stuff.
Yeah.
GTS, Southern Hobby, Peach State Sports. Is there still a Good Old Boy Network in the hobby? Oh yeah. It's just modernized. We've modernized the Good Old Boy Network for sure. So we've been covering this for years and years and years and years, decades. And we're approaching decades of approaching this. So when I compare us to Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, it is less of a slight to Mr. Jordan and Mr. Bryant and more of highlighting the fact that we might be better than Jordan. We might be better than Kobe when it comes to the sports card media industry landscape. Because there's no denying, there's absolutely no denying when you show up at these events, there's nobody that matches our experience level and our coverage of the industry for as long as we've been doing it. Period. End of story. A lot of people have come and gone. A lot of people have come in over the past couple of years, but they are still learning. They are still learning the ropes. Who the hell is that? Drew Jones.
Drew Jones, Superfractor boy.
Who is that? Who is that? Why?
Andrew's little kid.
Who?
Andrew Jones. You remember him?
Okay. Yeah.
Brave center fielder.
Right. Who wasn't that good.
Wasn't that good? He was pretty good.
How many Andrew Jones cards are worth $360?
We'll look at some modern players here in a little bit that
All
we
right.
can question if they're any good or not.
So as you tune in tonight, realize that you are listening to the Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryants of the sports card industry. I'm sure most of you already knew that. But just to reiterate that fact. What else? I can't remember what I was going to. I mean, I'm a couple, we're many shots deep into this goose. I got to get another chaser. In fact, I got to text the butler here. Bring that in.
We can go any number of ways. We could start talking about these influencers. We could start talking about these card prices.
Let's talk about card prices, then we'll go to the influencers, because I can imagine people are like, let's hear it.
The card influencers. Well, I'm excited. We're on the cusp of the NFL. Oh, yeah, you're right. We get free tables at these card shows. I would not show up to an event where I have to pay $300. First of all, this event's an hour from me. I could sleep in my own bed. I can drive over 50 miles. That's $5.20 in a Tesla. So I can get in and out. It's $20 to park. Speaking of $20 parking, it's $25 to park at this thing, even if you're a dealer. And so I can get in and out of this even with lunch for like sub $75. And if you counted the Tesla fucking electricity. So yeah, I'm going to show up with 10 boxes of 50-cent cards that are all top loaded up and see what I can do. Because there probably won't be a lot of low end at the show, but there might be some clientele and some buyers. I anticipate one person buying 50 to 100 cards for me, maybe multiple people. I think they'll do pretty well at a show like that. The expensive stuff, I think if you have expensive stuff, find a repacker or find somebody who's selling into the repack business that you trust. That'll give you a good price. I would not waste my time laying out expensive cards at a card show. Just go take them to somebody and do a private transaction or get to know somebody who will maybe give you a little better price. We'll also be at the Auburn Trading Card Show. Another reason why I bought a bunch of low-end inventory, because we've got the card shows didn't stop at Fanatics Fest in Burbank. We're going to be at the Cow Palace this weekend. The following weekend, we got a 4-day card show at the Auburn County Fair. I love this 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. Friday. This is going to get really dangerous because I'm going to be.
I'll be honest with you.
To do after.
I can't make it Thursday or Friday. I gotta drop the kids off, pick them up. So and there's a gigantic chess match actually on Friday. Believe it or not, Ryan, you may not believe this, but I could care less about the NBA. I could care less about every NFL football game other than the Bengals game this Sunday. In fact, I'll watch the 49ers, but I won't really care about it. I haven't watched more than probably 10 baseball games all season, but on Friday, September 6th, there is a chess match that I'm looking forward to, maybe more than any other event other than Bengals playoff games in the past 4 or 5 years. So I've been to the Super Bowl. My team has been to the Super Bowl. I went to the Super Bowl. And there's a chess match on September 6th that I have to watch. It's literally
that's no problem. Yeah, we got light work, 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. the first day, 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. I'm going to have something to do by 11:30, so don't worry about that.
My guess, though, is Thursday and Friday at these things. Most people have started school, and so the crowds on Thursday and Friday probably not going to be super crazy. Saturday and Sunday, Ryan, I think you're going to want to bring your sunglasses to the Auburn Trading Card Show. Would you agree with that?
Could be very legit. Yeah, we got to be careful there, I think. And once again, we got another one-day show that I can drive to, and we have a free table. Sunday, September 29th, Lodi, California. The guy who is putting on this show, he runs the Stockton Con, Comic Con convention that actually does really well in Stockton. He used to run the athletic department at University of the Pacific in Stockton. Somehow I got a degree from there. So come up, check us out either in San Francisco at the Cow Palace, at the Auburn Trading Card Show, or the Lodi, California Collectible Card Show. No excuses, guys. You thought the card show scene ended with the National and Fanatics Fest and Burbank. No, it did not. And so we'll be loaded up. I've got boxes of 50-cent cards if you want to go through them.
I love going to these. Honestly, going to these card shows is super fun. You get to meet people. You get to see a lot of cards. You get a chance to buy some cards. Oftentimes, too, you're traveling to cities that maybe you don't live in, or you only pass through, or you haven't been to in a while. And so it's just fantastic. And every show is a little bit different. There's shows like Fanatics Fest, which was pure like downtown's PSA 10 fucking $5,000 cards because the tables were $3,000. But man, you show up at the Cow Palace is probably somewhere in between there, but you show up at this Auburn Trading Card Show and you got dollar bins, and man, those things are going to be the most popular. That could be the most popular table at those things. Certainly other Sacramento card shows that we've been to, it can be some of the most popular tables at the place. And so I'm excited. You get to meet people, and it's just, and we got, did we talk about it too? I don't know if we should talk about it, but we had some cards, and I think I've seen some people in the chat too. Brian Gray pays strong, guys. Brian Gray does pay strong on the comps. And when he takes you out to Wagyu dinner the night before, and you are sports card radio, Ryan, I think after, what are we at 16 years of doing this, we are reaping some of the benefits. We do get some tables, not necessarily that we have to fully pay for, although we do, I think, actively try to promote these are free. Not only that, we do a couple of things at card shows, Ryan. We try to actively promote the show. But number two is we take our money and we walk around the show and we spend it. You know what I mean? Like we took in some money, and then you walked around in particular and bought a ton of cards. In fact, I would be walking through the parking lot and somebody would stop me and say, "Hey, I got more. I'm going to bring more boxes. You bought a bunch of boxes from me. I'm going to come back tomorrow with even more boxes. Come back to my table." I said, "Okay, got you, bro. We'll come back." So that adds some value, I think, a little bit. Not that the guys that are setting up for 95% comps, 80% comps, all they're doing, guys, is they're buying your cards for 90 off, and then they immediately put it in a suitcase and a UPS box, and they ship it to Backyard Breaks. And Backyard Breaks pays whatever they want because they've got 3 or 4 whales on the other end paying 100%, 115%, 120% comp. And so that's how that whole business goes. So the fact that Jeff Wilson...
That's why I would just sell into those guys at a card show. Don't go to a card show thinking, laying out all your most expensive shit. If you want to go sell that shit, go to a Brian Gray, go to somebody that you trust, donk it off for 85, 90, 95% and keep it moving. Feed into the repacker group break train that way. That's why I'm going to bring a bunch of this cheap shit to this other show.
Okay, we've got 2 guests. Let's get to David first, or Dave, excuse me. Mr. Snyder. You are on the CB Hobby Hotline. I'm sure you've used the promo code Will Grier in the past to save 10% off. How are we doing tonight?
Gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening.
How's it going out there?
It's very good. You have very, what should I say? The lighting tonight is very emotional. Very, very.
I thought it was kind of like just a face in the screen.
This is wonderful lighting. This is like professional.
Do you want me to kill it? I can kill it. It's not.
No. In fact, the opposite. I'm a huge fan. We might have to.
Right, so
how do we make you can we make him like the main? I'm trying to flip around here.
Please, God,
maybe we can do this.
All right.
This is fantastic.
Actually, I'm gonna do my best not to rant, and try to hang in there. But I have some questions, mostly for you guys. I did send you, Ryan, on SCR's IG spot. I did send an instant message to you guys. I sent like a reel of some clown talking about the CT scanning stuff. If you get a chance to look at it, I know you said before you don't do much on the Instagram stuff and checking the messages and everything, so I'm not going to push that too hard. Do you guys ever PC anything, or are you guys purely for just flip and sell?
You want to answer first, Ryan, or do you want me to answer? Because I think you know what I'm going to say.
Sports wise, no, I don't have anything that I would not sell for the right price. Everything's for sale. Everything has a price. Maybe some things I keep for like a few months, but then I end up selling it. There's probably some like Pearl Jam related stuff that I wouldn't sell.
Right.
But that's probably about. I don't have emotional attachment to these athletes or to these cards or to these brands or to these breakers or to anything. So everything for me would have a price and would be for sale.
All right. Colin, anything or no?
So for me, in the sports card sense, no. I have an affinity for luxury watches, which those are gonna get passed down to my children. When I was in Hermosa Beach, there was a guitar shop up the street from where I was staying called Mike's Guitars, and I just kind of stumbled into it, and I bought a Gibson guitar while I was there. Those get bought and get put off to the side. and those will get passed down to my kids. What they want to do with them, whether they appreciate them or not, I don't really care. Those get passed down. I have a Tiger Woods autograph that I got in person back in 1999, maybe. That gets left in the safe and won't go anywhere. That'll get passed down to the kids. Nothing sports card related, only because and it gets lost maybe a little bit with our content, but we had a hobby shop. We had a distributor license back in 2001, maybe, I think, is when we first got our wholesale license, and we were buying these products wholesale. And so we bought and sold this stuff. And over the years, I think you can ask any dealer, for the most part, there's always a price to any of this stuff, because 6 months later, 12 months later, you're going to get your shot at it again. And so for me, nothing necessarily sports card. Now, I do have some Kobe's that I've bought. So, honestly, stuff like this, $10 Kobe Bryant cards. I could sell this card for more than I paid for it, but the $10 is not going to, it's not going to make or break my day. So I hold on to that stuff. There it is. I actually, believe it or not, Dave, I just sent off a huge shipment to PSA. I know that makes me maybe hypocritical, if you will, but we're talking out of both sides of my ass. But I just sent off a big shipment to PSA. Some of the stuff I'll flip if it gets a good grade and it's worth something. I'll flip it. But there's several Kobe Bryants in there. I don't care what they grade. It's going. Same with a little bit of Michael Jordan stuff. It's going to go in the safe. Now, at some point, I might need to sell that. I'm unemployed right now. You know what I mean? I have 2 kids. They're in private school. I have expensive taste. At some point, stuff like that might need to get sold. At this time in my life, I don't need that money, but that's the first stuff I sell. Right. The Rolexes get sold last. I'll call my mortgage guy and be like, I can't pay this month before I sell the Rolex. Right. And so that's just my mindset, and that's just being in this hobby for as long as we have. I don't even have any Joe Burrow stuff or any Bingle stuff that I care about. And that's just,
you mentioned guitars. I thought that was pretty cool. Nashville, I recommend Carter's Vintage Guitars.
Would love to.
I was just there. Actually, we just purchased 2 Acoustasonic Fender Telecaster and Stratocasters. One is a prototype, and the other one is first year. That was my son, though. He's the music expert. But anyway, that's besides the point. I don't want to get off track here. Seeing you mention things that matter and things that you would or wouldn't collect, or what would go first or what doesn't. Dead guys don't lose value. They don't make mistakes. They don't. That's been something that I've always thought of, as far as what I would collect. Unfortunately, Kobe died. He can't make any more mistakes, or any mistakes at all, quite frankly. So his values are safe. Speculation is speculation, and clowns like Wander are going to come and go, and they're going to lose value. So I'm very close to stepping into the next subject where I might rant, but I'm not going to. I'm going to try to maintain my decorum here. The next thing I'm going into, Brian Gray, you guys have mentioned him already. One of the things that I think is very important is he needs to stop stalling and make a move and do something that is pivotal for the hobby. We need a champion. And yes, there's past there. Yes, there's something. But quite frankly, when he separated himself from everything, he became the one person that doesn't have a financial whatever attachment to. He might. I mean, we don't truly know. So, I mean, we can't really say for sure. But what we see, or what we're perceiving, is an unattached champion that we could attach to and have somebody kind of be our lead gatekeeper. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm completely off on this, but that seems like what I would hope for. Maybe he could get his his act and do something for us all, quite frankly.
What would you like to see him do? Like, what specifically would you like to see
Man,
out
we
of
need
him,
somebody
or
to
somebody in
bust
that role?
But we need somebody that's gonna hold them accountable. He knows the trade secrets. He knows what happens behind closed doors. He knows production numbers. He knows those kind of things. He knows who the printers are. He knows the technologies that have been used. I mean, why wouldn't that be something that would be valuable to have the information out in the open? Dude, I'm sorry, but the one thing we do know for sure at this point is that the CT scanning thing that's going on right now is not the first thing that's happened. X-rays have been used in the past to check thicknesses of cards. This is not new. CT just happens to be the new technology we're using, but X-rays have been used in the past to check thickness. We've been weighing packs for years. So, I mean, quite frankly, the scandals of what used to be on wax, we take a hot butter knife and open wax packs and reseal them with a hot butter knife later on. That's been going on for decades as well. I mean, so all of these things have just snowballed, and we're just using the latest technologies now to do this. Add in, okay, let's serial number our cards. Well, that failed because, like we mentioned in my rant last week, stuff goes out the back door without serial numbers and gets serial numbered by some idiot somewhere in a back room someplace. So all of these things keep happening, and we don't have anybody there to say, yeah, I've seen this.
Don't buy wax.
I'm sorry, one more time. I missed that.
Don't buy wax.
Well, at this point, there is no reason to buy wax, quite frankly. I mean, it makes no sense because there's nothing safe. Nothing is safe anymore. So, I mean, where do we go from here? And Ruben's not going to tell us what he's doing. He's just going to do it, and we're going to react to it. But we have no way of knowing, like, the fact that Gray has been around and been in those meetings. He's seen the steps that it takes to put out different products or the process in which they go through to add new technologies and stuff. Having that information might give us a heads up on what's going to come next, or what they might be doing, or how much they're producing, where these factories are that they're producing them, so that we can keep a track on how many trucks are leaving. I know that sounds kind of tin hat stuff, but I mean, how are we ever going to know? We don't know. You know, I mean, all these questions are just wild cards out there, and we're never going to figure it out until somebody helps us figure it out. So having somebody like him come out, and every time he comes on, he slips with a little more information. You guys get all giddy. I get giddy. You know, he gives us something, and we're all like, oh, wow, this is cool. Like, what did he just say? Did he really say that? Oh, maybe that was something he was trying to say, but he couldn't really say everything. And then he said something else, and you attach it to something else that you think might be happening, but we can't quite figure it out because he doesn't give us everything. He just gives us little pieces. Well, can we get it all? Is Brian ready to do that kind of thing? What's his next step? He keeps saying there's something coming, but we don't know what it is. So anyway, that's what I got for you guys this week. I love talking to you guys. You guys are a riot, man. I just think this is great. And I get to tell you something that I think is cool, even though half the people on the freaking chat are probably ripping me apart. But who cares?
They rip everybody, so it's okay.
Yeah, the light thing was kind of cool, wasn't it? I didn't even notice that until you said it. But all right.
Very cinematic. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
very
whatever.
cinematic.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it.
Out.
One more caller. Valor
Mr.
Sport.
Valor. How are we doing today?
We got another hobby celebrity calling in.
Yes.
It's a big one.
Celebrity chat. This is where
How are we doing?
How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
My man, what's up? What you got for us tonight?
Yeah, so I was going to start comparing Fanatics Fest to something else, but I'm not that big of a celebrity like our boy Jeff Wilson and stuff. But yeah, let's talk about the Auburn Card Show. we do that?
Hell yeah, we can.
Please do.
So I'm not in Auburn. I'm in New York, so I don't know much about it. But I met Juan. He came down. He put out his singles at my table at Fanatics Fest. I think we had a great time. He called me today and he was talking about the Auburn Card Show, and I was like, you know what? Let's donate a table to the Auburn Card Show to someone that wanted to go and isn't able to because of money reasons, things like that. So, from Valor Sports Cards from New York, we're going to be giving away a table at this show. I think it's a great idea.
I think it's a fantastic. How the fuck can somebody get a table probably next to us at the Auburn Trading Card Show?
I don't know. What do you guys think? Just message me, whoever messages me on Instagram, Valor Sports Cards, that's looking for a table that was interested. I did speak to one also. All the vendors and their families is going to get free passes to like the rides or the carnival rides and stuff like that out there. So it's going to be pretty dope.
I love it. Oh my God. Free carnival rides. I mean, what could be better? And you probably literally will be set up next to Sports Card Radio at this thing. So yeah, I think contact Valor Sports Cards on Instagram and plead your case and get a free table.
Yeah, let's do it
at the Auburn Card Show. Let's make that happen.
Do
Valor
something
Sports
nice,
Cards on Instagram.
Juan is a great dude. I don't know if anyone met him or anything like that, but I love the guy. So anything I could do for Juan, I know you guys know him well. Great dude, got great cards, fun to hang around with. He has endless stories, that's for sure. And we could definitely do that. What do you guys think about Topps Chrome?
It looks like shit, but I guess if everybody's pulling a Wemby, then it's not the worst thing. But I think the cards look like shit.
I think it's like the optic first off the line with their downtowns, just boosting it. I felt bad for my sorter. He doesn't speak English well, and let alone look at cards without any jersey logos on it. So you figured it out, though.
Did you pull a Wemby autograph? Did you pull a Wemby autograph?
We pulled a Wemby autograph. We pulled out a 50.
Right.
So yeah, no, it's pretty funny. But it's an interesting product. It's a fun rip. I think the prices have skyrocketed, and just so everyone else knows, as a breaker, a smaller breaker that's not a big breaker, that's not loved by the big companies, and that's not being portrayed as the god of hobby these days. We don't get that much allocation. We don't get the allocation at such a low price anymore.
What is the price?
We're subject to what's that?
What is the price?
You
You can give me like a ballpark. We know what the retail price is, but what is a ballpark of like a direct price?
It's close to retail.
Okay.
Right now, it's as close as you can get to retail, making a penny as you can get.
That's how it used to be. That's how it used to be for the history of the hobby.
Yeah, I mean,
occasionally you would have bumps where you'd have LeBron or a rookie come in and you could get 15, 20, 30% above dealer cost. But for the most of the hobby, the price you saw in DA was $5 over wholesale cost.
Right. I think my thought process is this: Panini was able to, or I guess the resellers and market price and the whole market was able to do this with Panini for a few years now, for a lot of years, where they received, like, let's say, National Treasure at $300 a box, and then they were able to sell it for $3,000 a box. So I think that's what's being pushed to Topps right now. It's definitely very frustrating, but it's something that we have to really understand in relation to prices and how it escalates. It's really getting a little out of hand, especially with the amount of Wembys coming out. A lot more Wembys than I assumed.
How many boxes did you open of Topps Chrome?
Well, as a veteran-owned business, the only veteran-owned business on Fanatics Live that streams exclusively on Fanatics Live, I got one case.
Wow.
One case of Tops Hobby, one case of Tops Breakers Delight. So 2 boxes, 2 cases, right? So we pulled a few Wembies. I think there was like 4 or 5 Wembies.
Wow.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how much. It reminds me of like the Travis Scott boxes, right? I mean, they just went down, went up like crazy, and then all of a sudden you see the card sales that happened a week ago not happening today. Where you're selling a base Travis Scott, I sold one for $1,200, and all of a sudden it's tanking. You know what I mean? It's tanking quickly. So it's interesting how it's boosted, and the whole life cycle of a product. Mike Petty, call in. Where's our boy Card Collect 2?
We've got a clip to play of our boy Card Collector 2 pulling his Wemby autograph. So we're super excited about that. And we're super excited that if you contact Valor Sports Cards, you could get a free table to the Auburn Trading Card Show, which not only means you get a free table to set up and make some money at the Auburn Trading Card Show, but you will be set up and in close proximity to Sports Card Radio for 4 days.
4 full days.
4 full days. So who knows what kind of debauchery or what we will get into. So if you're in the area or if you want to travel out, and Auburn, California is, I think, about 30 to 40 minutes northeast of Sacramento. So please contact Valor Sports Cards.
Yes, sir.
And let them know and come see us at the Auburn Trading Card Show. Maybe Card Collector 2, maybe some of our other favorite hobby influencers will take advantage of this. And
I hope
come on
Jeff
out
Wilson
to
could
Northern
come out
California.
there.
That would be amazing.
Promote it like Fanatics Fest and try to do the, Fanatics Fest is so much better than Auburn. So we'll see what it is.
I'd rather Kim Wilson come out, but if Jeff makes it, that's fine.
I don't think he will.
Bummer.
We can always hold out hope.
Yeah, I mean, I feel awful drinking my water while he's drinking Grey Goose over there.
Hey, well,
we're making our way down. The goose is about to be out of water, guys. We're going.
I would love, one thing I asked from you guys is I would love more shows like the Fanatics Fest nighttime. I guess we'll call it the Fanatics Fest nightcap show that you guys did. It was unbelievable. I loved it. By far the best.
Okay.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of when the cameras actually aren't rolling. Lots of alcohol, some women, some buddies around, and a lot of things get said that maybe you wouldn't say in a public setting. So I think we definitely had a good time that night.
But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Obviously, whoever is looking for a table that can't afford a table or is looking to go out there and just trying to take their shot at Auburn card show, hit me up and I'll be more than happy to do it. I've done it for Fanatics Fest. I bought my own tickets. I gave them away to your chat. They came swinging. I'm telling you right now, they came swinging. So I gave every single one that asked for it. I gave them a ticket, and there was a lot of people. So. I'm here for it for Auburn. I only have one table though. So
one table only. Yeah, we're very excited. And again, this is not only a free table of the Auburn Trading Card Show, but this is also being set up next to Sports Card Radio for 4 days. So you better clear this with the wife. You better clear this with whoever you need to clear this with in order to come out and set up. But you're going to want to contact Valor Sports Cards on Instagram. Valor Sports Cards, saving the hobby one break at a time over there on Fanatics Live.
Hey, I got $200 in breaker credit at Fanatics Live. So I'll be coming to Valor Sports Cards and expecting loaded boxes and special treatment when my $200 in Fanatics credit comes
Damn right.
As
at
you
some
can
point.
see, so you know, I mean, you could see on my Instagram, we pulled the Tom Brady superfractor, right?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Not only
There
that,
it
but
is.
I had an exclusive break with Brock Wilken. I went down to Biloxi, Mississippi. I took out a whole suite down there, and I broke with Brock Wilken 2024 Bowman.
Okay.
So, you know, we do a lot of great stuff. And yeah, I hope I see everyone. I really don't even care if people buy. Mike Petty doesn't know who Brock Wilken is. I mean, what is this? What is this, Mike Petty? So not only do we do fun stuff, but like I expect no one to come in and buy stuff. We have a great time on my channel every single morning, and it's the craziest channel you'll ever get to. So it's not like, you know, I'm not shoving down chasers for you or shoving down, you know, some nonsense single wheel spin for a PYP of a box of Topps Chrome basketball. You know, we really have a great time. I do have a lot of veterans that are part of my community. So, you know, I am a veteran, so I always reach out to veterans, and we have like a big, solid veteran community that we always hang out in the morning, and we always, you know, they give me a lot of crap for a lot of stuff, and we just have a fun time. So, you know, check me out. But, you know, I appreciate you guys. You know, sorry for the plug, but I appreciate you guys as always.
No,
Well,
we
we
allow it.
appreciate we appreciate your service, and it was fun meeting you in your hometown or your neck of the woods, I guess is probably better to say. In New York, I guess that was 2 or 3 weeks ago. And we appreciate your support. And like I said, I've got 200 and some odd dollars in breakers credit at Fanatics Live, courtesy of the PSA Collectors Club. So I will make my way over there at some point.
I know you guys are very are against, and not against, but the middleman and stuff like that. But we just recently did get a PSA dealer account, and I do help a lot of my buyers grade stuff, and we do a lot of great things. But you know, honesty is very key in this. Well, it should be key in this hobby, and I know it's not. And I know the more fraud you do, the better off you are. But we really try to focus on customer service and customer relations. And if you can ask anyone that ever, you know, broke with me or submitted cards with me, I mean, we give a great experience for sure.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing whoever wins this contest, and be sure to let us know.
Yeah.
And
Bring your sunglasses.
bring your sunglasses, and maybe we'll have to go live from the show in a couple weeks and show everybody the Auburn Trading Card Show experience.
I love this chat. There's nothing more about this chat that I love just to read it. It is the funniest thing in the world, honest to God. We're going to do great things, chat. Okay? Just come to Valor's Forest Cards. Huge.
There it is.
Valor, thanks for calling in. Let us know who wins the giveaway, and come on out to Auburn in a couple weeks if you want to catch a flight.
Sounds good. See you guys.
All right, brother.
Cheers. We'll see you. Thank you. Ryan, Mike Petty might not. Who's the athlete he named? I wasn't aware of him either. Mike Petty's the kind of guy, Ryan, that probably knows which way the tides are breaking in Southern California and in Northern California. He probably knows exactly the wind direction.
Right.
Seems to me he would know exactly how to turn the dial on his Submariner as he dips down 1,500 meters below the ocean surface. But Mike Petty is a man of culture and sophistication, so it doesn't surprise me that he doesn't know some kind of second tier athlete. But
Mike Petty can tell you about the quality of Coke in the 1980s, and the quality of women out there in lovely Newport and Hermosa Beach, baby. So there's no doubt about that. But yeah, the minor league prospects might you might escape him. But maybe we'll get Mike Petty out to the Arizona Fall League this year, and we can watch the baseball games. But
he'll
so
be over at Arizona State University rather than watching the baseball prospects.
Right, we could get we can get in touch with the sororities over at ASU and see if we can use their internet connection for a live stream. So that would be rather interesting as well.
We would
hair-
we wouldn't be going live, believe me.
My hair is actually longer than Petty's.
I think you guys both have incredible hair. I mean, I think Sports Card Radio, I think right now we're like the hair champions of the world over here. So I think we should be proud of ourselves. Mike Petty has a reason for that. I think he has the hookup on the good hair products. The rest of us.
Waste Management Open in February. You want to go to that?
Oh, well, that's
You do a tournament?
yeah. Yes. Speaking in ASU girls, yeah, you go to the Waste Management Open in February.
Let's just
I
say
think
you ain't analyzing Xander Schauffele's swing at the Waste Management Open. That's for sure.
Yeah, you're not looking at pictures of men at the Waste Management Open. That's for damn sure. You don't know who's in the lead. That's for sure. But you can come visit us at these card shows, and apparently, if you contact Valor Sports Cards, you can literally be set up with us for 4 days. So how about that? Does Jeff Wilson ever do that? I doubt it. But we've buried the lead for 2 hours. We got investment talk. I do want to talk about these influencers pulling these big cards, because the tide has started to turn.
Really? Mike Petty would know.
On the reaction, on the comments that get left when these cards get pulled. Rigged boxes and the idea of influencers getting boxes has become mainstream. If you go to these guys' YouTube comments, if you go to their Instagram comments, sometimes the top comment on these posts is a comment about them getting an influencer box or the break being rigged. And so I think we could sit here all day, and a lot of people have done a lot of good work kind of uncovering the CT scanning situation. And I think it does get a lot of attention, but it almost doesn't matter if it's rigged or not. If your customers are leaving comments on every single Instagram post and every single YouTube post that it's rigged. And it's not just Mama Breaks. It's not just Card Collector 2. It's seemingly everybody that pulled one of these Wembies out of Topps Chrome basketball. I think it would be nice to prove what's going on. Are influencers getting loaded boxes? Are some big breakers or distributors using devices such as CT scanners to peek inside and get an edge? I think it'd be nice to know what's going on. But I think the tide is turning on the customer base. The customer base is starting to get a little smarter. They can see what is going on time after time after time after time. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Topps Chrome Basketball just came out. It's $500 a box if you use the promo code over on cbhobby.com. What has happened out of some of these early boxes and early cases at some big Wemby cards are coming out. Okay, who are pulling these cards? I think these names roll right off the tongue at this point. Blez pulled one of the biggest Wembanyama cards. Jersey number 105, the red refractor. Looks like he drew some extra aliens and a little planet over here as well. Mama Breaks pulled a Victor Wembanyama card. And I thought it was interesting. One of the top comments on her Instagram is from somebody saying, did every single Wemby get sent to a breaker? That's all I see. Pac-Man, our boy Pac-Man, pulled a Wemby as well to 25. on the last card in his box. One of the top comments on his Instagram was, I used to watch this guy's channel and enjoy it until it was blatantly obvious that his packs boxes are loaded. So no more of my time wasted watching that crap.
Ooh.
Card Collector 2. Colin, I don't know if you saw this. This kid's been opening a lot of packs the last couple years. He claims he just pulled the biggest card he has ever fucking pulled. And do we want to play the clip now of Mr. Card Collector 2 pulling the biggest card of his life? And then we'll get it into the 2 top comments on that video. But should we roll the clip? Are you ready?
I'm
Are
ready.
you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, let's
Ready. I'm
watch
ready.
Card Collector 2 pull the biggest card of his life.
Bam Adebayo, Rudy Gobert, Timmy Allen. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That is, oh man, I'm like shaking. Holy cow. Oh, that is one of the biggest pulls of my entire life. Oh my gosh, my heart just dropped.
He said that was one of the biggest pulls in his entire life.
Ryan. He said his heart just dropped. When you were set up at the Anaheim Hotel, whatever one it was, and did you go down to the lobby or did the merchandise come straight up to the room?
You have to go down to the lobby because you have to use your key card to.
Did your heart drop when you went down to the lobby, or was it that type of situation this weekend for you?
I think, yeah, sometimes when you're setting up the date and the little 20-year-old's about to call you or about to text you that she's on your way or 5 minutes out. Yeah, I think you get that text and there is like a little rush. I don't know what the physiological effects of that, but there is like a little endorphin rush or adrenaline rush or something.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be the last time maybe my heart kind of palpated or, really kind of skipped a beat maybe.
Sure. Okay, just wanted to clear that up. Let's get back to pictures of men. This Wemby card that he pulled. Now, it looks like to me maybe it's a refractor version. I don't know if they're all refractors. Is that a sticker autograph or is that on card? I mean,
I believe
these are
it's on
details
card.
Okay,
I believe
it's on card. Okay, that's cool. It's definitely a nice looking card. Certainly of Wembanyama, it's probably got to be one of his top cards for sure. No matter certainly from an autograph perspective. Is that serial numbered or is that, like what's the value of this type of card?
Looks like about 3,000 at least if you're going by the eBay prices, which I would hesitate to do, but we could see from the Wembanyama that ended tonight for $5,700. His autograph does have value, so I would place probably a base one in the $2,000 to $3,000 range at least initially. These could come down or less, depending. I mean, these are coming out of apparently every box and every case that these fucking influencers are opening. I mean, this was his second box that he opened. Wasn't like he was on his 50th case of these fucking things. These things are popping out early and often. I saw the Jaspy sports cards, their first or second box. Boom, Wembanyama. Another guy, Celeb. I've never heard of him. Celeb card breaks. I guess Blaze Jordan and some other minor league players that Mike Petty wouldn't know. They also, second box, pulled a Wemby 2 of 2 autograph. So these things are coming out. Go ahead.
Right. So there's a couple of scenarios here. Number one is that the Wemby signed a lot of these. We have to assume that they made a shit ton of this product, right? You know what I mean? Because like, why would they make a limited amount of this product? The fact that it's still in stock at places like CB Hobby make me believe that this is not like one of these like a Travis Scott box that sells out the day they release it. Or like, even the Topps Fanatics Fest Chrome boxes, baseball, would sell out by midday. So you even get a case of this stuff.
It's sold out.
Oh, it's sold out. Case is sold out. Hobby box, though, not. Okay. So either the Wembies are going to be so common because like we had Valor say he opened up 2 cases. And I think he said he pulled a couple of Wembies, which I'm assuming is 3 or more in his breaks. We've seen every influencer that has more than 18 followers pull a Wemby. So either the subsequent boxes that are going to come are going to have Wembies falling very often, which makes me believe that the value of his autograph is going to tank very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Or that we loaded up the initial kind of burst of the product. Oh my God, Ryan. Oh, we got to pause what we're saying.
Yeah. Wait till he gets video though. See if he gets the video going.
Did we load up the product for the initial opening weekend so everybody sells it out and buys it out? Because, Wembies are popping fucking every other box or every third box. And Wembies are worth $3,000. But we have more important things to get to, Ryan. Forget these influencers. Let's get a real fucking man on this show.
What's up there, jerky?
How are we doing tonight?
How are you, kids?
Wow.
We're chilling.
All right, man. I'm fired with enthusiasm. It's great seeing you guys the other weekend.
I wish I was there, but if I would have saw you, I would have been excited.
Yeah, right. So what are we talking about tonight? I haven't been catching the entire show. I heard something about this Collector 2 with the big break.
Well, yeah.
Whoa. We're talking about your encounter with Tim at the Burbank Sports Card Show.
You can see how you can you can tell how it went.
So describe. Did you guys square up? What was
Actually,
there a shouting match
I
beforehand?
walked up to the table there. I looked the man in the eye. He looked me in the eye. We both smiled at each other, shook hands, and buried the hatchet like real men do. That's
So
the
there'll be
God's honest truth.
There'll be no boxing match or UFC match between you and Tim Kim.
I don't think so. Not at my age.
Who has better hair, though? You both
Well, he
have
had.
luscious
I never had a ponytail before, and I think that's what he had, or he had it tucked in his hat, and so I couldn't really tell. I think his hair it's not bad for a kid his age.
You're both competing there.
But you can see how I was just busy dyeing my hair plugs, according to one guy. That's what I was doing. I was dyeing my hair plugs.
Dyeing your hair plugs. And do the ladies like the longer hair? What are the
shit? I definitely don't have it down that long. So I don't think.
I mean, you both.
I don't know. What does Timmy think? Some girls like it, some probably don't. I don't know.
I'm thinking about cutting mine.
Yeah, I've been thinking about cutting mine too for quite a while. Every time I think about it, though, I decide not to.
What'd you think of the Burbank Card Show? How much time did you spend there?
It was okay, and I probably spent about 5-6 hours there walking around, and had a pretty good time. I mean, there's a lot of Pokemon and dumb shit there, that I would never look at. But there's probably 4 or 5 dealers that I knew from there, and pretty much just stuck to that. I went with a couple of friends, so they were interested in a lot of one of the guys was selling a bunch of shit to the people in the corner, and but I did run into Mojo. I had a couple words with him. I got on the microphone, and I don't know if you heard it, but I sang Mr. Mojo Rising to him. He was all excited that I recognized him.
Wow. What did you say to our boy Mojo?
That was it. I just sang the song to him. Pretty much.
And what was his reaction?
You want to hear it? Mr. Mo. He was smiling. There he is right there. Whoop, 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 whoop. I threw one of those in there too, but he probably didn't know what I meant by that. And I said, whoop, 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 whoop. I'm trying to think, but nothing happens. But anyway, I spoke with Rob Veers, the promoter of the show, that was pretty nice. I just introduced myself to him. We have a mutual friend, so he was very cordial and spoke to me. I did buy a few things there. I think I showed them to you guys
Okay.
when we were there. I showed you that
Yeah, I saw some nice
beautiful
things.
Jackie Robinson. Ooh,
Oh my God.
that was a nicey. But look at this fucking glare, would you? It's a signed Jackie Robinson postcard. Very happy to have that. But I told you I'd get in there and get out and spend. I spent my, I don't know, 7 or 10,000, something like that. Got the hell out of there. Got this Ty Cobb. Now it's not as good as the Wembley. This guy certainly was not very good, as you well know. Not very well known, and will definitely not hold its value like Wembley.
Controversial.
Oh my God! It's a Brock Purdy out of 25. Oh my God! Oh my God! Would you look? So that, and then I picked this Wagner, just a little basic Wagner. Not very good. He wasn't very good. The guy. He only played like 100 games, 19 straight seasons, 3,000 hits.
Yeah.
Hit 400 3 or 4 times. Nothing good. Hit 300 most of his career. Nothing. Not like these guys now. These guys now are. I mean, other than you do have 2 players right now who are making a mockery of the league, and Aaron Judge and Shoestring Otani. He's going to go 50-50 if he can not step in a gopher hole. So, I mean, these guys are looking good, but let's see what they do for their whole career. I'd like to take a look at their careers, over a 10, 20-year span, as opposed to, 1-year wonders like a lot of them are. Because well, not anybody, but a lot of these players can, have a good year or two. And we were talking the other day about these guys. Nobody's hitting 300 anymore. There's only like going to be about less than 10 players hitting over 300. So that's... People asking about pronouns, pronoun trouble. It's not, He doesn't have to shoot you now. It's he doesn't have to shoot me now. I say he does have to shoot me now. So shoot me now. How's that for pronouns?
I don't even know what those are, but what did you think about the talent in Southern California? Were you able to get glimpses of that? I know you bought some talented baseball players, but were you able to make it out there? Please.
Well, I live out here. I see talent everywhere.
Okay. So you live in it.
I live in the talent pool. I mean, it's talent rich, and especially with like some of the, at the tennis club, golf club. I mean, right down Timmy's alley too. The women that are between 40 and 60, they take care of themselves.
I play tennis.
They look, they don't look bad. They look good. What is it? Far from good, good from far, good from far, far from good.
I'm about it. Looking for a sugar mama.
Well, that's where you should go. Well, I'll tell you, I heard you mention Arizona. So I'm in on the Waste Management Open. If you guys want to go out there and stay at the Kealani and stay out there for like 3 or 4 days. And there's like a couple of the big baseball card dealers live there right in Scottsdale. And they throw a party like you've never. I mean, dude, you talk about girls. Wow. It's fun.
Oh.
You definitely want to leave your wives at home.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah, bring the Grey Goose and everything else you got.
Oh, there'll be a lot more than Grey Goose.
It's recommended to drive in and fly home, if you know what I mean. Mule boys.
Ryan will drive in with the supplies and you
can stop in the valley, pick me up, drive up to Arizona, and I'll fly home. That's what I usually do. I've been there a couple times. Actually, though, that's what a fun time it is just for people watching on that 16th hole.
Oh my God!
I mean, it's like nothing you've ever seen. And then having the hotel right across and the parties all over the place. It's definitely a tough weekend, no doubt, especially as you get older. But
we'll battle our way through that. But that sounds like
the girls are nice, even the old guys, which is hard to believe. I mean, they're actually very, well, you're not.
Well, I think, your hair is
it's a good conversation.
Like a 40-year-old.
It's a very good conversation starter. And I've always been one that hasn't had trouble talking to them so much. Like poor Ryan was the other night with Alex. It was tough. I
Yeah.
mean, you couldn't get your eyes off her. You were just like, aye.
Mesmerized, I know.
But I mean, she would not shut up. I mean, as pretty as she is and as nice as she is, you got to listen to her at some point. And all I heard was wah, 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 wah after a while. And I think I shared, Ryan, with the four points to a successful relationship, right? So
Yeah.
hopefully you wrote those down. And number one on the list is feed me. You got to feed the guy. She wasn't feeding you drinks or putting any grapes in your mouth like most women should.
There might have been some things off camera I was getting fed, but
I'm
maybe
sure
that-
there were. So that was pretty nice. And then the number two is you got to have long hair in there, long hair. And number three is sex anytime. And then the fourth most important one is shut up. And she just would not shut up. So I mean, it was blah, worse than me with the chatty Cathy. Blah, blah, blah.
I mean, batting 3 out of 4, though, that's certainly a lot better than a lot of the baseball players that we have in the major
That's
leagues.
not a bad average. It's better than the guys nowadays.
It's not,
hitting
there's no doubt
220.
about that.
Hitting
No doubt about
220,
that.
striking out 200 times a year, and they're superstars. And I mean, I like to call a lot of these guys today pussies, and like the younger kids don't like the word pussies or they don't want to hear it, But when you grow up watching baseball and you see guys that are playing hard and they're playing every day and 150, 160 games a year, and now that's a lost art. They were sliding into second, breaking up double plays, and they were, running into home plate, knocking each other over, pitching with their arms falling out. Now you get a hangnail, you're out of there. And then from Michelle, it's funny you say that. She was like me. No, unfortunately, they're big fungus. My days are over for that. I just can't.
You've
do
retired?
It. I've retired at 63. I don't want my heart to blow through my chest. But and then plus, you don't know if it's going with right now with all the fentanyl and shit. You get a hot dose. It's not worth it. Yeah, it is. I mean, look, a lot of kids are dying from it. A lot of people. It's a young kid sport, if to do it once in a while.
Sure.
And everything with moderation is my thing, and I'm not too. Whatever you want to do,
Other than women.
Except expensive pictures of men and some Jackie Robinson autographs.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, that's really my. I used to spend a fortune on season tickets to the Dodger games for years.
Yeah.
I mean, since the 90s. I mean, I was up to. I remember getting my bill sometime like $100,000 for the Dodger season tickets, and then you go there. Half the guys are hurt. You look up at the screen up there. That's if you can get somebody to go with you. And even you can't give them away to clients. Nobody wants them when they're losing, And then you look up at the board and they've got guys hitting 220. Like even in San Diego, I was there less than a month ago, 3 weeks ago. They put a team out there with Ohtani leading off. The rest of the guys were hitting like $180. Freeman was out, with his kid. Mookie was hurt. And the rest of the team just sucked ass. And I'm going, how are these guys in first place? And Kershaw gets out there pitching and he got hammered in the first inning and game was over like in the second inning.
You haven't watched a Giants game this year. So yeah.
No, and I used to travel to games. I used to go to all the spring training. So I was really a big fan back then of the game. And now it really has transferred to baseball cards just because, is it wasting money? Probably. It can be considered that. But I'm really not buying any of the new shit. I buy things.
Do you sell any of this stuff, or are you? Are you
I really don't. I'm actually just a collector, believe it or not. And I've enjoyed the YouTube community recently in the last 5 years. I've just gotten involved in it in the last year or so with some of the people, and it's pretty much. I don't know. It definitely made the hobby a lot more fun with a lot more people. So normally, I'd say most of my friends aren't into the same type of collecting that I am. They're smart with their money, not like me. But
is there anybody that you hate watch that you watch and you when their video comes up, you're just like, oh damn it, but I'm gonna watch it? Is there anybody that you like hate watch in the community?
No, there isn't really. If they just don't come, I'm not that judgmental, or I don't turn them on. I try to listen to what I can. Working from home, I like certain people in the background noise or whatever. You guys all watch most every Thursday night. You know, and I think you guys always had a lot of haters too, which is crazy. And you know, you don't give a
Never
shit
haters.
as long as they watch. It was like Howard Stern always said, you know, half the people or more than half the people hated him and they listened longer. So yeah, no, I'm really a pretty easygoing guy. I give everybody a chance until they you know, until they blow it, I guess. But
Speaking of blow,
speaking of it,
Speaking of blow,
what do you want
uh,
to know?
so I mean, you're spending big money on season tickets. You're spending big money on
Back in the
cards.
day, yeah.
You know, where did you acquire this type of funds to spend it on this hobby?
I worked for myself for the last 25 years. I mean, basically, I learned about community property back in the 1990s. You know what that is if you've been married and divorced. Basically, it is your wife gets the property and then you get to leave the community. That's community property. So, in case any of you want to get married, and then the next time, you know, you need to sign a prenup the next time if you were going to get stupid enough to get married. And strangely enough, my wife made more money than me when we got together and got married, and I was just starting this business. And you know, a friend of mine said to me, he said, you should sign a prenup. I go, well, what? I don't have anything. And he said, son, you're not going to be a loser your whole life, are you? So that was some really good advice. You know, I said, yeah, maybe I won't. I went into my own business about that same time, and then it just grew over time. Oddly enough, in the hair care business, wouldn't you know? We
Wow.
talked about that, yeah. And so that's really how I got lucky. You know, just focused on one thing because as you can tell, I mean, I had 10 jobs out of college, and you know, who wants me around after a while? I'll like I said, I'll get on one nerve and be on it for weeks. So these guys, they didn't want anybody to tell them the truth, you know. So once I told them the truth, oh, you know, we don't need you anymore. And so I basically the only one that would have. I felt like firing myself many times, but I just won't leave. I just keep coming back for more. I just fire clients if they piss me off. So that's really how I did it. Just working hard, step one foot in front of the other. Had an idea, and you know, no internet commerce and anything like that. Just deals on the emails and text and telephone and old school handshakes, no contracts, and just got lucky. You know, you treat people right with it, and you do it with integrity. Nobody does that these days. So if anybody wants to get into business for themselves, I recommend whatever you're doing, do it for yourself. It's not that hard. Anybody can do it, really. So no matter what you're doing, be the best at it. Treat people right, and have customers forever. I mean, really, I haven't lost a customer in 20 years. That's the secret. And then only tell it if I want them to get lost, then I don't answer the phone, or I tell them I think it's, you know, I'm holding them back, or I'll make an excuse to try to get rid of them. But
Mike, you would say you're a man of culture. Where would you say the
little bit.
women in the world or the United States are the prettiest?
In the
What
United
state?
States,
Let's stick to the United States, since the vast majority of the chat
I
is
wish they
probably don't have
all
the kind of
could
money that
be
you have.
California
Really?
girls. I mean, girls in California are without a doubt the hottest in the world. And like I told you before, as they get older, you know, it used to be by 50 they hit a wall and they just look like they're 100. But now, I mean, with all the modern medicine and everything, they can, you know, 50, they're looking 32, 33, and 35, you know, and they hold up pretty well. And there's a guy that called me a liar, I guess. I don't know what I lied about yet. But Arizona, without a doubt, I mean, the girls there they're the nicest, without from where I've been. Is in Arizona, and they're good looking right around that college area, and that general age, I guess you can't go wrong. But and then you find them anywhere you go, pretty much, you know. Got to start selling whiskey with the compound Botox pot. Yeah, and I don't know Botox. Like I've never wanted to do it, but my wife wants me to do it on my forehead, my eyes, and I said, nah, I'm not touching that shit. I don't want that rat poison in my face.
if
But,
you could go on a date with a female in the sports card world, who would it be?
Wow, that's a tough one. I mean, they've all been out. I have to tell you that I peeked at Mama Breaks in Burbank the other day. And you know
Oh,
how I've
okay.
always been I've always been have not been a big fan or anything of her, but I mean, I gave her a double take. I mean, if I didn't think about anything, but I mean, she wasn't bad. All in
Wow.
all, I mean, she's married and everything, obviously, but
That's never stopped him before. So
no, well, that's him.
Stops me.
Whatever. I don't want to. I don't want to find myself in the wrong end of a barrel. So feel too old for that. Plus, my wife comes from a long line of canines up north. You may have heard of them up where you are near Fresno. Those women. Oh yeah, they'll stab you in the neck with a fork if you get a chance. If they'll cut your dick off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they'll either give you an
they're
STD or
tough.
they'll cut it off.
Have I been to a Barrett Jackson? Yes, I have been to a Barrett Jackson in Scottsdale. I bought a car there before. What else? With the bingo game.
Would
That's
you
true.
would you participate? Are you going to the national next year? Do you know in August?
I probably am going to the national next year.
Would
I
you
know I'm going to
participate
Strongsville.
in erotic bingo along with Ryan, Christine?
Flip-flops only.
We're dragging other women into this.
I mean, I don't know how to play.
It's
I
a
mean, of
roll.
all the things that I've heard, I don't know that I'm playing. I'm not going to do nude cartwheels or anything, but I definitely will hold the camera.
Oh, well, we have a cameraman. That is you're in. That is now
I
confirmed.
mean, I definitely love to watch from the sidelines. I love hijinks. I'll straighten shit out over there. I mean, I'll get stuff going for you. But I don't know if you with Christine and who else?
Well, I believe
we're going to invite
Ryan-
Mama Breaks now. We're inviting Mama
Yeah.
Breaks now.
She's not gonna come.
I
It's
mean,
just-
a year is a long time in this
Long
hobby.
time.
Long. Sports Card Radio has a way of infiltrating.
You do.
people.
I don't know how you guys do, because you know why?
Consciousness.
Yeah, you talk to them. That's why you give them a great big thrill and say hi to them. Nobody else does. Everybody's all intimidated. You guys aren't. That's all that it takes. Like Alex, she came right up to your room and everything. And now I wanted to know. I kept asking, but I was blocked, of course. Why did Ken fire her? And he came on the show and he wouldn't address it. You guys never, because you were too drunk, Colin, to even ask the question. All you wanted to ask is, "Are you gonna win an Emmy? You want an Emmy?" It's fucking hilarious.
Hey,
But I mean,
hey.
you had to do what you had to do. But I mean, I don't blame you. I've been that wasted too. But what happened?
I mean, who wouldn't want to win an Emmy at this point in their life?
Right? Yeah.
Right. I mean, just to, I mean, getting nominated is one thing. Winning is a whole second thing. I'll just say we may or may not know why the full details, and we may or may not be able to share them. I think that's
We may or may not, but they seemed friendly.
sure.
I mean, she wasn't. Well, I mean, I don't know why. I'd be pissed if I was her.
I mean, I'm not going to I mean, these are one of like I'll comment on damn near everything, but usually my own business I like to comment on, or ones that I'm not directly privy to, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you should have stayed. You should have stayed out of it then, and we could have. Yeah. But
I sincerely, what I said on the show was a fact. Getting nominated is one thing, winning is another thing. And if you want to win, I think Sports Card Radio, I think Alex puts you over the top. The combination.
I mean, she was a pretty face on the show, the only one. I mean, she had a lot to add. The way I never saw her do that show. I don't know where she does that show that she does for Golden. Like, I don't see it on the internet. I don't see it, anywhere. So does she do a show for him? And I'm a buyer at auction houses. I buy from probably, 5 to 6 auction houses. Golden's really not one of my favorite. He's up to his rate, and it's not easy to buy things from them. So he's really not on my list. But I never see, that show. So I don't know where her value was or what she did. for them,
I think there was a fair amount of, at least on when I was watching the Netflix show, she was the one narrating behind the scenes, and so to me, that's, that's a fair amount of work.
Do you think that she
there.
just did it? So you think you think she just did it for the Netflix show, or and then the rest of it was just bullshit? Like she never really.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think she was gainfully employed by Golden, but what I would say maybe potentially is, and I don't like speaking for other people unless it's, I mean, maybe women that might want to date me, but what I would say is that maybe a better opportunity came.
Well, maybe it did, but where did she go?
She was sitting next to me, so clearly,
that's her opportunity. That was her better opportunity.
Clearly.
Right.
No, I mean that's certainly a level up among other things, but yeah, I don't.
And that is an upgrade. I mean, being with Ryan, that has to be an upgrade for what she's typically getting.
Well, I mean, did you guys see the suite we were in? I mean, that was allegedly
that doesn't hurt.
Several $1 million.
Yeah, that was a nice place, and that's what she's definitely very high maintenance, as you can tell that, which that's kind of scary. I mean, literally, I wouldn't want to spend more than $40 on her for lunch or something. To be honest with you, and then see how she reacts. $40, that's max. For her.
That's it.
You're going cheap
for lunch.
Wow.
I mean, $40 for lunch.
I mean, $40 for lunch
combined or on for her
combined. Combined. Yeah,
I mean that's not even like McDonald's these days.
I know. Well, you got to get them trained right from the beginning.
You got to get them
spending right out of the gate like a drunken sailor. Spend. Get them flowers, shit like that. They don't respect that shit. You gotta have a little. Tim knows this stuff. That's how he gets all his chicks. He doesn't treat them good. I'll tell you that right now.
So he doesn't buy them flowers, no expensive dinners, nothing like that.
No, that's a sure loser. And she's looking like how old is she? She's probably 35, maybe. Do you know how old she is?
I would go the under on that, probably.
Under? So she's probably looking, for like dopey 25-year-olds and muscle guys, So like after she gets beat around the bush for a while, maybe she's married, has a kid, gets to be like 35 or 38, then that's when she comes around the bend and she's just perfect for guys like us. After she, gets worn down by all these young kids, realize how stupid she is, and then she you pick up the sloppy seconds.
She comes home to roost.
She comes home to Papa. That's right. But she's not going for anybody like good for her now. She needs, good girls like that. They need bad boys, or else they're not going to be happy. They need to get, knocked around a bit, lose a little bit of their luster. Kind of like an old car. The shine of the wax needs to come off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's been my experience. Yeah, and that's right. 30 to 35, best age. Yeah.
Is that the age?
Is that your ideal age? Is that your ideal age range right there? 30,
I think
35?
that's a perfect age, actually. 30 to 35. And then almost any time in your life, really. If
and
you're
this
40,
is for a committed relationship, or is this
no?
just
Well,
a
look,
night out?
you really don't want any committed relationships. I mean, I think it's just too hard nowadays, unless you want to have family or something like that. But if you're not going to have kids, or it's not a winning game for a guy. If you're making money or anything like that, it's just stupid. Yeah, you can't drink Grey Goose. Boy, you've already put a hurt on that little bottle.
I'm crushing this shit.
Hey, which way did we go, George? And vodka is so underrated these days. I ignored it for so many years. It's so good. Mixes with anything, cranberry, pineapple. I drink a lot of that in Arizona. Oh boy, it's fun. Cranberry and pineapple vodka anytime. So yeah, that's good. Bloody Mary mix. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, actually, I do have kind of a hot daughter, believe it or not. Only one. She's a pharmacist.
Okay, well, Ryan
perfect for you guys.
Okay, well,
maybe when she's done with this dope that she's with.
Well, we can solve that problem. You can just drop her Ryan's phone number.
What was that last comment there by Chevelle's and that? Like, I can't see the chat other than going across the stream, but it says all girls are gross. I mean, there's a perfect statement right there. I mean, you can get a girl anytime. You can buy a girl anytime, really cheap, and then it's actually sometimes better to pay for them because then you just have them leave. There's no,
Right.
no attachments, as you guys well know.
We wouldn't know
But
anything
like,
about that.
but an old
Paying for
car is
those.
forever, and they look so good in the garage too.
But I think the same could be said. Can you just not buy a Mustang and a Chevelle and a Corvette at any time?
Yeah, but the good ones are forever, just like better than
Okay.
a woman.
What's your favorite $40 date spot?
$40 date spot? McDonald's.
Wow.
Is it? That's your favorite?
Wow.
Take them bowling.
Wow.
Actually, it's been a long time. No, but I mean, you take them for tacos and a margarita or something like that. You can get out of there for $40 at a nice little taco. Somewhere a little trendy, something like that. Get to know them, and literally, you can interview them in 5 minutes. And like that other one, with what's her name, Alex, with the blah 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 blah. She'd go on like that for 10 minutes, and nice talking to you. Probably never call her again. But those were the old days. We're not going to talk about those now. I've been so happy for the last 20 years. Happy.
I believe that. That's for sure. Just like you're gonna buy a Wemby tomorrow on eBay. Sure.
I've been looking for I really, it's got to be a Kaboomy or a Downtowny, and it's got to be a one-on-one PSA 10.
I believe you're in a happy marriage, just like you're gonna buy a Kaboomy tomorrow.
I actually am, believe it or not. It's hard to believe. I know.
Fair enough.
I mean,
we'll find out when we're in
and it's
Arizona.
actually got.
That's the prenup talking. The prenup is speaking for you right now.
We'll find out when we're in Arizona.
Right. Her attorneys watch Sports Car Radio. That's
we want to scrub the devices clean before that trip and after. I'll tell you. I mean, the last time I went there, I swear I'd never go back.
We're going back.
But some things are worth it. I have scars on the knuckles.
We're going back.
Oh, Jason, that's funny. Yeah, I am. I'm more committed to my cards. Kaboomies. Oh boy. All right. Well, any more questions for tonight, or are we you can go on to the next guy? I was a little bit more exciting than the last two guys. The last kid about talking about the brakes and was killing me. I was starting to. And Dave, he was on some kind of antidepressants today. I usually like his rants, but he was so reserved. He was so. Oh no, I love Dave. Don't get me no shots fired. I mean, we're a lot alike. He actually gets the hobby quite a bit. Yeah.
Narcotics are allowed. If you're watching or consuming Sports Card Radio, narcotics are certainly allowed.
Oh, not only allowed, they're mandatory.
Exactly.
I mean, especially pot. To listen to you guys, I mean, if they're not stoned out of their minds, how can they listen?
I agree. I totally agree.
I mean, I tell you what, I feel like Rodney Dangerfield in that movie, Easy Money. Every time he was trying to give up pot, give up coke, give up booze, give up everything, give up. It's rough giving it all. I mean, you might as well. I mean, I don't see why. Having to give up pot after so many years. We had such a good friendship, me and 420, and I've worked right through it all day. Had no problem with it. But all good things have to come to an end. But there's a time and place for everything. That's what my dad said. Yeah. So we'll leave it at that.
Well said.
All right, guys. Well, we'll start. Should I start planning in Arizona then? I'll get a couple of suites there at the Kialani, and you guys
start planning the Waste Management Open.
All right, I get tickets. Waste Management's a vendor of mine. I get. In fact, I know I can get tickets from them, but they got tickets from me last time, and they were shit. I need to get the 16th hole tickets, right? Where we need that that whole scene there with the free food and all that, and the free booze. We can't do it.
The 16th and the 19th hole, I think, are key.
The 16th is what it was, yeah.
And hole, I think, would be a keyword. So we'll definitely be partaking.
We'll try to hit a lot of holes in one.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Indeed.
All right, man. Guys, I'll work on it. I have my job cut out for me. I'll take care of it.
Let's do it.
I'm
ready.
Good night. Love you.
Thank you. Thank you. Love you. Thank you, Mike. Stay safe. Stay sober.
Mike Petty's, ladies
Wow.
and gentlemen.
That was it.
Get
That was
get the drugs ready and get the sororities ready at ASU. Let them know
Oh,
that
God.
Tim, Mike Petty, and Sports Card Radio is coming to the Waste Management Open. Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh,
We gonna tear up Scottsdale, Tempe, and Phoenix like it's never seen. And that's hard to do because that is a place that can go off. I'll actually be there in a few weeks, so I'm really looking forward to that. So Mike Petty consuming the narcotics, getting the prenup signed. He's not buying any shiny cards. He's buying the Jackies,
kaboomies.
the Kaboomies, the Willie Mays, the Ty Cobbs.
I just went to Top Golf the other day.
Top
It's
Golf.
fun.
Oh, yeah. There's a nice Top Golf out in Talking Stick Resort.
I was destroying balls.
See? We'll get Mike Petty to pay for Top Golf, and we'll have a couple little honeys there, and we'll have some narcotics. And if you are a fan of Sports Card Radio and you're in the vicinity, you might want to come on by. And we will be at the National next year. I don't think we got confirmation if Mike Petty's going to be in our, what are we calling it? Naked bingo or what is new X-rated bingo?
Anything other than dirty bingo, because I think
Okay.
that just implies like you might need
Something bad.
You might need to go to Planned Parenthood and get an STD test afterwards or
Right.
something.
So we're going to have a private party at the National where the ratio is going to be at least 50-50 men and women, which is hard to do at the National. And
Right.
the way to get in is you've got to be wearing flip-flops. So we're already planning Chicago as we speak. I'm loaded up and excited. Can I ask you a sports card question though?
Why the hell not?
Speaking of sports cards, sponsor of the show. Speaking of sponsors of the show, Colin.
Oh no. Do we have a sponsor?
That dude's barbecue was
Is
at
it hot?
Burbank.
Is it hot?
I've almost killed this.
Oh,
No,
fuck.
this
Why didn't I
everything
get that?
bagel's amazing. Well, because I kill it.
Nice.
7% on your order if you use Sports Card Radio. So head on over
I
to
could
that
use some
dude's barbecue. All this shit is fucking amazing.
I make my own beef jerky, and it's really good. But when you don't have to make it,
It's even better.
it is good. There's another guy. What's the other guy that walks around? Not to steal from that dude's barbecue, but there's another dude that walks around and like sells this beef jerky. You know the dude?
Oh, I think that's the San Francisco guy. Yeah, I don't know what his name.
Yeah.
I don't know what his name is,
Okay.
but that's the San Francisco card
Yeah.
show guy.
I'll be right there too. He
Gotta
was
have
at
the beef
jerky, and I bought some off him too. I ate the whole thing
Yeah,
right away.
You got to have the beef jerky supply at these card shows because you need a
Yeah.
little protein. You need a little pick me up.
Yeah.
2 hours in making these deals. But can I ask you a sports card question?
Okay.
On the screen, and the reason why I know they're fucking better cards of these guys and national treasures and signatures. The reason why I put these Prism PSA 10 up on the screen is because at least it's liquid. At least these guys have one of these cards, and at least we can get a recent sale price. I have on the screen about a dozen quarterbacks. Some good, some not so good. Some have had success, some have not. Some have been pumped to the moon and back. But I don't know if you could see the screen.
I
We've
can
got
see
a
it.
dozen quarterback prices. Depending on the population of these PSA 10s, these things can kind of be worth a lot. These things can be kind of worth a little.
Sure. Yeah.
Of these names, and if you had to invest the money, not fucking, I love Joe Burrow and I'm going to fucking buy his card, or I
Oh,
love
man.
Mac Jones and I'm going to buy his card. As an investment, and you had to spend the money, on one of these guys. Oh, had to buy one of these cards. We're on the cusp of the NFL season. From Josh Allen down to Will Grier at $20. Who would you place your money into and who would you invest in?
Oh, if I had to spend the money, I mean, as we approach the top of that list, the 5,600 on a Josh Allen. I understand that Josh Allen, he only has a 26 pop. That must have been maybe a slightly condition sensitive year, or I don't know why that's only a 26 pop, but $5,600, man, that's a lot of money. Mahomie, he's got the highest pop on that list, but he also has the most. His resume is certainly the best. And I mean, this dude has showed up and performed in big games. I've seen it. He's beaten the teams that every time he's won, I've rooted for the other team. And other than the Eagles, I didn't really care. But he's won, man. And this dude's showed up and won. Joe Burrow, obviously, I'm a huge fan of, but not super emotionally attached to him. Jordan Love, I think, is a really talented player and on a team that certainly is good. Trevor Lawrence, I've always thought a little more of him than maybe the hobby in general. Jalen Hurts, I don't think a lot of. Brock Purdy, I think, is pretty good. Kyler Murray, I think, is too short. He's never going to do anything. Baker Mayfield's a scrub. Mac Jones a scrub. Will Grier. I'm going with Will Grier because the $20, the downside
on the 5 pop.
Because the spread, okay, if I'm going to buy Mahomie or Josh, because that's $4,000 or $5,000, the spread on those two is, we're talking thousands of dollars. I just bought a Gibson guitar that was basically unplayed from 2014 for $1,700. Got the whole backstory from the guy and everything. Original case, everything. The spread. I mean, I could have bought the most expensive guitar the guy had in the whole place for $4,500. Now you're not at Rolex money for 45, but you're about halfway there. I'd rather buy Will Grier. You get a couple of injuries in the NFL, he makes his way up. All of a sudden, a $20 card is $40, and you've 100% gained on a 5 pop. Whereas Mahomes, to go to 4,500 to 9K, what does he got to do? He's already done it. He's already done it. For Josh Allen to go from 5,600 to, what would that be, like 11-2 or 12-2? What does he got to do? I know, like, if Josh Allen makes a Super Bowl and they win, they'll be excited up in Buffalo. There'll be no doubt about that. They may have never won a Super Bowl up there, and it certainly has been a long time. So they'll be excited, but what are the odds of that? The odds are probably almost as good as Will Grier doing something in the NFL this year. So for me, it's just too much money. When we're talking about $4,500, $5,600 on guys that aren't in the Hall of Fame. I know Mahomes would make the Hall of Fame if he retired today. I don't think Josh Allen would. I don't think Joe Burrow would. Mahomes is the only guy on this whole list that if he retired or got a career-ending injury or, Kobe Bryant in a helicopter, he would make the Hall of Fame. The rest of these guys, they got work to do. And whether or not they can accomplish it is certainly up for debate at this point. So I'm going with Will because he's the lowest downside. Can't get much lower than 20. You can certainly get a lot higher than 20 if you just come up and start doing some stuff. So that's where I would go.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting exercise, especially if you're buying cards or you're interested in this stuff and you're interested in the price movement. And we're on the cusp of the NFL season. I think just taking this one example and this one card, I probably would either go for the safest bet or the best asset on the board, which would be a Mahomes, which would be like an Apple stock or a Google stock, or I would pick the most riskiest asset, but had the most upside. So somebody like Mac Jones or actually Will Grier, I actually agree with, because if Trevor Lawrence gets hurt or sucks, which are two actually fairly likely outcomes. Actually, it's more likely that Trevor Lawrence either sucks or gets hurt than he wins MVP. Right? And so if Trevor Lawrence either sucks or gets hurt and they put Mac Jones in, Mac Jones does not have to look very good for his card to go from 50 to say to 75 or 100 or maybe even 150 or more. So I think in these examples, I think a lot of times in this hobby, everybody, is trying to pick a winner and try to play 3D chess and trying to pick this third string quarterback over here who's going to get this opportunity. I think you either take the best asset on the fucking board, which is Mahomes, and you bite the bullet and you spend $4,500 because he's actually likely going to win another Super Bowl.
I agree. You either buy the best,
or you take the most risky asset.
Yeah, I agree. There's no value in the middle. There's no value in the middle or at the top.
Well, it's not likely. It's likely that these guys in the middle either are going to suck or get hurt.
Yeah.
Like Purdy has already had his little rise to fame. Jalen Hurts, same thing, has his little rise to fame. Jordan Love is having it maybe right now. His little rise to fame. Everybody thinks, oh my God, he's going to win a Super Bowl. But what's likely to happen is either they're going to go 9-7 and kind of suck, or he's going to get hurt. That's actually a likely scenario for most of these guys. And they're going to lose to Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs or deep in the playoffs if they're lucky to get that far.
Right.
As Josh Allen and Joe Burrow have found out.
Yeah, you look at those top 4 names, especially. A deep playoff run does nothing for their cards. Nothing. Even a Super Bowl victory, I don't think does a lot for their cards.
I could see these guys, like if Jordan Love or Joe Burrow won a Super Bowl, do they go down from there? From 1900?
Not necessarily, but
what happened to Lamar?
I should have put Lamar Jackson on here. He's probably, I don't know what year he's a rookie, but his population probably is down a little bit. So his card's probably decent. I don't know what his silver 10 sells for, but again, he's another guy though, that what is he going to have to do for his cards to go up, where it's actually likely that he's going to suck or get hurt. And his card prices will probably trend down for the remainder of his career. So it's an interesting time in the NFL. You have some young quarterbacks who are probably trying to make a name for themselves, trying to establish. You have big years for the guys like Trevor Lawrence, for guys like Kyler Murray. You could end up like Baker Mayfield and have a 13 pop and your card's worth $200. So it'll be interesting to see the hierarchy of quarterbacks. You're seeing a lot of attention put into last year, remember it was Justin Fields and Kenny Pickett and Trey Lance to a degree, who people were literally after. And Sam Howell, need I forget, the pride of Washington, Sam Howell.
And what's the guy that got cut from Atlanta?
Desmond Ritter.
Exactly.
Don't call him Desmond Ritter. Now, you could make an argument that maybe you should be buying Kenny Pickett right now, Justin Fields right now, Trey Lance right now, Desmond Ritter right now.
Maybe.
Not last year when they were the Jordan Loves and kind of being hyped.
I think you just wait until they actually prove themselves. Like, why would you buy them now? Just wait until the guy gets hurt and they get in the game. Like, that's when you buy. Like, we're all going to be sitting there on Sunday and watching these motherfucking games. Just wait until the first string quarterbacks get crunked, and then you can buy them. But like, why would you sit there and try to front run this shit? Just doesn't make any sense to me.
Doesn't make much sense to me either. I have another question about sports cards that I need your opinion on. With rumors swirling that the Los Angeles Lakers are going to make play for Luka Doncic when he becomes a free agent. I looked up the pricing of a 2018 Prism Silver PSA 10 rookie card of Luka Doncic, and those sell for roughly $1,000. I looked up the price of a 2023 Panini Prism Silver PSA 10 of Mr. Victor Wembanyama. Now, it does appear, when all things being equal, at some point, there will be double the amount of PSA 10 Wembies. So the supply on the Wembies is going to be double the Luka, but they are about the same price today. If you had to take $1,000 You had to. There was no other option. You get one or the other. You get Luka or Wemby. They're both the same price. The Wembys are going to be 2 times more of supply on the market at some point. Do you take Wemby or do you take Luka Doncic?
I'm taking Mr. Wemby. Population doesn't matter. That's the thing. It's like people don't. I mean, you just showed that. What's his name? Mahomes had the highest pop count out of every quarterback on this list. And then, I mean, I don't know why people are paying a lot for Josh Allen. I've seen him in enough games. He's not really that good. It's not that much better than Trevor Lawrence. He's certainly not 5 times better than Trevor Lawrence. And if he retired today, he wouldn't even get votes for the Hall of Fame. Like, let's be real. Neither would most of the guys on this list. But at least some of the guys on this list have actually played in a big game in their life. Josh Allen has not. Luka will be irrelevant in the sports card hobby and in the NBA probably as soon as this season. Wemby has the ability to be either very similar to Giannis Antetokounmpo, where he wins something and he makes a huge impact on the league, but nobody really gives a shit. Or he has a chance to be in the conversation, not with Kobe, not with Jordan, maybe not even necessarily with LeBron, but with that second tier of NBA players that have made a huge impact on the league. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, those types of players. I think he has that type of potential. And so if I had to spend $1,000 or after buyer's premium, $1,200 or whatever it is, I mean, I'm buying 2 Wembys before I even think about buying a Luka. Luka's not a good basketball player. He's just not a good basketball player. If he would stop shooting 3-pointers and they would play him just strictly from the elbow, he might be a decent basketball player, but he plays 0 defense. His team got fortunate to make the NBA Finals. They got whacked. That'll be their one run into the NBA Finals, and that's it. So I'm buying Wemby.
You're buying Wemby. Okay. And I always have to show this comment every few months. This comment is probably over a year old now. But I just want to I always want to come back and revisit this. Because, and not to make fun of Joseph Dill, I'm sure he's committed suicide or he's left the hobby one way or the other.
He probably watches Jeff Wilson's videos.
He probably does. Likes and subscribes every video.
Probably.
But Joseph Dill is very indicative of the hobby and kind of the attitude in the hobby. And I think I probably made a video where I said, hey, if Julio Rodriguez hits 285, 25 home runs and 87 RBIs, that's actually a horrible season. And so he responded to that saying that Julio Rodriguez is the best 20-year-old baseball player since Mickey Mantle. And he talks about how, you can make these type of gambles, but you can invest in kind of this sure thing like Julio Rodriguez. And he continues. This is my favorite part of the comment. Joseph Dill makes this profound statement. I like a lot of your talking points, but it would probably be a good idea to educate yourself on who is actually a good player / buy, as opposed to very little knowledge of players in general. Colin, and I don't know if you knew this, but baseball's been around fucking long time. We're old, but baseball's been around for hundreds of years, it seems like. And they have this thing called stats. And you can actually nowadays, thanks to the internet and thanks to these computers and these $1,200 cell phones, you can actually compare stats between maybe somebody who played in the 1950s and 1960s when they smoked cigarettes and they drank after every game to somebody of today who may be on performance enhancing drugs. So I decided, since this comment is maybe a year or 2 old, I decided, hey, Julio Rodriguez apparently is the best 20-year-old baseball player since Mickey fucking Mantle, apparently. So you know what I did? I typed in the second or third, I think it was the third season that these guys played. Mickey Mantle apparently started really young. The third season in the Major League Baseball, Colin. Julio Rodriguez, 23 years old. Mickey Mantle was only 21 years old. And I don't know, you don't have to be a baseball expert to look at these numbers. And I know Julio Rodriguez, I guess he still has another 30 games, guys, and I guess he can go on a tear. But a 21-year-old Mickey Mantle absolutely shit on a 23-year-old Julio Rodriguez. 253, 12 home runs, 42 RBIs from the best baseball player since Mickey fucking Mantle. You know what Mickey Mantle did at age 21? He hit 295, hit 21 home runs, and had 92 RBIs. And it looks like they won a championship, and he made an all-star team at the ripe old age of 21 years old. But to me, this is the hobby right here, is the Joseph Dills out there. They don't pay any attention to the history of the game. They barely even know who Mickey Mantle was. They didn't even know that at age 21, Mickey Mantle was fucking damn near dominating the fucking league. But I do like to bring up this comment every so often because every time I make a video or make a comment on one of these players, these things roll in. I like what you say about Jeff and Mojo, but you don't know shit about baseball. Stop taking advice from these idiots in the sports card world who think these 20-year-old kids can hold a candle to Mickey fucking Mantle, because they can't.
And hey, here's the real deal. When a 20-year-old comes along and can hold a candle to Mickey Mantle, we'll be the first to admit it. When Luka Doncic could hold a candle, let's not even mention Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan. That's a disrespect to those two gentlemen. But if Luka Doncic could hold a candle to Dominique Wilkins, we would say that he could. It's not that we're sitting here.
Who've been hearing a lot about this year? Wasn't it Jackson Holiday? Wasn't he supposed to be good, Colin?
Stop.
Wasn't he supposed to be good? You know what? The power of the internet and these $1,200 cell phones. You know what? I could actually put the stats in when Jackson Holiday at 20 years old to when Mickey Mantle played in the league when he was 20.
Bro, you could plug in like Barry Larkin and it'd probably be better. Like, come on.
Look at what Mickey Mantle did at 20 years old, 23 home runs, 87 RBIs. Is anybody teaching history in this hobby? Does Jeff Wilson teach anybody about the history of the hobby?
Stop.
Julio Rodriguez is the best 20-year-old baseball player since Mickey Mantle. That's what I was told. I was also told that I need to educate myself. So that's what I did. I went and looked at stats. Now they're not talking about Fernando Tatis, Vladimir Guerrero, Julio Rodriguez, Acuna. Didn't he get hurt? I'm not going to learn how to say Acuna's name until he learns how to speak English. How about that? But they were talking about all those players, Colin. And then this Jackson Holiday came along, this little 20-year-old little white boy. Let's compare him to 20-year-old Mickey Mantle, shall we?
And Mickey was probably smoking cigarettes and fucking banging chicks
and going out every night and drunk as hell. His breath probably smelled like whiskey. The umpire could probably smell it on his breath as he hit 23 home runs and hit 87 RBIs, batting .311 in the 1950s. What were those balls like? What do you think those? It was like fucking throwing a sponge, trying to hit a wet sponge. It was probably 425 to fucking dead center in Yankee Stadium too. What were the dimensions of Yankee Stadium back in those days? Can we stop propping up these fucking idiots in this hobby? Can we stop with the thumbnails? I bought a $10,000 Bijan fucking Robinson card. or this
Hey.
next 20-year-old fucking superstar. I'm sorry I'm
Keenan,
getting worked up.
No,
It's just we can
I get it.
actually look at the fucking stats.
It's currently 8:40, excuse me, 8:24 here on the West Coast. It's 11:24 on the East Coast. The Earth is rotating around the sun. Some of us has been on this Earth for some of our youngest fans only maybe a decade. Some of our semi-youngest fans have been on the Earth for 2 decades. Middle age might be 3 decades. You're in our category, not Tim's, but Ryan and I's. You're on the Earth for 4 decades. Some of our fans 5, 6 decades, maybe some of our oldest fans 7 or 8 decades. You're just simply, there's only going to be a handful, and I'm talking not about 2 handfuls, 1 handful of athletes that come across in your lifetime as the Earth is rotating at incredible speeds around the sun on a daily basis. You're only going to witness greatness a handful of times, not 2 handfuls, 1 handful across all of the different sports. In the NBA, you'll be lucky to witness 1 or 2 exceptional players. In Major League Baseball, you'll be lucky to witness 1 or 2 exceptional players. In the NFL, you'll be lucky to witness 1 or 2 exceptional players. What I see
There's
across
one on
the
this
top,
list. There's literally one.
maybe 1, maybe 1. Sure. Give it to Mahomes. He's had a great career. You're lucky. You're lucky if it's actually greater than 3 or 4. And we can go by position at the different sports, but in baseball in particular, from the hitting position, you'll be lucky to actually witness 2 or 3 great hitters in your lifetime. Period. End of story. From the pitching position as well. I'm talking about truly exceptional. I'm not talking about walking down the street of New York, Ryan, and your head snaps and it's like an 8. Okay. Keep walking down the street. Oh, there's a 7.5. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about walking down the street and you turn and it's a 10. You know, Ryan, you've lived in Arizona. You've lived in Las Vegas, Nevada. You've lived out here in California. You've been to Southern California. You've been to New York just more recently. You've been to Florida recently. You've been all across. You've been to the Midwest, the East Coast, the West Coast, North, South, East, and West in this country. The amount of 10 out of 10 that you've seen is not a big number. And the same is true for athletes. Yes, Ronald Acuna is a great baseball player. Aaron Judge is a great baseball. Julio Rodriguez is a great baseball player. Luka Doncic is at least an above average basketball player. But when we're on the heels of Larry Bird, Charles Barkley, Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Shaquille O'Neal, Stephen Curry, on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Hakeem Olajuwon. I haven't even gotten to the great players yet, Ryan. We haven't even named a great player, Larry Bird. We're starting to approach greatness. Okay, I hesitate to even mention Luka's name in the same. The player you're showing right now, I'm not going to mention his name. You just showed a picture of Julio Rodriguez next to Mickey Mantle. That is absolute one of the highest disrespects that you could possibly get, in my opinion. Mickey Mantle. Julio Rodriguez will be an afterthought of this generation of great baseball players. Period.
Alan, he's going to be an afterthought in Mariners baseball history, let alone baseball history. It's just embarrassing.
It's embarrassing when we see the content that we see. When Card Collector 2. Do you have the clip up still? Oh my God.
Should we play it again?
God. Yeah.
Bam Adebayo, Rudy Gobert, Timmy Allen. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That is, oh man, I'm like shaking. Holy cow. Oh, that is one of the biggest pulls of my entire life. Oh my gosh, my heart just dropped.
I didn't see him shaking.
I mean, if he was, it's extremely disappointing. It's extremely disappointing. I mean, that reaction has, I'm voting for Kamala Harris all over it. I mean, if anything screams, I'm voting for Harris. What's the vice president's name? I don't remember.
I don't know.
I'm voting for that ticket. That's that response. Biggest pull in your entire life is a Wemby non-licensed autograph card where apparently multiples of these are popping out of cases. And again, some of you have only been on the earth while it's rotating around the sun for 20 years, maybe 30 years. You didn't see, I didn't see Mickey Mantle play, but I sure as hell saw Barry Bonds play. I sure as hell saw Ken Griffey Jr. play before he started getting injured. I saw a lot of Hall of Fame baseball players play in the primes of their career. I saw Michael Jordan play in his prime. I saw Kobe Bryant play literally from day one to the end of his career in his prime. You guys falling over yourselves over Jackson Holiday remind me of the guys that were falling over themselves of name any prospect in the day. Same thing with basketball. Falling over yourself from Jim Jackson, Derek Coleman, Glenn Robinson.
Those guys were actually good.
They were actually decent. Okay. And we're not saying that Jackson Holiday is going to be a terrible baseball player. He's probably going to have a decent career. Julio Rodriguez is probably going to have a slightly above average career in the MLB. But there's literally people that think he's fucking Mickey Mantle.
They convince themselves of it. Then they come and tell me that I don't know anything and that I need to educate myself about these players. Lord only knows I've probably sat and watched 500 to 700 minor league baseball games in person and have seen these guys, seen Julio Rodriguez play in the minor leagues out here in California well before he stepped foot in Seattle and took an at bat. But of course, Joseph Dill has convinced himself, like many people in this is a very common occurrence. This hobby convinces themselves that these guys are the best we've ever seen, when all you have to do is take out the $1,200 computer sitting in your pocket. This was not brain surgery. I typed in Julio Rodriguez third season in the Major League Baseball, Mickey Mantle's third season in Major League Baseball. What did they do? And it doesn't take a fucking genius to see who's the legendary player and who is the average player. But this has been happening in the hobby time after time after time. I don't know why it's grating on my fucking wheels, because every time I read this fucking comment from this fucking dork, I like a lot of your talking points, but it would probably be a good idea to educate yourself on who a good player is. Shut the fuck up.
The hobby would do a justice for itself, and a lot of the people in the chat would do a big justice for yourself if you just pump the brakes before you put a crown on a guy. Let a guy earn your respect. Instead of Luka missing two of the step back threes that he attempted in the NBA game, and you going crazy over the one that he made, let him fucking win an MVP award. Let him win an NBA title. Ryan, as we sit here on August 29th, 2024 at 8:34 Pacific time, how many NBA titles has Luka Doncic won?
Oh, but you know what? There'll be some dork in our email or in our comments being like, but he's made 5 all NBA teams and
No, no, no,
nobody's
no, no,
done
no, no, no.
since
No,
Jeff
no, no, no,
Teague
no, no,
back
no.
in.
How many NBA final championships has he won? 0.
Here's the problem.
NBA
These kids
MVP awards. 0.
MVPs
0.
don't mean shit to me. It's got to be finals MVP. If you win a finals MVP, I will show you respect.
0. Kobe was on a 13 and 53 team. Yeah, but he won 5 NBA championships. That kind of comment from Jason Moran. Let's go back to that. That'd be like, Ryan, you having sex with a girl that's a 10 out of a 10, but then Jason Moran is like, and then 2 nights later, Ryan, you fuck a 5. Because you're all on the white bag and you got the Roman and you've got the urge. And Jason Moran is like, oh, you just fucked a 5. But 3 nights earlier, you fucked a girl that was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. That's Kobe. Yeah, he was on some bad teams. He didn't bounce around like fucking LeBron and go, oh, all of a sudden the Cavs are going to be bad. They're not going to spend money. D Wade's over here or whatever. I'm going to go to Miami and then I'm going to go to the fucking Lakers. He didn't do that. He didn't fucking do that.
He was on some bad teams. Michael Jordan was on some bad teams. Mickey Mantle probably had some bad years.
Probably.
But the fact of the matter is they've done it. They've already been there and done that.
They've actually done it. They've done it. They've won some motherfucking games. They've hoisted some motherfucking trophies. You had one bad, yeah, Tiger Woods lost a fucking shit ton of tournaments. A shit ton of tournaments. He's lost way more tournaments than he's ever won in his life. But nobody's sitting here doubting Tiger Woods' fucking greatness and saying, whoa, fucking Phil Mickelson or this, that, and the other. It's like, no. If we're comparing Kobe to, we're not comparing Kobe to Jordan, okay? We're not comparing Kobe to someone else like Will Chamberlain or Bill Russell, who's won a shit ton of titles. We're comparing Kobe to Luka Doncic, who literally you guys have been told is the fucking greatest player of this generation. That's what we're talking about. We're comparing Mickey fucking Mantle, not to fucking Derek Jeter, not to fucking Barry Bonds, not to fucking somebody else who's actually done something in their fucking career. We're comparing him to fucking Julio fucking Rodriguez, whose cards sell for we've sold his cards for thousands of fucking dollars. And Jackson motherfucking Holiday, where you guys are literally Jackson Holiday's best card is worth more than a fucking Patek fucking Philippe. You can buy a fucking Patek Philippe fucking solid gold Nautilus for the same price as a motherfucking Jackson Holiday. Gotta be kidding me. $49,000 after $36,000. $36,000. $48,000. We're not talking about cards that back in the day, it was like, who was the guy that everybody in the 90s, it was like, oh, this guy's going to be the shit. I mean, I'm sure there's a number of them.
Greg Jeffries.
His cards were 55 cents. Not $55,000. I understand there's a depreciation of the dollar, depreciation of our purchasing power over the past 30 years, but not 55 cents to 55,000. You got to be kidding me. Jackson Holiday is a fucking scrub. Scrub.
Literally.
Look at these numbers. You guys have a choice. And some people are like, oh, the dollar you put into Jackson Holiday is the exact same dollar that you would put into a Mickey Mantle card. The dollar you put into a Luka Doncic card is the exact same dollar you could put into a Michael Jordan card. Just because it's different eras and it's different players No, that is true. But the dollar you put into these guys is exactly the same. The dollar you put into a Jackson Holiday card is the exact same dollar that you put in hours of your time to earn to put into a Mickey Mantle card. So don't give me this fucking shit. And yes, over the course of your lifetime, if you're 20, 30 years old, you're going to witness some players that might be as good as Mickey Mantle, but it's not going to be that many players. And make them fucking earn it. Make them fucking earn that shit. Don't just put the crown on their head before they've done anything. Julio Rodriguez has done nothing in his life. Jackson Holiday has done nothing. Luka Doncic has done absolutely nothing. Victor Wembanyama has done fucking nothing in their careers other than enjoy the benefits of some God-given talent. Now it's hard work that will pay off. Mr. Patrick Mahomes has actually delivered
$276,000. No fucking way. No
I
way.
paid less for the house that I'm sitting in now.
No way.
I didn't even pay for that for the house that I'm sitting in.
No
276 is
way.
less than the house that I'm sitting in right now.
No way this got
That's
paid.
probably worth a half. That's probably worth a half. If
Well,
I
it
put
did.
on
Look, it
the-
halved in a year. It sold in August of 2022 for 276. That's the card 3 of 5. Then it sold about fucking 6 months later, guys. It was down to 108, card 4 of 5.
Stop. 276. Come on, stop.
So what do you think it is in August of 2024?
I
This
don't
card,
know.
card ladder says 40,000. I might take the under.
After fees, you're under 30 probably. But why? Why?
Morons. What would this motherfucker would have to be better than Mickey Mantle to fucking live up to this card price in August of 2022?
We would already know if he's going to be, he would already be better than Mickey Mantle right now. Sure, if he gets on the fucking HGH and the sauce, Ryan, yeah, he'll be better than Mickey Mantle. Because he's probably got more God-given physical ability than Mickey Mantle does. All due respect to Mickey Mantle.
Well, he doesn't smoke and drink after every game, so he's got a leg
That
up
too.
there.
And I met this guy in person. I have a photo of him on my phone. So it's not like I'm and we've sold his cards for thousands of dollars.
This hobby's filled with morons. Filled with them. Filled with the Joseph Dills who convince themselves they see a player, they pull a card, they just kind of fall in love with a guy.
It reminds me of kids in high
better
school.
than Mickey.
Ryan, you meet that first girl, you know this. Everybody in the chat will likely know this. You meet that one girl in high school. It's your first girlfriend. And you fall in love. And it's like, oh, this is the best girl in the world. And then you get a little bit older and you realize, well, that wasn't not only the best girl in the world, she probably wasn't even the best girl in my class, let alone fucking my city and let alone my state or the world. But so many people in this hobby don't get past that point. They literally look at these baseball players and these basketball players like they're their first girlfriend, and they never get over it. And they spend tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on these guys' pictures.
Yeah, whoever bought this card is probably successful in life and has made some money. But in regards to sports cards, they are complete fucking morons. So I need to do a better job of just calling this stuff out. Because when I get comments that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, it's clear people actually don't look at the stats, look at the numbers. Here's another guy. Here's another one. Remember Anthony Volpe? Remember how good he's supposed to be, Colin? There you are with our boy Julio Rodriguez. And the guy played in Modesto. We got love for Julio Rodriguez. Okay. He spent many nights in Stockton, California. We got love for our boy Julio. Anthony Volpe. I bet I could pull up some 6-figure cards of him. Here he is compared to the same age as Derek Jeter. I think they were both 22 years old. I wouldn't even look at WAR because I need to check your pulse if you wouldn't take the guy batting 314 with a better on-base percentage, with a better slugging percentage. And need I forget to tell you that the Yankees already had won a championship when Jeter was the same age as Anthony fucking Volpe. Anthony Volpe is batting 209. Do you think there's been a 6-figure Volpe card? Oh, of course there has been. $150,000. April 2022. A year later, the little gold shimmer something sold for 124.
Jesus.
So there you go. Some 6-figure Anthony Volpe card. He's currently hitting 209 for the New York Yankees. And Derek Jeter at the same age batted 314.
Guys, just walk down the street. Some of you guys live in fucking these shithole fucking cities, but go to a major city, walk down the street, and you're gonna see about a dozen 7s. If you're lucky, you might see an 8. I mean, I was just in Hermosa Beach, Ryan. Come on.
Okay.
I mean, come on. I was looking out my window and it was nice. I didn't see no 10 though. 10. And that's what these guys are comparing these guys to. I mean, when you say things like generational talent, say that about a female. This is a generational female. You'd be like, whoa. But we pass that around in the sports card hobby, right? We kind of pass that term around like it's nothing.
It was Jackson Holiday. That's all we heard is that this is the next guy, Colin.
No, and in I don't know, Jason Dominguez, I'm sure will get talked about. I'm sure there's some other fucking 18, 16-year-old Dominican prospect that's on a boat right now that'll fucking get talked about.
What did his card sell for? How about 474?
Stop it.
How about a 474 piece?
Stop. Ah.
What about Zion's?
Oh my God, that dude looked like fucking. He gonna be lineman for New York Jets.
At least Zion went to Duke.
Oh,
Colin, he has 4 at bats this year. He's 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. So
well, I mean,
played one game. In
Ryan, what did he do in Florida A-ball in Tampa?
Let's see. It looks like this year he's batted 309, very respectable.
Okay.
8 home runs and 27 RBIs.
Oh wow.
So I don't know. Is he hurt? He's been hurt. I'm sure he's been hurt.
21.
So.
All right. Well,
21 years old. But he would have to be literally the second coming of Mickey Mantle to justify a 474 piece.
Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth.
And mixed in with Jeremy Lin, like some Linsanity or something. Like that's what it would have to take for this card to ever be worth $500,000 again. I don't understand it. I don't know if it's stupidity. I don't know if it's people falling into hype. I don't know if these are fake prices. Maybe this is fucking Shine's drug money that people are using to bid on these cards.
Oh, hey, speaking of Shine, we did have a response from Shine.
Oh, we need to talk about Shine.
So we had let me go to my Instagram DMs.
Did he DM you? Do we have a Coke? Do we have a Coke? Do we have a source for Coke now?
Where is he at? Okay,
let's remind people that Shine 150 is apparently a former drug dealer who's big into the sports card world
Okay,
now. They
so
might-
set the stage. You tweeted, so let me go back. You tweeted, everything I bought at the Burbank Card Show, need to invest in a bigger car now. And it was like
There we go.
a bunch of boxes of singles. And I was making fun of you while you were buying this shit. So it wasn't like you were buying this shit and everybody there was patting you on the back. I was like, bro, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Fucking, I'd rather go to the Rolex store and buy fucking Gibson guitars, but that's just me. But you sold a bunch of Kobe Bryant autographs and Tiger Woods autographs, and you bought a bunch of these
Crap.
boxes. This is the truth. This is the truth. And I said underneath this, pushing more weight than Shine 150.
Okay.
And for all the fucking little boys in the chat that think Julio Rodriguez is better than Mickey Mantle, pushing more weight basically means, you're pushing a little more white powder than Shine did, and we know Shine is convicted of pushing some weight. So in the drug world, if you're pushing weight, it means you're pushing some merchandise. And Mr. Shine 150 responded and said, LOL. That's funny.
Okay.
That's over with, my man. That's what he said.
Oh, it's over with.
So there's the comment from Mr. Shine. So he says that was funny. The comment that we're pushing more weight than Shine. And he says that is over with, my man.
I
Which
think
we
it's
are
interesting.
disappointed about. I'll make that clear. We are disappointed. On last week's show, we talked about, hey, Shine, has got a pass. Everybody's got a pass. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. What we were referencing during the show was, do we need this guy to be front and center in the hobby? We're trying to 10x it. We're trying to bring family and kids and all this. Maybe it's not a great look. Whatever. No big deal. But Ryan, if we were to go to Las Vegas, if we were to meet Mike Petty at the Waste Management Open, if we were to get on the PJ, would we have any problem with the weight that Mr. Shine was pushing around? Would you have any issue with any of that?
I don't have any issues with this guy at all. I'd love to hang out with this guy either on the PJ or in the 40/40 club, wherever it is. It's a very nuanced discussion. A lot of people in this hobby they get really bent out of shape and they want to see it grow and they want to see it 10x and they want to leave some cards for the kids on the shelf. Well, are we going to do that? Are we going to 10x the hobby by putting quite literally a former drug dealer front and center in the hobby at its biggest events? One of the biggest breaks, one of the biggest events and things that happened at Fanatics Fest was that break by Blez. Well, guess who was featured? Mr. Shine 150. One of the biggest stories that happened in the hobby was when he sold that fake BBCE wrapped Pokemon box to Logan Paul. Again, Shine 150 was involved with that. So this hobby, go ahead.
If you were to name 5 people in the hobby, you are going to go out and have a good time in the hobby. You're going to go out and have fun. And it can't be with a chick, okay? You can't go out with Miss Sarah Rips and have a great time, okay? We'll remove all the females, okay?
Okay.
All of the females are out. You can't choose a female. Can't choose Alex. Can't choose Mama Breaks. Can't choose Sarah Rips. Ryan, did you see Sarah Rips at the Fanatics Fest?
Yeah, she looked great.
Okay, thank you. So you can't choose. You can't choose any of the females. Only males. You could only 5 males. We're not doing erotic, fucking dirty STD bingo, but we're gonna go out and have a good time.
Okay.
5 males would Shine 150 make the list.
Absolutely. I mean, my God, the guy rolls in a PJ. He's connected to pushing a lot of weight in the narcotics category. Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, that's not a discussion. It's not a discussion whether or not this guy is a good guy or not. Sometimes your past and the things you've done in the past, when we're talking about the hobby and we're talking about traipsing this guy up at marquee events, I just wonder if some bigger media outlet will at some point look at this guy and start doing some digging and be like, where did the money come from? Guys who fly on private jets, they're actually usually not shy about telling you where the money came from. I bet you could go up to Kevin O'Leary, who's in this picture with Shine. I bet you could go up to Kevin O'Leary and be like, Kevin, how did you make your money? And he would tell you, well, when I was 16, I did this and I did this and I invested in this company and this and this and this. And he could probably list off 20 things that he did to make millions of dollars. Most rich people are the same way. They have no problem telling you about how they made their money. Go up to Shine. Ask Shine, how did you make your money to be able to fly on the PJ and to be able to buy all these very expensive sports cards? Very expensive sports cards. We're talking about cards like this that are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. LeBron and Michael on the same fucking card. Shine, how did you make your money to buy these cards and fly on the PJ? And guess what? Shine's not going to fucking tell you, oh, it's in the past. Oh, we don't talk about that anymore. And oh, blah, 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 blah. He doesn't even use his real name. So to me, that's the most sketchy thing about the guy, is that every rich motherfucker I know will give you the fucking resume about how they made their money. And this motherfucker doesn't even want to acknowledge that he helped a few boats probably across the Atlantic Ocean with kilos upon kilos upon kilos of cocaine. Or some other narcotics.
And just to be perfectly clear, we have absolutely no problem with that. In fact, if you were in Las Vegas, Ryan, wouldn't you be happy if a couple of those boats came through? Fair enough. Yeah. So
it's just interesting that this guy, every major event, he's there. And I just think at some point there's going to be a major media outlet, bigger than Collect, bigger than Sports Card Investor, bigger than anybody on YouTube, is going to dig into this, and they're going to make a story on how the sports card world is funded by this ex-drug dealer. And we'll see if the hobby then, at that point, will want to continue to traipse out Shine at these massive, massive events.
Here's a question. Let's assume you have Christine, Alex and Rhonda.
Okay.
And Mike Petty and Tim confirmed for bingo night at Chicago. If Shine DMs us and is like, I want to come.
Yes.
You would let him come.
I want to hang out with this guy.
Right.
We're one of the few people in this industry that we're kind of able to distinguish some things between hanging out and having fun on a Friday night and 10xing the hobby and being a good representation of the hobby. We're not good representations of the hobby either. I'm not saying traipse us out at the biggest break of the year or fucking on the Fanatic stage. Don't do that. I would argue that Shine is a worse representation and a worse example of this hobby than we are. Because if you start digging into this guy's past and where did the money come from, we're talking about millions of dollars when we're talking about the sports cards this guy has and the lifestyle this guy leads. It leads to some shady fucking dealings. That's all I got to say. And if this is the person you want to represent the hobby and be the face of the hobby and take pictures next to Michael Rubin and take pictures next to Mike Mahan, who's the CEO of Fanatics Collect, then by all means, guys, then when ESPN comes calling or some big fucking media publications comes calling and starts scratching in their head and be like, who is this Shine 150 guy? When those stories come out and may or may not lead to regulation in this hobby, you will understand the origin story and where this all started. This is going to end badly for this hobby if you keep traipsing this guy out. It's going to end very, very badly. Somebody way higher up in the food chain is going to look at this story and be like, God, this whole industry is being funded by this fucking drug dealer. That's a juicy story. Who the fuck is Shine? He's literally boys with everyone. From Michael Rubin on down. Everybody licks this guy's ass because he has a fucking money train flowing out of his ass from the cocaine that he fucking sold. This is going to end badly for this hobby. I'm just warning everybody. I'm trying to warn everybody. Y'all should have been alerted when the Logan Paul thing happened and some G.I. Joe cards popped out of a $3 million case. That's when you guys should have left Shine at the altar and started ignoring this motherfucker. But no, it just got him bigger. He was a part of the biggest scam of the hobby. One of the biggest scams ever. But we still roll out the red carpet for the guy because he has.
But it hasn't slowed down the hobby.
Has it
slowed down the hobby? We have Card Collector 2 and Pac-Man and fucking Mojo and whoever else fucking pulling Wembies, and everybody's fucking jizzing all over themselves.
Yeah, but what did what did that New York Post article say about the EBITDA and the gross margin over at Topps?
I mean, that seems like that's a Michael Rubin problem. Seems like a Michael Rubin problem.
Well, look at who they're palling up with.
You think if he didn't pal up with with Shine, his EBITDA would be fucking 50% higher?
I'm just saying. This hobby's fascination with Shine 150 is going to come back to bite them. Somebody out in this world is going to look at this industry and be like, damn.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal. And I know we're different. Our Thursday night lives are different than what Fanatics is trying to do and what other people are trying to do. But if Shine was like, yeah, I'm going to come up to the Pendry Suite on Thursday, clearly it's a yes. Clearly it's yeah, come on.
Clearly. But we're talking about two different things.
But you're saying 40/40 Club, Fanatics, pictures with the fucking CEOs. You're saying this is a no-go.
This is going to end up on a Dateline special or some big media outlet that there's this drug dealer funneling money into the sports card world. And is this money clean or not? Who the fuck is Shine 150? Would make a great documentary. Where did the money come from? And then look, he's boys with everybody. Everybody's just arm in arm with this motherfucker.
I mean, these are photos. I mean, I have a photo with Chad Johnson. I wouldn't necessarily say we were boys, but I have a photo that's very similar to these.
He's talking to God. They displayed his Shine's collection. Look at that. Did we have sports card radio collection at the National?
Well, I mean, it would be, it'd be an empty bottle of Grey Goose and maybe a Tiger Woods autograph.
They had 4 security guards standing around protecting this guy's collection at Fanatics Fest. Who else had their collection out on display at Fanatics Fest unless you paid $3,000 a table?
Do we know? Do we know that all yes, this is Shine's collection, right? In air quotes. Do we know this is all his money? Are these actually all his cards? Or is he just the front man for all of these cards? That we don't know.
We're going to find out. Somebody is going to want to find out who the fuck this guy is and where did the money come from? And why is he so close with seemingly everybody in this industry? We're going to find out.
And where the money
Somebody is going to want to find out.
We're not talking about you know, when you buy a fucking $100,000 card or whatever, but we're talking about at this point, I think even somebody says it, you know, we're talking about $100 million. You start approaching, and I understand, like, you own $100 million of Nvidia stock. It probably doesn't even register on the radar, really. But we're talking about $100 million of trading cards.
Colin, do you know anybody who's made $100 million that doesn't love to talk about how they made it?
I don't.
Seriously.
Honestly.
No, seriously.
I don't. I can tell you how.
Oh,
Kevin
I can't
O'Leary
talk
made
about
money
it. Or,
before you-
it's in the past. The 100 million I made is in the
don't.
past. Who the
I
fuck
don't.
says that?
I don't.
Nobody.
So that's
Literally
why
nobody.
I'm not 100% sure. One thing that I would lean towards, let's go ahead and go down the path of, okay, Shine isn't, you know, chartering jets from Colombia to Miami. Let's just assume that's not the case anymore. Okay. What I would assume is this is not a lot of this is not his money, and he's just the front man for this. He's the front man for, and I don't know how the guys behind him are making their money, but this is not all of his money. That's how now he's got very expensive watches on. He had a Louis Vuitton shirt that's over $1,000 in one of those photos. I think he has a platinum Daytona on one of those in one of these shots. I see him with multiple like he's wearing a different watch in almost every photo. So he has, I mean, forget the trading cards, guys. He probably has a watch collection that is very similar to value to the trading cards. So this is a guy with a huge amount of something behind him. Okay. I know everybody's looking at the pictures, but look at the bracelet that he has on. Look at the watch that he has on. That t-shirt that he has on, if it's real, which I assume it probably is, that's like a $1,200 t-shirt. Yeah. Just the t-shirt he has on. So like, and the watch that he has on there, that's a heavy hitting solid gold watch that he has on. And then on top of that, he has like a tennis bracelet that's probably, even if it's lab diamond, is
this is a
it's
Netflix
probably,
special.
you know,
Who the
yeah.
fuck is this guy?
He has a different
And
watch
how did
there
he get his money?
and a different polo. That polo is probably a $2,000 polo. Same LV, same thing.
There.
I'm not really looking at the pictures of men. I see the clothes he has on. I see the watch that he has, and it's like every single picture it's different. Okay, which is hard to do. It's hard to do. Yeah, Mike Petty's laughing. You know, Louis Vuitton t-shirts are expensive, obviously.
How much is it to fucking charter a jet?
I mean, he's got a lot of people with him, so I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I mean, I can fly first class to New York. I can't fly chartered first, you know, jets out there. I just think there's a lot more to this story. It may not be nefarious, but I also don't think necessarily these are just like a business. It's like Jensen Huang fucking, you know, runs Nvidia, but like how much does he own of Nvidia? You know what I mean? Like it's not that much. So it's like, how much of these cards does he own? You know what I mean? It's $100 million collection. I don't think it's all his money, which is fine. I'm not criticizing him at all for any of that. He might know some billionaires and oil billionaires or whatever. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not.
You think this guy knows some oil billionaires and that's how he got his money? Come on.
I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'd be curious to find out. I don't know, though. I don't know.
I think we know how the money. But this is a Netflix special. This is somebody way higher up in the food chain in the media world that if they wanted a juicy story, who the fuck is Shine 150 And it's obvious why everybody licks his ass, because he's got money and it's flowing out of it. He buys into breaks, he buys expensive product, he buys expensive cards. So everybody's licking this guy's
I mean,
ass.
look, if he wanted to sponsor a segment here on Sports Car Radio, we would, it'd be the Shine 150
in a heartbeat. Throw a few bags over and it'll be the Shine 150. Well, Shine 150 radio. Like, what was Sports Card Radio? They're like, oh yeah, they're called Shine 150 Radio now. We'll change the name to the whole fucking thing for a few bags.
Sure.
But look, nobody else is going to talk about it because they want his business or because they have his business. I don't give a fuck. If this guy passed me on the street, unless he was wearing some of the gaudy jewelry, I wouldn't recognize the motherfucker, right? I just think it's interesting. I think it's one hell of a story coming down the pipe if they continue to feature this guy in these biggest breaks. He was up there with Peyton Manning and Allen Iverson. We've seen him schmoozing over here with Ruben and Jay-Z and Ricky Henderson and everybody else.
I mean, it's interesting. It's
a very,
interesting.
very interesting story. Here he is with the CEO, having intimate conversation with the CEO of Fanatics Trading Cards. How many other people can get this guy's time? And this guy seemingly, in a setting like this, this guy has the ear of some of the most powerful people in the hobby. But if we talk about how he made his money, oh, that's in the past. If we show his mugshot when he got busted for dealing cocoa, oh, that's in the past.
And maybe it is, but I think it's still worth discussing. Like, okay, you push some cocoa, maybe it was a lot, but you got busted. So we got to figure, some of that money, ran dry. How'd you reaccelerate your lifestyle? If to look at this, Ryan, we got to look at this from the little card fondler. Julio Rodriguez is Mickey Mantle, Jackson Holiday is Mickey Mantle, Luka Doncic is Michael Jordan. We can say, oh my God, Shine, former drug dealer, convicted drug dealer. Now he's remade himself, Ryan. Private fucking equity, top of the sports card game. We can look at it from that lens. He's got every big card. He's with every big CEO. That's how most of the people in the hobby are looking at this. That's how, like, Ryan, we got to realize, like, that's how most people in this hobby think. They walk down the street, they see a 6 and it's a 10. They see Julio Rodriguez, who'd be lucky to get like 18 votes for the Hall of Fame. And it's fucking Mickey Mantle. Jackson Holiday's had like 89 at bats in the MLB, and oh my fucking God, I'll pay $115,000 for his card. And it's, oh, Shine, yeah, he fucking did some cocaine fucking shit in the past, but who cares? He's doing PJs and fucking hanging out with Michael Rubin and Kevin O'Leary. Who gives a fuck? 10x the hobby, YOLO. Who gives a damn?
It's going to be really interesting. If nobody else will do the story on it, I'm sure I could figure out some guys.
Well, I mean,
what the story is behind this guy.
I don't know if he's actively responding to all of his Instagram DMs, but it sounds like maybe you can, reach out at the very least. Maybe have a sit down.
Is drug money fueling the hobby? Is this guy's drug money literally fueling the hobby? Like, what if he got busted or he stopped buying cards? What would that do to the market? I mean, he has like fucking some massive fucking cards. I see why they were on display at the fucking Fanatics Fest. What if these all just came to the market because he had to make bail or he had to flee to fucking Antigua to fucking save his ass?
I don't know.
This is one of the most interesting stories in the hobby is how there's this fucking drug dealer, literal drug dealer, who's friends with all these celebrities and nobody really knows like how the money's still flowing in. Like those drug dealers deals must have been massive if this motherfucker still has a money train falling out of his ass that he can afford PJs, and every single big card that comes up seemingly goes to him. How do you think he did on the Wander Franco fucking PSA 10 fucking? I love how all his cards too are like 10-10 too. You think he doesn't get hooked up at PSA, or when he goes to grade something, you don't think this motherfucker doesn't get hooked up? All the Wanders are fucking perfect, a fucking condition, of course. So I'm very curious about who this guy. A lot of people have spent a lot of time with him. They sure love taking this guy's money. Do they know where it came from? I think it's very interesting. And all these little hobby pumpers and lovers and God, we love the hobby and da 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 da. You want to traipse out a drug dealer? Is this who you're going to traipse out? Fine. Regulation will come sooner rather than later once the fucking government realizes that this guy's funneling drug money into the trading card world.
But hold on, do
Get
we
ready
really
for
believe?
that.
Do we really believe the government is going to come for the trading card hobby?
God, dude, when they're spending $400,000 on, if these were 50 Cent, what was
that's
our boy's
nothing.
name? Kevin
That's
Mass, and what
nothing.
was the other guy's name?
Dude, like in 18 seconds in a single day, like this is what like a penny stock trades out, let alone fucking Nvidia and Apple.
I can't bet sports
This
in
is nothing.
California. I can't play online poker in California because it's fucking regulated.
That's because of the Indian casinos, and I mean, let's not get into California politics. I am not of this belief that this shit is going to get regulated and somebody's going to give a shit about it. It's not. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, look what they've allowed fucking Apple and Microsoft and Google. I mean, fucking Biden and Harris were having fucking COVID posts and fucking Hunter Biden laptop posts getting taken down on Facebook, and Facebook was like, okay, we'll delete it. That's what they care about. Like, that's what they care about. They care about influence, votes, and power. There's none of that in trading cards. Trading cards is not moving the needle from who's going to win in November. Period. End of story. Nobody cares. That's what they care about. That's what they regulate. They're not going to come after trading cards because it does nothing for donations. Like, they come after crypto, right? They come after certain industries. They've teased, Ryan, how often marijuana is going to be legal. They tease that for a long period of time. Why? Why do they do that? Same with crypto. Oh, we'll do this for crypto. Crypto lobbying is some of the biggest money in Wall Street in Washington.
You're talking about at the federal level. It could literally come from one state. I mean, the regulation could come from one state.
Who cares? Who cares if fucking Oregon is like whatever? Fucking in California, you got to have a background check. You have to wait 10 days for a gun. The guy in Oklahoma doesn't give a fuck. It doesn't matter unless California, New York City, or Texas or Florida passes something as it relates to trading cards. It literally doesn't mean shit. And they're not going to do that because Mark Cuban is an owner of a team. Steve Ballmer is a fucking owner of a team. Fucking, I don't know who owns the teams in New York, but they're fucking probably rich ass motherfuckers in New York. They're not going to do it.
Well, I think the perception is there isn't money in the hobby. And I think
this isn't a lot of money though. This isn't a lot. The cards that he has in his hands right there, how much are those worth? Maybe not that much than the watch he has on. Like, seriously, the watch that I don't know. I can't see the close up of, he has 3 logo mans in his hands. I don't know how much those are worth. He might have a fucking rainbow Daytona on his wrist right there. That's what it looks like to me. I can only see like a quarter of the watch. Like, literally, like a logo man. I know we all fucking get hard and fucking, it's like when the little girl came over in Anaheim for you, you got fucking hard. But this is nothing. This is nothing. $100,000 for a Jason Dominguez card. Ryan, $100,000 is nothing. It's not even like like you can't even buy like a garage to a house in California for $100,000.
That's fine. Okay, you know who has money? The guy in the middle. And so if he's arm in arm and
But-
palling up with a drug dealer, that isn't an interesting story. That isn't a story for the Washington Post. That
I don't
isn't
know.
a story that would get more attention.
Michael Rubin, though, again, from the grand scheme of things, when we're talking, yes, compared to you and I, he has a lot of money. Compared to everybody watching, he has a lot of money. But he actually doesn't have that much money. Compared to the people that own NFL teams, compared to the people that fucking actually have money, it's not that much. His fucking business has single-digit EBITDA margins. He doesn't have that much money. He's borrowed a lot of money.
Maybe that's why they're palling up with Shine. I'm just trying to
They
figure out.
need it.
I
Yeah,
get
they need
taking his
it.
money. I get partying with him. I get saying he's a nice guy hanging out with him, but they literally traipse this guy out as a face of the hobby. They put his shit on display at Fanatics Fest. They literally had a fucking booth that said Shine's Collection. So I'm just trying to figure it all out. And I don't think anybody really has. I don't think anybody wants to take the time to do that. And for all the people who are worried about negative stories and negative impacts that things have in the hobby, I think having a former drug dealer as one of the faces of your hobby, this is going to end badly for somebody, for either the hobby or specifically Michael Rubin, because I bet you actually can't find a lot of pictures with Michael Rubin and a known drug dealer. I bet you actually can't find that very often, aside from the rappers and the people that he hangs out with, the other famous people who've been caught up into stuff. But just find a picture with Michael Rubin and a known drug dealer. I bet that's actually difficult. And I think this comes back to bite the hobby at some point. If this guy stays in the hobby, all these cards end up for sale at some point, because it doesn't make sense that he doesn't want to talk about how he made his money when every single rich guy I've ever met has no problem talking about how they made their money.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And I agree that one day we're going to have the fucking Shine auction. Like at some point that's coming.
The Shine liquidation.
Yeah, the Shine liquidation will come at some point. Yes, I believe that for sure.
Again, I'm not talking shit on the guy. I'm not attacking the guy.
I'm playing devil's advocate here because I don't give a fuck. Like if he wants to put us on a PJ, if we want to hang out, yeah, of course. Come on. Like I'm not saying no. But at the end of the day, I hear a lot of talk about, oh, there's going to be regulation. Oh, Washington's going to give a fuck. Oh, this, that, and the other. Do we see what Washington has allowed? Monopolies in social media, monopolies in search.
It's not going to happen in Washington. It would happen. It would happen at a state level. I'm not waiting for Washington to do anything because they're not. It could. Here's the thing: regulation could come. More attention to this hobby could come if you have explosive stories like this. Drug dealer funneling money into the hobby.
But I don't know how. I still don't. You put this on Netflix, okay? I think season 5 or 6 or whatever of Selling Sunset debuts next week, Ryan. Like that's what people care about, you know, like that's what people give a shit about. It's like, oh yeah, you watch
this is far more interesting
on Netflix, but it doesn't make you be like, oh, I'm emailing fucking Adam Schiff and having him, change the laws on sports cards.
I think it just brings negative attention to this hobby. And I know that a lot of people are focused. Trust me, I know I get the stupid emails in the comments about us being negative. People are very concerned about there being negative attention in this hobby.
Who's more negative to the hobby, Jeff Wilson or Shine?
Who's more negative to the hobby, Jeff Wilson?
If you had to pick one guy to kick out of the hobby, Shine 150 or Jeff Wilson, who are you kicking out?
Jeff Wilson, because his information's horrible. And I think it leads to poor information and bad information getting out there.
So every argument that you've made against Shine, getting a Netflix special, getting fucking whatever, some state government fucking coming after him. Well, if you said that he should not get kicked out of the hobby versus Jeff Wilson, well, the same should apply to Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson should be causing some type of regulation or some type of Netflix special, some kind of attention, or this, that, and the other. And really, what we've seen.
No, but his story's not that interesting. His story's not as interesting as a former drug dealer funneling money into the sports card hobby. His story doesn't have the sizzle. He's just some dumb white guy who fucking lucked into some money, and people eat it up.
But I would say we know more about the story, and I agree with you. Like, I can tell you how fucking Mark Cuban and Kevin O'Leary and Jeff Bezos and just about every rich guy that I've ever covered, I know exactly how they've made their money. So it is a little mysterious when they don't reveal it, and it is a little that certainly brings up some red flags for sure. But you're saying just because of that Shine is who's a bigger danger to the hobby going forward? Shine 150 or Jeff Wilson?
Bigger danger to the hobby. Probably Shine, because he could just leave and then all these cards would be liquidated. And then what would happen to the market at that point? I mean, the market would literally tank on the high end side if this guy stopped funneling money from wherever he's getting it into the hobby.
But is this the hobby? Is this the hobby, or is what we saw this week? Really, I would argue the hobby is, if you want to bring up cbhobby.com, I would argue the hobby, at least on the new modern, this is the hobby. Releasing a product that's unlicensed and being able to get $550 a box. Because, I mean, fucking, if you add up the dollar value of what Fanatics is going to make off Topps Chrome, it shits on anything that Shine has in his entire collection combined. And we're talking about 2023-24 Topps Chrome basketball. We're not talking about last week how you had Topps Chrome baseball Fanatics Fest come out, or fucking Travis fucking Scott or whatever. We're talking about unlicensed Topps Chrome 2023 Topps Chrome basketball, which is $550 retail, which by most accounts, depending on who you ask, is somewhere around the price that people are playing direct, even if it's half the cost and it's $225 direct. The amount of cases and packs and boxes they bought of this times $225 or $300 or $400 a box or whatever it is, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, we're not talking about gross margin. We're not talking about profits, but we just saw Shine's collection. Yeah, he's probably doing okay on the Jordans and Kobe's that he's bought, but he bought fucking Wander Franco at the top.
Well, wait, if you don't have a Shine on the back end willing to buy the 1-of-1 card that pops out of this box, what is the price?
That's not what he's been buying over the last year. Look what he's been pimping the last year. It's been fucking the fine wine. They don't make these cards anymore. They don't make the shit like this anymore. He's wised the fuck up. Like, he ain't buying the dog shit that they make anymore.
Here's our boy Julio.
Like, when was this post? 49 weeks ago? A year ago? Yeah, he bought a Julio. But ever since then, it's been Jordan, logo man, Jordan. Yeah, fucking 2 years ago, he was buying the dog shit. He was drinking the Kool-Aid. But ever since then, he's wised the fuck up. He ain't buying this dog shit no more. Like, he was buying dog shit fucking 2 or 3 years ago. Half these cards ain't worth nothing anymore. Certainly not anything what he's paid for it. Come on, stop. 121 weeks ago. I mean, that's, how long ago is that? We're going on 3 years almost. I mean, that's dog shit right there.
Please check your DM, Shine. Sent you a DM. You probably won't respond, but you never know. Check your DMs. Look at all these little fucking simps in his fucking comments. Was he the one that bought the Dominguez Superfractor for $475?
Probably.
There's a really good story here about this guy, how he knows everybody.
What's that crystal thing? What's that thing? Go up.
I don't know.
Third photo. What's that? What the hell's that?
Baccarat Hotel, New York City.
There it is.
Pikachu 7 of 25.
There it is. It's hot.
There's a real good story here about who the fuck this guy is. You know, why is he spending all this money? Where's the money coming from? There's a good story here.
I agree. I'm, you know, I don't have a dog in this fight. What is this with the check? It's amazing.
I mean, he's a part of every single big sale and big card that's like come up. He's got his hands in it one way or the other.
Right. I'm not convinced this is even a lot of his money. Like, I'm not convinced of that.
Whose money is it?
I mean, that's a good question. But it might not be that. It might not be that. It might not be that great of a story. It might be an interesting story, but from like a hobby takedown perspective, it might not be that great. I've seen things like this. Guys that spend this money like this aren't usually earning it themselves. When you spend money like this, it's usually not yours. There it is.
You think this guy right here has made his money legitimately?
No,
that's what you're saying.
I mean, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying usually when you spend your money like this and you have a lifestyle like this, usually it's not your money. Usually it's not your money.
Okay, well, everybody in this hobby's palling up to this guy and just you know, he can do no wrong. So it's going to be really interesting when this house of cards fails and the lid gets blown off of this, because this does not look sustainable to me. So unless you're still selling the drugs, but this doesn't.
That's the thing is to most of us looking at this Instagram feed, this is a quote expensive lifestyle, but for some people this actually isn't. Like Michael Jordan.
Get the fuck out of here. Just get the fuck out of here with that. This isn't that, like, you're talking about the 0.1 now, a percentage who can afford a private jet and a fucking 8 bracelets and this watch and that watch. Like, shut the fuck up. This is a less than 1% lifestyle that this guy's living. And then who he's around as well. It's one thing to live a lifestyle where you know, the lifestyles of the rich and famous. It's another thing to be palling up with the biggest people in this hobby. And then every single comment on your fucking post, it's got little simps and little dick riders being like, hey, I slid into your DMs. Hey, can you respond to me?
I don't know.
There's very few people who can sustain this lifestyle.
I understand.
I understand. These cards. Very few people.
I understand.
Let alone in the hobby.
I understand. It's you know, what we're seeing here is in this hobby top 1%, but he doesn't own the jet. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't own the jet. You know, so
then who's paying for it?
I think there's, you know, I mean, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole necessarily. I've seen shit like this though. Like, I've seen dudes dust money off like this, and it's like they got a guy behind them, you know, for a number of different reasons. There could be a number. It could be cocoa bags. It could be hand jobs. It could be, there's so many reasons why you could have money coming your way. I don't know.
Like the sugar baby to some rich guy. And so you're saying
I've seen that. That has happened. That is a legitimate thing. I'm not saying that's happening here, but I don't know. What I'm seeing is interesting. I think we'll eventually get to the bottom of it. But we know we had dinner with Brian, and he was telling us about these whales in this hobby. I mean, there's dudes that are spending more on fucking these repacks than he's spending on these cards.
Right.
Like,
and
literally.
I bet you can point to, you know, how those guys made their money.
I mean, we kind of do know how some of these guys made their money, but I don't necessarily think just because Shine isn't fully transparent and just because he has a past that's not you know, like choir boy doesn't necessarily mean that that's the same thing that's happening today.
Okay.
Would lead you it
Okay.
leads you to believe that is the same thing, but it doesn't necessarily mean it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I love to hang out with the guy. I mean, that'd be a fucking blast. Would love
Well, I
to hang
mean,
out with the guy.
everybody's waiting for a DM from him, and I mean, he just randomly, I mean, he just like voluntarily DM'd us, so maybe we should just, you know, ask for a little PJ out to fucking Miami, and maybe we'll hang out. We'll do a show.
He should come on the show and just we can talk about, you know, why is it a secret?
Forget
What's
the fucking
secret
show.
about
I mean, fuck, forget the show. Let's just get on a PJ and fucking have a night, and then we can talk about it later.
it? Man, no shit, right? Yeah. I don't know. Seems like a fun guy. Be a fun guy to hang out with. I get why people in this industry are fucking, you know, drop to their knees at the sight of this guy. I just think, again, I hear all the time about the health of the hobby and negative and blah blah blah. And this is the guy we're traipsing out.
I mean,
Okay.
did he buy $2 million of Topps Chrome, which just came out? You know what I mean? Because there's probably breakers that probably dropped damn near fucking, you know, mid six figures on Chrome that just came out. So there are actually more important people to Fanatics than this guy. I mean, what he shows off in his last 30 posts on Instagram is all upper deck fucking exquisite cards that haven't been made in fucking 25 years.
I think he is a big group break whale. Like, I think he does buy, you know, I think he is significantly buying into these breaks. How does he get on stage with Blez? How does he get on stage with Blez if he's not one of their biggest customers?
Blez didn't fucking break a damn near anything current Topps. That break was all fucking exquisite national treasures, maybe some Topps product in the past, but Fanatics didn't make nothing from any of the product that was sold on that stage. Like, is he buying anything that Topps has made over the past 12 months?
Well, he doesn't seem like a baseball guy, so maybe not.
Not based on anything in this feed.
His last baseball card he posted is 49
Maybe
weeks.
soccer a little bit.
Maybe a little soccer, but it's like fucking what in a percentage of revenue for soccer for Fanatics. It's like, you know, it's like fucking the last wipe of your ass, basically. Like, they make all their money on baseball and at this point, eventually basketball and football. Like, they ain't gonna, even with all of the sports humming along, like soccer isn't gonna be shit. Like, literally, this guy collects fucking shit that they don't even make anymore, which is what he should be buying. Like, he actually is wised up. Fuck the fucking Wander Francos and Luka Doncic's and fucking Tyler Heroes.
LA
Buy this shit. Yeah, fuck this shit. Buy the fucking LeBron, Jordan, Kobe, Jordan. Like, buy that shit.
All right. Well, we're not hating on the guy. None of the little simps, dick riders for Shine better get in my DMs. I'll do a fucking solo video on you dorks if you come try to defend this guy and that we were hating on Shine or whatever. Guy'd be fun to hang out with. Love to hang out with. He wants to do the PJ and the whole Coke thing. We can do that any day, anytime. I just think it's interesting that this industry has traipsed him out there. He's got pictures with every single important person in this hobby. I think it's interesting. I think it's a story that's undercovered for good reason. You know, he doesn't want people to know how he made his money, and this hobby certainly does not want to know the truth behind Shine 150. I mean, look at at the first. The hobby don't want to know the truth behind this right here. That's for damn sure. The hobby don't want to know the truth. And that's probably a good thing. So maybe we'll get a chance to hang out with him sometime because that'd be fun. But I swear to God, any of you fucking dork breakers be like, oh, Sports Card Radio was hating on Shine. I'll unleash fucking fire and fury on your ass. And my button actually works. So we need you little dick riders out there. Just shut the fuck up. We're just having a discussion. This guy's been in images and in pictures with everybody famous in this industry. You traipse him out there with Peyton Manning and Allen Iverson and everybody else in this fucking hobby. The Logan Paul case. God, we've all forgotten about that. He was just on a PJ claiming that he opened up a fucking resealed box of $80,000 Ultimate Collection basketball. Now, there's some debate if the box was resealed or not. There's a good story here. Maybe collect or what are the other hobby journalists out there these days, Colin? Aren't there some hobby journalists out there nowadays?
Doesn't Beckett still exist?
Beckett,
Is Cardboard
Collect.
Connection still?
Cardboard Connection gone?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Is this website
happened?
gone?
No, it's still there.
No, it's still there. It's back.
Yes.
Oh, it's back.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, they don't put up the checklist anymore. Oh,
It's too hard.
oh God. Yeah. Oh, okay.
No, we.
Speaking of drug users, speaking of Cardboard Connection and drug users
Oh man.
and felonies, do you think
Yeah.
Shine? So the owner of Cardboard Connection had 10 felonies.
Oh
Do
god.
you think Shine has more felonies than Mike Smith at Cardboard Connection? What do you think? Over and under 10 felonies. Mike
I don't
Smith
think
had
that's-
10 felonies. Does Shine have not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5? What do you think?
I really don't care. If you gave me the choice to who I would hang out with, Shine for sure would be.
Shine all the way, but come on. Well, just for statistical purposes, like the way we looked at Mantle and Rodriguez, who when you look at the felonies has more. Do you have any felonies? Do you have any how many felonies do you have? Yeah,
personally.
Personally,
I pass one of the strictest background checks every 2 years here in California. Every
Okay, so that's
5
zero.
years in Utah.
I as well have 0 felonies. Mike
Thank you.
Smith had 10. How many do you think Shine has? Over and under 10?
I don't know. I am fingerprinted and I work at a school. At least one day a week. So
Could Shine legally buy a gun in California?
in California? No. If he was a citizen here, no. Like if he lived here, no. No way. No. Neither would Mike Smith.
Well, yeah,
There's no way. Yeah. But California gun laws I'm not sitting here fucking praising them. That's for sure. So, but the answer would be no.
Okay.
They would not be able to pass the background check, let alone, purchase one. No. The answer is no.
I'm just trying to,
let alone carry one. I mean, there's one thing to buy one of these things, let alone carry it. Given issued the permission to carry one in this state. Those are two completely different things. The answer is no to both of those, though.
who do you think he's on the phone? Who do you think he's on the phone with here? His consignment director or his drug dealer?
Well, we're talking about 310 weeks ago. So this is what, 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Like he was a little skinnier back then. Maybe I can believe it. Maybe he was on the cocoa back then, and
look
now
at
he's
the
off the
bracelet.
cocoa.
Look at the bracelet, though. You see what I'm saying? Like the bracelet is still like legit in that photo.
I mean, how do we have a pit bull looking motherfucker in this hobby? And there's not any good, like go try to find content on Shine 150 and there's none. It's just motherfuckers licking his ass and shit.
I mean, that's the hobby though. Find negative content on Julio Rodriguez or Jackson Holiday, you ain't gonna find it either. So it's like, let alone fucking Shine. We're the only ones in this hobby. Like, to me, it's like we should not look around and look for people to post negative shit about people in the hobby or actually get to the bottom of things in the hobby. We're like the only people in this hobby that actually give a shit about doing that.
Bet 100 this card's trimmed. Bet 100 this
Yeah.
card's trimmed.
Probably. I mean, but who cares? I mean, nobody cares. Nobody cares though.
Here's his boy Wander. Looks like he was hanging out with Wander a little bit.
I mean, he was in Florida though, so I don't blame a guy that's in Florida that was all about Wander. If Wander was fucking San Francisco Giant, you'd fucking be on his dick riding him too.
He was definitely.
I'm not sitting here trying to be.
Ago.
I'm not sitting here trying to be Shine apologist. Okay, I'm just sitting here trying to give, the other perspective to this. You see what I'm saying?
That just some pit bull looking motherfucker can just have millions of dollars streaming out of his ass, flying PJ, buying those.
I don't think it's his.
Cards. That's just normal. And by the way, he has a mugshot where he did a coke deal. But yeah, he's just.
I don't think this is his money. I don't think this is his money. I would bet
makes it even
everything
more interesting that
it's not his money.
Okay,
because you don't spend your money
is
like this if it's yours. You don't spend your money like this if it's yours. You spend somebody else's money like this. You don't spend your money like this if it's yours. Period. It's not his money. It's not his money.
Following you, it looks like. I'm trying to see who he's following because I think that's actually very interesting. Is like who does he actually follow?
I mean, the usual suspects. I think the usual suspects.
Probably. All right. Hopefully, all the little group breakers and all the little influencers out there. Yeah, we didn't attack Shine. We're just wondering what the deal is with the guy. He's got a mugshot for a coke deal, and now he's being traipsed out here as one of the faces of the hobby.
But
I think it's interesting.
Let's make it clear, Ryan. Let's fucking make it clear. Shine wants to sponsor a segment on the show. Shine wants to get us on the PJ. Are we saying no?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I mean, let's just be real with the folks out there. Are we saying no? Are we saying no? And so now you have to, if you're Michael Rubin, if you're fucking, I don't know the CEO of Fanatics name, but that dude or whatever, if you're Ricky Henderson or whatever, are you saying no?
It's just a very intimate dinner that he's just in there chilling with these guys. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
honestly, Ryan, I could see if we licked just slightly more ass, we could have a dinner like that. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I disagree. I disagree, actually.
Okay. All right.
I don't. I
don't have the wide array of watch collection this guy have. I'm not wearing fucking like $1,200 hoodies and Louis Vuitton t-shirts, but I have, Louis Vuitton bags and shit like that. So it's like, I'm not flying private fucking to the card show, but I'm flying first class. So his lifestyle isn't completely foreign to what we've experienced.
Yeah, I don't know. And there definitely would never catch me dead with a fucking solo picture with another man. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
But if, what if some of the money that's behind what he's doing is coming from Michael Rubin?
There's the Netflix. There's episode 3 of the Netflix special. The money's
or
coming
Michael
from
Rubin is boys with Jay-Z and fucking every rapper that fucking is not out here on the West Coast and fucking you can't even name like a good song that they have. What if the money's coming from them?
Then the more the reason, like the hobby journalist of
Ryan, if Travis Scott was writing us checks, we would cash them, and we'd probably have a picture with him and Michael Rubin solo.
There'd probably be 3 influencers talking about it. How we hung out with Travis Scott. Like that's what I don't know. I just think it's interesting that everybody licks this guy's ass, but nobody really knows like what his deal is.
Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe we'll hang out with him and we'll find out what the deal is.
Maybe.
So that'd be fun.
I mean, we went down the Shine rabbit hole. I don't know what else we got to talk about tonight, but
if you're going to go down a rabbit hole, why not go down the Shine rabbit hole? I mean, you know what I mean?
I mean, I can think of other holes I'd rather go down, but we went down.
I mean,
this one.
this makes Jeff Wilson PPP money look like, little talk about little money. That wouldn't even pay for like 3 of those cards.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what these cards sell for, but I would
These
assume
LeBrons are like a fucking damn near $1 million each. That Mahomes is probably several $100,000. I mean, we could look them up. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, we know who bought them.
So I think it's interesting, and I don't know. I'm sure we'll see him at the next event, and he'll be traipse out there. His whole collection will be out there. He'll do some big break with celebrities, and we'll see.
I mean,
we'll see if
we have access to his DM. Should we ask him for, if you were to slide into Shine's DM, what would you ask him for? A bag of Coke, a party, where the party's at, or come on the show? Which one of the 3, which would you ask him for?
I would look at the flight. I would ask him about his flight trajectory of his PJ.
Okay.
And does he have some adequate supplies on board? And does he want to swing by the Stockton Metroplex area and slide into the Alex Spanos Airport and pick a homie up? Sure. And we go wherever. Yeah, if he's got the bags and the supplies, we go wherever he wants.
I was playing golf today, and there was like an airport. It's not the Stockton airport, but it was a different airport that's not very well known. But there's planes flying in and out of it. I was like, God damn. And then I flew to fly to New York. I flew out of the Monterey airport, and it was like PJ. Like it was like oh my God, I'd never seen so many PJs lined up on the fucking side of the fucking tarmac or whatever. I was like, God damn, this is obviously.
Look who's in this video. Look who's in this video.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
Look who's in this video. I mean, no wonder everybody just chumming up to this guy.
But if you had fucking boxes of cards and this guy's known to buy them, I mean, you'd probably be.
I think it's interesting. We'll see if this comes back to burn the hobby at some point, that you're being fueled by drug money, but we'll see. Sure. We'll see.
We've been live for 4:20, Ryan. 4 hours and 20 minutes.
All right.
Let's go to the comments. Gimpy Wrench, fuck Top Scrum Basketball. Let's sign Will Grier to SCR. We might be able to get Will Grier on the program at some point. We talked about maybe doing a signing session with him at some point.
Yeah, we should.
Jake Peters with the $10. I wouldn't break Topps Chrome with somebody else's money, so I'm assuming he's saying Shine. If Shine gave you a box after you use the 10% promo code, Jake Peters is saying, Ryan, he wouldn't open it. If Shine gave you a box of, if Shine gave you a box, Ryan, of 2023, 24 Chrome, would you open it?
I'm not only opening it, I'm like sniffing it and licking the whole box just to see if I can get some residual high off of it or something.
I was going to ask you, would you rather have that or a nickel bag?
I actually would hope he'd give me a box and I'd be like, fuck, hopefully he's tricking me and it's not packs of cards, but it's fucking packs of cocaine. This is his way of smuggling in the drugs and shit.
Oh man. Yep. Brian, there's on the table a nickel. Is that even really a thing with the white powder? What's the powder, like an 8-ball? How much does that cost?
I don't know. Like, I actually have no idea. Probably like,
I don't know,
120, 150 bucks maybe.
People just give you this shit.
Literally, yeah. I don't buy narcotics. That sounds illegal, honestly.
So there's an 8-ball and there's a box of Topps Chrome. Which one you grabbing off the table?
Oh, we're taking the Topps Chrome and hoping it's a motherfucking kilo.
I see.
God damn.
You trying to triple up to the 80 ball. Bitcoin Tahoe, Tim's NorCal D slang tour. Tim's slanging that D. That's for sure. Mike Petty sounds like he is too.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice to meet you at the Burbank Card Show. Always on in Alaska. Thank you, Rick Smith. I do remember seeing you there. Do appreciate you not only coming to the Burbank Card Show, but coming by and saying hi at our booth. Tell us about your dinner with Brian Gray. More to come there. More to come. More to come. Is Brian Gray on
Is he on
Brian Gray
Instagram?
on? I don't know if he is. I don't know.
Oh, I did. I met Mary Gamble and her. I think it might be her boyfriend still, Justin Gamble.
Really?
At
You met
trade
them
night.
both?
I did. I
Wow.
met them both.
How'd that go?
Quite lovely. Mary Gamble's quite lovely. Justin Gamble, I don't know how he was able to buy the shots the whiskey shots he bought. I mean, that boy looked like he's 16 years old.
Well, it's just aging well.
Aging well, yeah. So hopefully some of these younger content creators, they hang out in the hobby as long as look, there's I am. I'm there.
There you are.
There I am on the feed. All right. So we made it onto the Burbank Sports Card Show feed. What was I talking about? What is this about?
I have no idea.
I don't even remember. It was such a long day.
I spend about maybe 4 minutes a day on Instagram.
The trade. This is when these kids were absolutely fleecing me. I was trying to. These kids were just working the hell out of me. I mean, my God, these kids straight came up on some stuff.
I mean, if you tag me in a post or put me in a story, I'm just going to share it, and then I'm going to go look at Sarah Rip's story and Alex's story and exit out.
I tell you what, the trade night of the Burbank Sports Card Show was better than every single card show in California 10 years ago. Here's the trade night. I think that's the crazy thing is these trade nights. You can literally walk in and just motherfuckers just got cards out. There's a DJ, there's drinks and shit.
It's fun.
I'm like, dude, these trade nights are better than these card shows were 10 years ago. It was
if I want to be there till 3 a.m. That thing went till 3 a.m. How long were you there for?
I was there for an hour or two, and then the little 20-year-olds call in, and she's trying to get some money and try to hang out.
Right.
So
yeah,
I did that whole thing. So it's a fun time. Here's our boy, the great creator.
Oh Jesus, we were on the opposite side of the.
Apparently, that was by design. Apparently, like the great creator and some of these guys, they were real bent out of shape that we were there. I don't know if that's true. That is what I heard, though, from a couple different people, that these guys are still bent out of shape. That we show up at a card show and Lord only knows how much money I fucking spent there. I don't people shit. But heaven forbid, Colin, we show up at a card show, something we've been doing for the better part of 20 or 30 years.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if curator is even relevant in the sports card hobby anymore. Is he even relevant?
I think because we can't see, but he has like whatever X amount of I think these guys look at their Instagram followers and they count that as relevancy. Yeah. They get so many likes on Instagram and they're like, I'm relevant in the hobby because I have an Instagram account. So maybe he is.
And I'm being real. I spend maybe 3 to 5 minutes a day, max. Maybe 3 to 5 minutes a week on Instagram. Have you discussed the Lids play chase boxes for $250? I don't know. Were those the things at Fanatics Fest that everybody was buying? I have no idea.
I don't know. I would just stay away from this shit. Like, you guys got to stop buying new product. Like, like for real.
I mean, no. These are the hats, though. These are the hats.
Yeah, I mean, I would just buy a hat and buy some cards.
Look great. The hats look great. I wanted to buy one of the hats if it was like a giant.
But why do you want to blind box some hats? Like, do I go to fucking Louis Vuitton and blind box some fucking?
No, I don't.
Like, no, I don't understand the blind box of the hats. Then you're a Giants fan and you end up with a Mariners, a Dodgers, and a Cardinals hat.
That's stupid. I thought I thought it was a good idea until I figured out it was a blind box. You're right. Would I go to Rolex and buy a blind box of fucking Rolex? Fucking no.
No, degenerates. This is for degenerates only.
Degenerates, losers. And am I surprised they sell for more than what people paid? No, because the hats looked amazing. The hats actually were nice. But why would I buy a blind box of a hat when I could just fucking afford whatever? If I was a fan of fucking the Orioles, why wouldn't I just buy the Oriole hat? Even if it was like $100, why wouldn't I just buy the Oriole hat? I don't get it. Everything that they're doing just caters to like degenerate losers, you know? And shine.
Then people get what they deserve then when they open this shit then.
Ryan, 1 year ago today, Jeff Wilson bought the Prism Black Desmond Ritter for $25K off of Mr. Raw Cards.
Is he on Instagram? Is Jeff Wilson on Instagram?
Probably.
There he is.
There he is.
There he is. There's the man.
There it is. Yep, that's it.
He's looking angry.
25K.
Okay.
He looks upset there.
He looks angry right here.
Yeah, he does.
He looks angry. This
That's-
looks like
yeah.
when
That's
he
like
thinks of sports card radio. This is the face he gets right there.
He had to think of us before he did this video.
I'm worried for Kim. I'm actually worried for Kim now. I
You think so?
need to slide into Kim's DMs and make
Is his hairline starting to go too? Is that what I'm seeing? The hairline's starting to go.
He's still got hair though. I mean, come on.
No, but it's going.
He's still got hair.
No, but it's going.
Yeah, but we're all starting to go at some point. You know what I mean?
Not me, bro. Look at this shit.
My shit's cool too, but I'm just saying, like, he could just have it short. Like, I mean, he's not like, I would not classify this as balding by any stretch of the imagination.
All right. Okay.
I think the hair is
Flipping
fine.
Joe with a $20 bill, Ryan. Flipping Steve being propositioned last night on a live.
See, well, I need to. I mean,
didn't see
man,
this.
we need to.
What
we need
is
to
this?
see this.
Who's flipping Steve?
Flipping Steve's Pearl Jam fan, so we always showing love.
All right. This guy right here. But he was on a live, I think. I think he's on a live with like Sports Card Dad. Was this last night? I think somebody posted it was like an hour. It was like an hour in.
Okay. We'll have to get a clip of that. We're gonna get a clip of that.
But Ryan, like being propositioned, is that really? You know, how many times has that happened to you over the
now?
past
See that rarely do I get propositioned. Now you might get propositioned, you know, because she's going to proposition you to pay her $350 to go up to the hotel room for 20 minutes. So
what's wrong with
I
that?
can see that. Nothing wrong with that. There ain't nothing wrong with that. I wish Vegas still allowed that. Now they run all the hookers out of fucking off the strip. I think that's stupid. Like, goddamn, give me some options when I'm in the Aria.
But you can get on the website. You can get on the website and fucking.
Yeah, know. But you just want to. Sometimes you're just strolling through the Aria and you just want to, you know, maybe.
Oh, you just want to. You want to. What do they call it? Freestyle.
Well, yeah, you want to be able to look at the merchandise too.
You can't look at it online.
Those could be 4-year-old pictures.
Yeah,
live and in person, baby. You seeing it all.
Tim does have a favorite QB. It sounds like it's Mr. Her. What is his name? Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson. Okay. What's his
Joe Alt Collection is putting a 1K bounty on the Joe Alt Black Shimmer 1 of 1. If that exists.
Okay. Take that.
Jason Moran. Christine was trying to get him to call in. He says, tell us how love scorn you were watching Ryan with Alex G in New York. That will never be you. Is that true, Ryan?
Me with Alex in New York? What happened in New York stays in New York, I feel like.
No. We're talking about Christine. She was love scorn watching Alex G and you in New York is over. Now we're talking about, will that ever be Christine?
I'm equal opportunity. So yeah, I mean, come on now. Like,
okay. Fair enough.
Me and Christine are going to have a central moment when we're in Rosemont. Don't call it Chicago next year at the National.
Okay. All right.
Flip-flops only. I think the flip-flops are coming off.
Wow.
And I think something special is going to happen.
Wow. Okay.
Pop
Dave
20
Snyder with
on the Pop 28 on the Lamar Jackson Silver PSA 10 rookie. That's at $2,000.
2 racks.
So yeah, I mean he's right there. The pop count really small on his 28 pop count, so similar to Josh Allen. He's 3,000 less than Josh Allen. Is that right? Wow, man, that's crazy.
Too much.
That's too much. Josh Allen probably overpriced.
Neither of those gentlemen have played in a big football game. David Snyder with the $10. Do Jeff's 2 sidekicks have part ownership in Cards HQ? What we've heard about Cards HQ is Jeff has a very small percentage of Cards HQ.
There's another good story. That's another good story for the hobby.
I mean, you stick around, Ryan, for 4 hours and 34 minutes, you get the juice. Apparently, Jeff Wilson owns
very small amount of this card shop.
Maybe like equivalent to what Timken owns of Sports Card Radio. We're talking single digit type of ownership.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well.
Which is
from multiple people. From multiple people that Jeff actually owns very little part of Cards HQ.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is our move. One day we'll quote unquote set up the biggest card shop in California, and it'll be called Sports Card Radio HQ, but we'll own 3.2% of it.
I think it's similar to Shine. It's the exact same thing as Shine. Shine owns all these cards. He doesn't own shit. Let's be real. He doesn't own shit. Same with Jeff Wilson. He don't own shit.
Well, I get why you traipse. I get why you partner with Jeff Wilson and you give him a little piece, and then it's Jeff's shop. Why in God's name would you want these to be Shine's cards? Like, what is Shine? So whoever's funneling this money, like, what are they getting out of it? I get why you traipse Jeff's out and you give Jeff 2% of this hobby shop, and he's quote the face of it.
Here's the difference. Is Jeff puts a card out there and it goes down. Shine puts a card out there and it goes up.
Okay. Shine has street cred. Jeff doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm talking about Shine over the past, it looks like to me, over the past year, maybe year and a half. He has wised up and he's actually started buying good shit.
Okay.
Because he was buying dog shit before this. Let's be real.
Right. This is dog shit, right?
This is dog shit. Dog shit.
That's dog shit.
This stuff, I don't care what he paid for it. It's not worth what he paid for it. Not worth what he paid for it. None of this. All this stuff is worth less.
Who's that? Who's that?
Stop. Just stop. Stop. All this stuff is worth nothing. Literally nothing.
Who's that?
Like, we can afford these cards. Like, we can literally, like, we probably have this in PayPal and shit right now. Seriously.
I might. Yeah.
Sure. The Jordan.
No, I bought a bunch of cheap cards.
I mean, but this stuff isn't worth shit. This is worth nothing. Like, nobody wants this shit. But he wised up. Like, I think this was his money. He was buying this shit with his money. And then somebody said, "Oh, hold on, Shine. Stop buying the fucking, the shake, and let's fucking put the chronic in your hand."
It was almost right after his little encounter with Logan Paul.
Somebody said, "Hey, bro, stop buying this dog shit and fucking buy some real shit." I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is.
Interesting.
This is not his money. These aren't his cards. Just like Cards HQ is not Jeff Wilson's shop. It's not. We know this. It's not his shop.
This just got more interesting than like whose money is it and why are they funneling it through Shine, I guess.
I mean, I don't know. Well, how those dudes are making their money fucking super shady too. Maybe even more shady than Shine was in the past. You run with drug dealers. This money still might be coming from drugs. It's just not Shine pushing the weight anymore. It's some other guy pushing weight.
They're rinsing it. They're rinsing it.
And they're rinsing it through him. Yes. 100%. Like he knows the guys. Okay. Like, you become a drug dealer. You know all these guys. And now they're like, okay, we still want to push weight. Shine's not pushing the weight anymore. they're just rinsing the money through these LeBron cards.
Okay.
And Shine's just the front man for it.
Okay. I could get into that.
Christine, you got scared and didn't confront Jeff. I don't think she's had a chance to do that, but we'll see if she does. Certainly in next year's national. Pac-Man pulled a Wemby.
His watches are nice. Damn.
I mean, yeah, he's wearing the creme de la creme. That honestly is like, to me, the one he has in the previous photo. That looks like a full bracelet AP maybe. But that one that's a heavy hitter that he has on there. That you can just see a part of it. That's a huge one. That's a huge watch, but it's not. I don't think it's that might be an AP skeleton, which is multiple hundreds of thousands. So,
okay.
Pac-Man pulled a Wemby auto, huge hit in his loaded boxes. Nothing shocked. Nobody's shocked. We're not. I got 200 Fanatics credit. I'm a fucking find fucking Pac-Man's fucking breaks and buy in. Christine is making me a fan of Jeff Wilson. Jason was going hard at Christine tonight, Ryan.
Damn.
Ryan, the card hunter with the $50. 50.
Wow.
Fanatics Live. First time. Queens with the Z20. Join our chat after SER. It'd be really late. Queens. Who's this? Queen City Cards. Who's this? Queens of Cards. It's not Queen City. It's Queen of Cards. Who we got?
Queens of Cards?
Yeah.
I think they're too new.
Too new. Okay. Got to work on that SEO.
Yeah,
Got to buy some links on SER, right? Buy some links, baby.
I think
I mean, they talk
Queens
50.
of Cards should come on Sports Card Radio.
Really?
Are they on Instagram?
I don't know. There it is.
Got it. There it is.
What do we got?
I think some of these females should come on Sports Card Radio. I think that would be tremendous.
No. Go down. Down. Who's this one on the right here? Okay. All right. Okay.
Rage with Paige.
Whoa.
I think we should have a break. Yeah, I think if she's doing breaks, I think we should go make sure everything is on the up and up.
Goodness.
You know, I think we should go wherever these breaks are, and I think we should just make sure everything is on the straight and narrow. Don't you think?
Oh my God.
Scottsdale, Arizona. So you know that it's not too far from that. This one's in Vegas. So yeah, very familiar with those two locations. This looks like the 16th hole here at the Waste Management Open. It is. So maybe Mike Petty.
Not even half as pretty as my wife, but
I think our boy, you know, Mike Petty, we should go meet Rage with Paige any day. I think if she's getting involved with breaks, we should find our way.
I'm gonna let you go, and you report back to me. Let me know how it goes.
I'm gonna let you know how this goes.
Thank you. Let me know how that goes.
All right, I'm gonna let you know.
Jason Moran letting Christine know that he loves her.
Good.
Ryan, we should talk about Jeff doubling his subs in 2024, yet Market Movers web traffic is down 17%.
I mean, honestly, if you want my honest opinion, because I do use these apps to price cards, whether it's to price cards that I'm looking to buy or whether it's doing research for these videos, Market Mover fucking sucks. Like, this is kind of clunky. It feels like it's fucking, you know, kind of 1980s ish technology.
It's a refresh.
I don't like the charts. I don't think they're as good and as solid as what you're getting over on Card Ladder. And look, I could poke some holes at Card Ladder, and but I just think you're getting a cleaner presentation over here on Card Ladder. It's easier for me to find the cards that I'm looking for. I think the prices could be slightly more accurate to a degree, just the way they price things. And that's just I'm subscribed to both. though. I am a subscriber
Wow.
to both. Even to this day, I just think this website's more clunky, and I think it's just clunky. You know,
Is it even needed? Do we even need this website?
No, you don't need this. This is for like noobs. I feel like, and
Yeah.
everybody at a card show who looks up comp, they're using Card Ladder. They might use Alt. People do use the take a picture of the card and use Alt. I have never ever seen somebody pull up market movers at a card show to comp a card. Ever. Maybe it happens. I'm a subscriber, so I mean, you know, I'm not hating just to hate, but yeah, this website kind of fucking blows, honestly.
Fleming's is decent. He takes the Seeking girls there, right? And you know anything about Seeking?
I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one. Yeah, yeah, maybe we'll talk about Seeking some other day.
NDSU up versus Deion and Shadir Sanders in Colorado at the half. That's right, college football. I wonder how that game turned out. I acknowledge SCR. Any wrestling fans, follow me. That is Botch Club on Instagram and TikTok.
Looks like we had some blowouts.
Big blowouts.
I think Colorado won now.
They probably pulled it out. That's what she said.
They play tonight?
I don't know. Maybe it was. I have no idea.
Opening night.
There it is.
Ooh, they squeaked by those North Dakota State Bison, boy.
Fiver.
They were down. Looks like they were down at halftime. Woohoo! Wee!
Pulled it out, baby. Pulled it out like a champ. Tim, do you have a favorite baseball stadium?
I've only really been to two, the Dodgers and Rockies.
If one of the young ladies from Queens of Breaks invited you to the Oakland Coliseum, would you go?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
All right.
So the
I wouldn't be watching the game.
There it is. It's a chess match in Dallas. No, it's in Paris. Otherwise, I'd think about going. Hans Niemann versus Magnus Carlsen. If you're not into that, guys, you do not know. You are not even close up on drama. Gambling liquidity is keeping this afloat. Collector opinion doesn't matter anymore, unfortunately. That's Dan the Card Man. Yeah, I think, gambling liquidity is there. Jason Moran says he's not homosexual, but if Mike wanted to kiss, I'd say sure.
Wow.
That is a strong statement. That is a very strong statement.
It's very
So
bold.
tonight's expert advice from Indian yoga. Baseball is pussies. Women need to shut up and don't do coke. Got it.
Okay.
That's it.
God damn.
Mike and Christine are a power couple.
Okay.
SCR, how do you think Stroud will do this season after his rookie year? I think he will do okay. But does anybody have the Texans as world beaters? Like CJ Stroud will probably do okay, but is anybody going to give a shit? You know what I mean? Like, what's the quarterback's name from Philadelphia? What's his name?
Jalen Hurts.
Does anybody give a shit about him? He's been to a fucking Super Bowl. Does anybody give a damn about his cards?
Yeah, this kid will have to. They're gonna have to go 12-5. I think for anybody to really give a shit. Because the expectations are so high that he's kind of in that second tier of quarterbacks now, or top 8 or whatever. And I don't know.
And we are in a different era. That's what I think a lot of people don't understand, especially about the NBA. They're like, oh, well, Luka averages 28.9 points per game. Nobody gives a fuck. Everybody averages 28 points a game. Find me like the third string guy on Kentucky and give him the ball for 40 minutes in an NBA game, and he could average 28 points a game. Same thing with NFL quarterbacks. You can't touch a fucking wide receiver in the NFL after 5 yards. So yeah,
Well,
of course.
This is what I like about specifically prospecting quarterbacks and prospecting NBA players is you got to win fucking championships. Because don't talk to me about all NBA and he led the league in passing and blah, blah, blah. If you ain't Patrick Mahomes or you ain't Joe Montana, if you ain't Tom Brady winning Super Bowls, at some point in your career, you will become an afterthought. And somebody like Trevor Lawrence and some of these other guys are running up against that as we speak. And CJ Stroud, he's only in his second year or so.
But you can't touch the quarterback in the NFL anymore. You can't touch the wide receivers. So it doesn't matter how he does
The
in
stats
his second
don't matter.
year.
Yeah, the
Other
stats don't matter.
than in some motherfucking football games. Because at some point, you as a fan, that's how you feel. Like I've been a Bengals fan for a long time. I've never seen them win a big game. But that's how I feel about the team. Win a fucking Super Bowl and I will give a fuck. Otherwise, you're wasting my time. Autumn from We the Hobby is a 15 of 10. Autumn from We the Hobby, Ryan.
What's it called?
I don't. What would you rate Miss Queens of Hobby there?
The blonde one. She's attractive because I don't want to get into her age, but the blonde one was older than she looks, so that was money. This is our girl Autumn. Let's see. I'm trying to get like I'm trying to get an unfiltered picture. Like how do we
I have no idea.
I don't know. Of course they put fucking pictures of men on their fucking
of course
their feed, but
Ryan,
hey, we'll have to
Christine says Yogi Berra stormed Normandy and won 10 World Series. There you go.
Well, yeah, we don't want to get into how Willie Mays, missed 2 years of his career fighting a fucking war. How about our boy Michael Jeffrey Jordan playing baseball for 2 years in his fucking prime? And these dorks fucking want to pull up Luka Doncic's stats.
His stats in baseball might have been better than fucking Jason Dominguez.
No shit.
Or Jackson Holiday.
Yeah, his minor league stats weren't that bad.
And Kobe was on a 13 and 53 team, but
was he? That's not 82 games. That's not.
He was on some bad teams.
He was 66 games.
He was on some bad teams, but he didn't leave the team and go fucking be like one of these little bitches, like Kevin Durant and fucking LeBron James have been. Well, yeah, what was his record overall? 826 and 510. So it was 836 and 510 overall in his life.
It's pretty good, right? 62%.
Seems good enough. But I think the bigger point is he's not a little bitch like Kevin Durant, who ran and fucking had to team up with somebody to win a game. And same thing with LeBron. Had to fucking go run and find somebody to win a title. These guys are fucking men. They did it on their own. And then in Kobe's case, fucking the other good player on the team left and he won fucking 2 more. Pau Gasol. I mean, Pau Gasol is a good basketball player, but nobody fucking mentions him, even the top 50 players. Let's be real. Shaq, yeah, he was great. But how many titles did Shaq win before Kobe got good? Lori Taylor, $4.99. I mean, we watched these games. I don't know how old Jason Moran is. He didn't call in. We're not just talking about these games. We watch them. Okay? So when we talk about Kobe, when we talk about Shaq on the Orlando Magic, we're not talking about Shaq on the Orlando Magic based on what we think happened. We watched Shaq play on the Orlando Magic. We watched Shaq get traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. We remember the night
Signed his
Kobe
agreement.
Bryant was drafted. Ryan, do you remember what happened the day Kobe Bryant was drafted by the LA Lakers?
I think you famously woke me up from a dead sleep. I was probably dreaming of my little high school girlfriend, and you woke me
weren't.
up from a sleep.
I was watching David Letterman on a black. We're dating ourselves, Ryan. I was watching David Letterman on a black and white TV with no cable, his fucking antenna ears. This is a true story. And during the break, they said, "Oh, by the way, Kobe Bryant was traded to the Los Angeles Lakers for Vlade Divac." And I ran into your room and I woke you up and I said, "The Lakers traded for Kobe." You were like, "Whoa."
Oh, what?
You had to put the Vaseline jar down.
The Playboy. There's no internet back in those days, so I had the Playboy out. The penthouse.
No, it was like the swimsuit issue. It wasn't even Playboy. You didn't even have full nudity.
Bridget Marquette.
Who?
No, so this girl, she's one of the Playboy bunnies. I met her or whatever. She's got a really hot little daughter or whatever. The craziest thing is I quote unquote worked for her husband. I mean, that's a story for another day, but I worked for Bridget Marquette's husband that wasn't Hugh Hefner, supposedly. And so that's a story for another day. So, but yeah, I might have had a Playboy out when Kobe got traded for Vlade Divac.
So when we talking about Shaq and Kobe and Pau Gasol and Michael Jordan, we watched these games. We saw these guys play. So we're not talking about this from memory, or from like fairy tales. We saw this shit. We watched the games. Shaq was good. Pau Gasol was slightly less better than Shaq. Maybe even way
honestly,
less
honestly, I would take Shaq in his prime with 4 scrubs over anybody, probably even Michael Jordan. But that's how good I think Shaq was in those 2000, 2001. And then he kind of got fat and fell off. But
well, they changed a lot of the rules in the NBA, so it made it harder for him to dominate. So, but
yeah,
in the fouls and the free throws and stuff. But Lori Taylor with the $4.99 followed up with a comment with another $4.99. Maybe the money is coming from Topps, which paid for these cards. It is drop on the bucket for what Topps has made since prices have exploded. I don't think it's coming from Topps. Topps is not making a lot of money. Fanatics and Topps don't make a lot of money. I think this money comes from somebody he's met over the years and knows
in the drug trade.
And the money. This is how they're rinsing the money. And in the past, it was this speculative bullshit. And then they realized, oh fuck, this is not buying these speculative fucking idiots is not a good idea. Oh, let's just buy Jordans. This is as good as fucking white powder in a bag. Might be better. Because they making white powder in a bag all day, every day. They ain't making fucking Michael Jordan exquisites no more. So I think they learned that, oh, if you're going to buy this shit, why are you buying? This is like buying fucking outdoor homegrown weed. Michael Jordan is like fucking Carlos Escobar's fucking personal cocaine stash. This is like the best of the best. So they wised up over the last year and they stopped buying the dog shit. And then they only started buying fucking real shit. You can see over the last year, he stopped buying stupid ass fucking cards and actually wised up and actually bought fucking good shit. Stop buying fucking Panerais and fucking Seikos and all this shit and just buy Rolex, AP, and Patek. That's all you need to buy. Stop buying the bullshit. Ryan, Gino knows how he made his money. It's on the Jeff Wilson's top 5 cards of the week. Let's be real.
He's right. He's right. He's exactly right.
Ty agrees with us. They sell the cocoa beans. They give him the money, and he buys cards to launder the money. I'd be shocked if it was something other than that. Shocked. Because you don't spend money on cards like this unless you own an NBA team or an NFL team. Like, who's the guy that owns the Colts that has like a huge collection?
Well, the guy
You know
who
what I
owns the Diamondbacks has the best collection. He's got all
or
the
them.
PSA 10 mantles or whatever. But we
Like-
know how that guy made his money. I bet I could Google
Exactly.
right now. How did the
course.
Diamondbacks owner Ken
Of
Kendrick
course,
make
course.
his money?
Of course. And for him, his card collection, he could drop it on the ground and it wouldn't mean nothing to him for his net worth. Shine drops all these cards on the ground and it hurts. Ryan, after tonight's show, Tim deserves 4.45. We discussed that in Los Angeles. Tim will likely be making more money from the show here very soon. Because the 4.2, unless Shine calls up, Ryan, if Shine called up and made an offer for Sports Car Radio,
So
we'd be very, very happy with that. Give Tim the 4.45. Ryan, it is now Friday on the East Coast. It's nearly Friday out here on the West Coast. It's 10:30 Pacific time. We've talked about everything on today's show, from Jeff Wilson's ownership percentage in Cards HQ to Shine's involvement in the airplane traffic from Colombia to Miami, to what else did we talk about? Baseball players being compared to Mickey Mantle, to Dirty Bingo being played in Chicago, Illinois this time next year, to the Waste Management Open in February.
Mm.
We covered a lot of ground on today's show.
We did.
It's 1:30, I believe, on the East Coast. It's now 10:30 out here. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. We will be back some other time, some other place. But for now, we're out of here.
What's going on with that PPP? You've done a lot of talking, not a lot to see. Up in the millions, like 2.3. But Jeff got it all, getting off scot-free. Try to talk tips like we talking about stuff, but you're talking about men printed on cardstock. When you open your mouth, I take it with a grain of salt. 'Cause the market's down and you're a clown. It's all your fault. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit, Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit, Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson. Did you did G up? I think you did G up. What you talking about? I don't think you did yet. Well, he's doing shady shit like the gold bees, like it's Hall of Fame.
I trust Shine more than I trust Jeff Wilson.
NFT.
Oh yeah.
Taking money
Shine all the
from
way.
the people that pay.
Shine done time, baby.
On the floor, but that's okay.
You can trust
He's
Shine.
getting money,
I do.
better tax-free.
I do.
Loving all the stimulus from PPP.
I believe
You
his
ruined the hobby
his
I
drug trafficking
love.
days are in the past. I believe that.
Your bullshit, Jeff
Wow, I don't know about that, but
Jeff Wilson.
Personally.
personally,
What's going on with that PPP? You've done a lot of talking.
I think it could be like 4 LLCs deep, and then he's still involved some way.
Millions, like 2.3.
That's fine.
Got it all.
No problem with that.
Getting off scot-free. Try to talk tips like we talking
taking ear picks to PJs and the most expensive postcards. Come a long way. The second card he posted is Wander. Come a long way. He was deep on Wander. He's in Miami. Wonder how well he knows Wander Franco. I don't think so. Wow. I don't really get that vibe. You don't get that vibe? He was deep in Wander. He was. And Zion. Wow. And Tyler Hero. I think he learned, though. He learned. This is bullshit. All right, I'll go do some Coke with Shine. We'll be back next week.
Yep. Sounds great.